we have an illustrious group of panelists who I will just introduce. Once again, thank you so much for joining. A few housekeeping rules before we jump into the panel discussion itself. Uh, if you are seeing this and if you are seeing it on the FICCI platform, you will see two options on the below right corner. One will be an audience poll. We've posted a few questions there, simple yes, no questions. Please do answer them based on your thoughts. If your opinions change as you listen to our speakers, you can feel free to change them. Below that is a Q&A box. Feel free to write questions there. They will be sent to us. Even if you have housekeeping questions, the streaming isn't working kind of things, you can write those there also. The FICCI team will be helping you out. And of course, if you have questions for any of our panelists or for anyone in general, feel free to write them there as well. We'll jump right into it. Digital health going viral. At the outset, I'd like to introduce the panelists. We have Dr. Indu Bhushan, who serves as the Chief Executive Officer of NHA and Ayushman Bharat, which is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, also known as Ayushman Bharat, and the National Health Authority. He runs the National Digital Health Mission as well, and we'll get to hear from him more on that in a bit. Dr. Bhushan is an ex-IAS officer of the Indian Civil Services, 1983 batch of the Rajasthan cadre. He holds a doctorate in health economics and a master's of health sciences from the prestigious Johns Hopkins University, US. He's an alumnus of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, and IIT Delhi, where he completed his bachelor's and postgraduate respectively. He's also a chartered financial analyst. Dr. Bhushan is a bureaucrat turned economist with a career spanning 35 years across a multitude of sectors. He served for 9 years in the IAS prior to leaving government service. Thereafter, he worked as a senior economist with the World Bank Group prior to moving to ADB. Until his appointment as CEO of the NHA, he served as Director General, East Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. He has held multiple positions within the ADB, including being Director General, Strategy and Policy Department, and also led ADB's engagement with the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, Republic of Korea, Mongolia, amongst many, many other things. Welcome, Dr. Indu Bhushan, and thank you so much for joining us here today. Next, we have Mr. Kiran Murphy, my close friend and mentor. Kiran Murphy is the president and CEO of GE Healthcare. I think it's a $15 billion enterprise, if I'm not wrong. He was previously the president and CEO of GE Healthcare's Life Sciences division, which in itself is a $5 billion molecular medicine business, providing a broad range of technologies for drug discovery, development, and biopharmaceutical manufacturing, as well as molecular tools for diagnostics, therapy selection, and treatment monitoring. Mr. Murphy joined GE Healthcare in 2008 from Wattman PLC, which in itself was a $230 million supplier of lab research, life sciences, and medical diagnostic industries. Prior to joining GE, he began his career with Janssen Pharmaceuticals, a division of J&J, followed by leadership roles with Mallinckrodt, veterinary medicine providers, Vericor, Novartis, AdTech, ML Laboratories, amongst many other things that he's done. Thank you so much, Mr. Murphy, for joining us today. It's indeed an honor for us to have you on this panel. Next up, we have Dr. Jan Hersoff. Dr. Jan Hersoff is president of Elsevier's global healthcare business. He has a broad range of experience in healthcare businesses across several sectors and has held multiple positions with Elsevier, most recently as managing director of Asia Pacific Health in Singapore, with a focus on key growth markets like China, India, and Japan. He was previously general manager of Elsevier's international education business in London, where he was instrumental in driving the transformation from print to electronic, which I'm sure we'll be very interested in hearing about, through key product launches and acquisitions. Before joining RELX, Jan was an engagement manager at McKinsey & Company in Munich, He holds a PhD and Master's in Information Systems from the London School of Economics and graduated with Master's in Finance and Accounting from the University of Bayreuth, Germany. Uh, Thank you so much, Dr. Herzog, once again for joining us today. Next, we have our very own Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, the president of FICCI and joint managing director at Apollo Hospitals. She guides the IT and human resource functions and is greatly responsible for the evolving patient-centric culture of the organization. I have also come to know that she is also the one responsible for this platform that we are all using today to conduct Heal on. She promoted and currently helms Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited, and also introduced Apollo Home Care, Apollo Elder Care, and founded Apollo Health Street, apart from steering e-health initiatives all across the globe. Dr. Reddy is a member of the prestigious World Economic Forum Global Agenda Council on Digital Health, which aims to bring the use of technology in healthcare. Recently, she's been appointed as the Honorary Consul of Brazil in Hyderabad. She works with industry bodies and the government of India on aspects of public health and policy development. She's also the chairperson for FICCI National Services Council and head of FICCI Andhra Pradesh State Council. She's an independent director on the board of Strides, Arcolab, and a board member of Results for Development Institute, a not-profit international think tank. Amongst many, many other things that ma'am does, I don't know how you find time, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity of running this, Dr. Reddy. I know you had a major part in that. And last but definitely not the least, we have Mr. Bart Janssens. Bart Janssens is the MD and senior partner at Boston Consulting Group. He has over 20 years experience of advising biopharma and healthcare clients and has been based in India for over 15 years. Bart focuses on the generics sector. He has worked with healthcare clients on complete biopharma generics value chains, including biosimilars on projects covering R&D, operations, supply chain productivity improvement, as well as direct and indirect cost reduction, mergers and acquisitions, post-merger integration, business unit growth strategies in India and globally, and corporate portfolio strategy and capital allocation. He holds an MBA from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business and a master's in applied economics from KU Leuven, Belgium. We were also to be joined by Dr. Scott Atlas. I'm sure all of you are wondering. Dr. Scott Atlas got pulled into an urgent meeting and unfortunately could not join us live. But I did manage to catch him earlier in the morning today and have a quick conversation with him on some of his thoughts. And we'll be playing that video during the course of this meeting. So I'm sure it'll be very, very exciting. Just to reiterate, Dr. Scott Atlas is special advisor to the President of the United States on COVID. He's a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force. He's the Robert Wiesen Senior Fellow in Public Policy at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. So with that, I think it's appropriate that we dive into the session. And once again, I thank everyone for joining. And please do use the poll option. Do use the Q&A. We want this to be as interactive as is possible over this method. So I'll start with you, Dr. Bhushan. Could you tell us a little bit, as we're talking about digital health, going viral, what is the National Digital Health Mission? Why was it announced during COVID? Did COVID, lead to any, add fuel to the concept, if I may? Would love, your thoughts on the same, please.
Thank you very much, Vidur. And first of all, it's great to start the day in the morning with such a lovely panel and be part of such an together with such eminent personalities in the health sector all over the world. Okay, so what is National Digital Health Mission? Of course, that will require 1 hour for me to explain, but in short, we have a National Digital Health Blueprint, which was developed over the last 2 years, which aims to provide unique health ID to every individual, every healthcare provider, whether they're doctors or paramedical staff or nurses, and to all health facilities hospitals, labs, diagnostic centers, and link them together with the electronic medical health records. And the purpose of doing this is to improve transparency in the sector, make facilities and health services more accessible, make them more interoperable, and make policy more evidence-based. And one thing I would like to say is that mission has the person, individual, and citizens at the center of the whole concept. And we are adopting privacy and security by design. We'll not be thinking of privacy and security after we've created this infrastructure, but in the design itself, we'll have feature that will ensure highest level of security and privacy. And as you may know that India has gone through this fintech revolution, and unified payment interface UPI was launched 4 years ago, and that has revolutionized the financial sector. And we aim to do the same thing in the health sector through this National Digital Health Mission, where we're going to be providing this infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is going to be revolutionizing the health sector in terms of improving transparency, quality of care, and accessibility. Now, coming to your second question, whether COVID had anything to do with this. While it was announced during the COVID, this was already in the plans, and if anything, probably we are already late in terms of starting the implementation. So while it is going to be helping situations like COVID in future, the announcement of this mission has nothing to do with the COVID per se.
Got it. Great. No, and thank you, Dr. Bhushan, for that, because as my research group Caring, we've got access to the NDHM sandbox, and it's very heartening to see, as you mentioned, that one of the first things that is built in is the consent management piece.
Yeah.
So which is very very pertinent, and it's great that it's being thought of course, at the very beginning. Next, maybe Mr. Kieran Murphy, if I can just come to you. You're responsible for hundreds of thousands of medical devices across the world. I don't know how you sleep peacefully, but well, how do you sleep peacefully? Like how during COVID times has your service team or has your outreach, how do you make sure that in a situation where people are unable to physically go and cater to these equipments, how has GE had to reinvent itself during these times, right? And how does it play into the digital health context at large?
Thank you. First of all, it's a huge honor for me to be here in this august company. I'm really happy to be part of this panel. So Vidur and everybody else, thank you, Dr. Reddy as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The first answer to your question, of course, is in the early days of COVID, I didn't actually sleep much at all. And we have 50,000 people across the world. And the first thought, of course, especially as it started to spread from China, was how do we keep people safe? And we have 9,000 service engineers whose job it is to go to hospitals day in, day out, installing equipment, keeping equipment running. And the challenge of understanding that people in that situation are actually putting themselves in harm's way does not sit easily, frankly, when you're in a job like this, because you feel like you're putting people at risk. What was extraordinary and probably one of the most motivating things I've ever happened in my life was to see the response of people in the business who never once ever said, I don't want to take the risk of going to work. And it was just extraordinary. If you also think about the way the disease evolved, starting in China, the other thing that had to happen was we had to mobilize the resources of the world to ensure that China got what it needed, and that's what happened. We we just diverted everything we possibly could into China. And as soon as the disease went to Europe, all eyes were on Europe and then onto the US, of course. As you may well imagine, I would say I'd pick out two things that happened. One is, the first is panic. And if you think about the panic at the time, people screaming for ventilators in particular, which is now interesting looking back in terms of utilization and so on. But that was an enormous challenge for all of us. Governments around the world tried to set up extra capacity for ventilation equipment. But here's the challenge. Every single one of those pieces of equipment requires certain components like sensors. And there is guess what? There are a limited number of suppliers of sensors. And so, immediately one ran into the crunch of trying to get sufficient number of components in the right place at the right time. Going on and on, of course, then as passenger aircraft didn't fly, logistics became a massive problem. So we got ourselves into a problem of having to charter aircraft to fly equipment and components around the world to get it where it was needed. And so all I would say is it was a very scary time, because we all we knew at the time was we were spending a lot of money to make all of these things happen, with obviously a very uncertain future. But what I'm most encouraged about, and I'll finish here, is what I'm most encouraged about was there wasn't a single company that I called around the world and fellow CEOs, when you said, I need some help, every single person wanted to help. And it's well known, we did a big collaboration with Ford to supply ventilators in the USA, which was a fantastic success. And the speed at which people moved, the speed at which some of the component suppliers moved, was really a pretty heartening and extraordinary thing to witness. So thank you.
Oh, great. No, thank you. That's actually very heartening to hear. And I'm sure as we dig deeper, several examples will emerge of organizations that may not have collaborated otherwise, coming together to in one way or another help patients eventually. I'll switch to Dr. Sangeeta Reddy very quickly, ma'am. Just taking that thought forward and lending an India angle to it. Like, you run one of the biggest telemedicine services in India. Like, how have you seen that evolve, right, over the last 6 to 8 months? What are some of the challenges? And I'm sure you'll have many stories, but if you could give us a slight glimpse of the last 6-8 months as far as telemedicine goes, it would be great.
So thank you, Vidur. And first, let me say I'm delighted to be among such eminent panelists and on a subject which is very close to my heart, which is the ability of technology and digital to transform healthcare and accelerate the access of healthcare to those who need it most. COVID is clearly unprecedented. It brought together, some of the most powerful, most innovative thought processes across the world. And at Apollo, what we first saying that, hopefully this is going to go away, let's just take care of our patients and stay out of it. I think in a week we realized this is not it. This is big. So we ideated on a 360-degree holistic approach to COVID. So we started and we called it Kavach actually, which is a protective shield. We wanted to put a protective shield around our people. So the first layer of it was that we accelerated our mobile app called Apollo 24/7. Within 7 days of the lockdown, we actually launched our COVID risk score, which allowed people to quickly answer, 7 questions. This was AI enabled. and then say, you're high risk. If they said we're a healthcare worker or we travel by bus, so things like that. So it was high risk, and then it was advisory. So we helped them triage or think through what they needed to do to stay safe. 13.5 million people downloaded that app. We also,
Sorry, 13.5 million?
13.5 million people used the COVID risk score. We then looked at how do we triage. So our telephone systems, everybody was repurposed. Those who were working from home were also connected into the call lines because everybody was asking, what do we do? Where do we go? So nearest facility, is it a fever clinic? We started a new concept, stay isolated, stay I in a hotel or stay I at home. And then of course, the hospital was the last defense. So each one of these, we triaged patients across them, and we really super activated our teleconsult. So before, we used to do approximately 400 to 500 teleconsults a day. This went up to a maximum of about almost 4,000 teleconsults in this ecosystem. We separately do work for the government. We do tele-ICU. We do primary healthcare centers, teleconsult. I'm not counting those, but this coverage response platform, so literally grew by 5 to 7 times in terms of the routine teleconsults. And so I think, having this is a very important tool. But I also want to say one more thing, that telemedicine is not just teleconsult. It's an integrated platform that you can use. And that's why I want to explain for a minute what we did in Stay I. Knowing that we were going to be short of bed, short of infrastructure, and that many Indian homes don't have the capacity to isolate safely. 5, 7 people living in a house, sharing a bathroom. So we contacted cost-effective hotel chains, OYO, Lemon Tree, etc., put a telemedicine overlay onto them, and then created this as a methodology for people to stay isolated yet be protected. And each facility had one nurse or doctor who would visit, do their oxygen saturation, do some routine screening in one round, and then leave. And then we stayed in touch via telemedicine. So the models that you can use, the way you can bring in medical devices, the backend that you can use for AI, the chatbots that you can put. So all these are getting seamlessly merged. Before, just a video talk like this was telemedicine. You talk to your doctor, it's telemedicine. Then we put scheduler, then you put EMR. Now you're putting devices. Then you're putting chatbot, then you're putting, further AI into this. This platform is evolving and emerging. And I think the day that physical medicine and telemedicine are seamlessly integrated is the day that we've won the telemedicine game. Because it should just, happen as a part of the whole ecosystem, and it's growing. And I really thank all the doctors for their great adoption, all the nurses and all the technologists for multiple sleepless nights responding to the needs of healthcare.
That's very, very heartening, ma'am. I guess, one could summarize that by saying that instead of a technology-centric view, one should have a patient-centric view, right?
Absolutely.
Because only then will the whole system come together.
Yeah, when you're responding to need, then the perfect solutions emerge. Correct. So you don't build in isolation, you build to serve a purpose.
Correct. I'll quickly pull in Dr. Indu Bhushan back into this, just out of curiosity. We you deal with the Prime Minister's office, very frequently on matters of digital health. Is there similar excitement there? What do you talk about? Like, how does that go?
Well, the excitement is actually stemming from our South Block, from Prime Minister himself in his office. And as you know that in his speech from the Red Fort on 15th of August, Independence Day, National Digital Health Mission was one of the major announcements that he did, and presented this to the whole country. And he spent about 5 minutes, close to 5 minutes on this mission, about how this mission is going to be changing people's lives. And the office himself, he himself has been following up since then, keeping us honest and keeping us on our toes in terms of implementation. And so this implementation, of course, has started on a pilot basis. We are following the maxim of start small, think big, and scale fast. And hopefully in 6 months' time, you'll start to see impact on larger ecosystem. So yes, a lot of excitement, lot of support, and lot of guidance coming out of Prime Minister himself.
Great, great. No, and Mr. Bart Jensen, I'll bring you on at this point. You know, your team has been closely involved on multiple fronts during this, battle on COVID. But I think more in one of the very interesting things they've done is, participated in the building of the Swasth app. So, Mr. Janssens, I'd love to hear, the story behind that. How did that come to fruition during COVID? It's personally, I think it's one of the most ambitious digital health projects, that has actually come to the fore. So it would be great if you could, share some insight on that, Mr. Janssens.
Thank you, Fedor. And first of all, let me say I'm honored to be part of an esteemed group of speakers like this today on a topic that is obviously very close to all of our hearts and very important. For those of you who may not have heard of Swasth or the Swasth app, let me perhaps elaborate a bit on what the group does and what it has achieved so far. What's interesting is this is like Mr. Murphy was mentioning. This is another instance where a large group of companies and organizations has come together that otherwise would probably not, in other normal times would not have collaborated. It's a group of, I think now close to 100, different organizations and companies. There's health tech companies, there's provider chains, there are insurance companies part of it, technology infrastructure providers, and so on. And the mission that they started with early April, when COVID really hit India, was twofold. There was a short-term part to this, which I think is the most visible part, and that was really about helping to respond to the COVID crisis by rapidly developing and deploying a free COVID care solution to any person living in India who wants to get a quick and reliable access to care. So some of the features of that are quite similar to what Mrs. Reddy had articulated. What Apollo has done. I think the difference was this has been built from scratch by a group of largely volunteers, hundreds of volunteers, in just a matter of weeks. And I'll elaborate a little bit more on what some of the features are. I think the second part of the mission of this group is actually less visible, but equally important, potentially even more important in the long term, and that is to help accelerate the adoption of the Bharat Health Stack, or you could also call it the National Digital Health Mission, which essentially means contributing to building public healthcare, digital healthcare infrastructure. Think of things like automated claims platforms, registries, personal health records that can be used by anybody in the healthcare ecosystem, free of cost, and also building some standards around which the sector will start converging and following guidelines and and rules and so on. For example, what is allowed and not allowed when one practices telemedicine, for example. These rules, at the beginning of the COVID crisis were actually not really, clearly articulated. As I mentioned, the most visible part of the Swasth organization has been the shorter term agenda, which is around providing COVID care solutions. We were, very fortunate to work with an incredibly talented and motivated team of volunteers. Within a few weeks of launching the initiative, Swasth launched what is called a Swasth COVID app. I think I don't know how many downloads we have, but I'll share a few other stats. Essentially, it provides intelligent triage, some risk stratification, and then a free telemedicine consult for medium risk and high risk patients. There's of course a linkage to e-prescription and referral options to nearby labs and hospitals. After that, there was also a home quarantining solution that was launched, which typically got activated more in collaboration with state governments and local city bodies. And then recently, there's a digital mental health application that was launched as well. I think in the last couple of months, we've had some 250,000 triages, some 30,000 teleconsults that have happened. I think at this point there's about 20,000 home care patients or home quarantining patients that are being serviced, and these numbers, unfortunately, have been going up, by the day. Coming to the second part of your question, how did COVID actually impact the creation of all of this? In my personal belief, actually, I think if it weren't for the crisis, I don't think this would have happened, because it's a bit of an unlikely collaboration across the boundaries of individual companies and even different sectors. And I think to some extent it's heartwarming that a crisis can really bring out the best out of people, rallying together to a greater cause. I think today we now have it's set up as a self-regulating organization. So it's essentially a formal organization. There's a CEO in place. There's a permanent structure in place, and there is an ambitious strategy and roadmap in place. Not to just work on COVID solutions, but now really to shift gears and really think about how can we support the adoption of the National Digital Health Mission, and really help contributing to making that a reality for India in the in the medium term.
No, got it. Great. No, thank you, Mr. Janssens. And as a member of one of the SWAST committees, it is truly heartening to see where it's come, and also the the democratic kind of approach that it has, wherein anyone who is building any app can essentially integrate into the SWAST app. Although I know there's a long waiting list now, which is actually a good thing. So with that, I think. Dr. Bhushan, you'd like to say something? Sorry. Or you're on mute, sir.
Well, I didn't raise my hand, but if you're putting me on the spot, say I can say something about following up from where Bart left. Actually, we've been collaborating with SWAST, and we hope to make this SWAST telemedicine app as a reference app for NDHM. And you would actually ask the question about COVID, how COVID actually has impacted digital health. And there's a famous quote of Churchill which says that never let a good crisis go to waste. And of course, this crisis, this tragedy has been really immense, affecting so many people. But it also has done, I think, spurred some reforms. And digital health is one of them, because this crisis suddenly, all of a sudden, showed the fault lines in the health sector. We've been saying for a long time that India is investing too little on health, and one of the lowest in the world. And so this crisis has shown that, magnified that impact, and shown that we need to do much more. We need to invest much more in both primary care, secondary care, and also critical care, because that's where we found the gaps. We also saw that there is a need for supporting both poor and non-poor, because both have actually suffered in this crisis. And there has been also a realization that we need to do more on digital health and ensuring that people have options of selecting a doctor, doing consultations without going to doctor, getting medications without going to a pharmacy, and this concept of e-pharmacy, e-prescription, telemedicine and the importance of these in healthcare actually has been raised, as was mentioned, that if it was not for the crisis, probably the regulations which govern telemedicine wouldn't have come so fast. All these players wouldn't have come together so fast, and maybe the government would have also not created this platform eSanjeevani, which is also providing millions of treatments. So I think crisis in that sense, I shouldn't say it, it's ironic, good for the health sector in the terms of emphasizing the importance of the sector and bringing in and accelerating many of the reforms which have been, which are overdue.
Got it. Got it.
Thank you.
I'll just switch gears and Dr. Hersov, one question for you. So you are effectively, so Elsevier, we look at Elsevier as, say, the curator of information, right? And I think more recently, I actually looked it up, and now Elsevier is described as an information and analytics company. I'd love to hear about that transition. I'm sure everyone would love to hear about it. And also, if you could touch upon just, taking this whole COVID thing one step further. It said that during the COVID times, initially everyone became a virologist. Then as the disease spread, people started becoming epidemiologists. And now, as at least in New Delhi, I know of at least 5,000 pulmonologists and maybe 10,000 critical care specialists. So as somebody who is the curator of information, how do you see this this trend? Like, how do you think the world should look at this this thing, and like Googleization of everything? I'd love your thoughts on that, and I'm sure the audience would as well.
Thank you very much, Vidur. Good morning, everyone. And I'm also very, very honored to be part of this great panel, and really happy to be able to speak to you all about these very important questions. So I would like to tackle the question in two steps. So one is, when I look at what Mr. Kieran Murphy said, we had a very similar experience as an as an organization when COVID happened. Firstly, of course, safety of our teams, our customers was highest priority. Also, a lot of our team members going to hospitals to install clinical decision support tools, for example. So it was really, that was our number one priority. But the second one was, and that's really key to this discussion, is how we can ensure that research continues, that treatment continues, and that medical education continues during these times. So the team has pulled together very, very quickly a very large resource center around COVID, and created that access to everybody for free. What we did, we put all our data that we had related to COVID-19, the entire corpus of information, and made it accessible. We linked our platforms, our analytic platforms, and provided access to actually 10,000 of COVID-19 researchers to ensure that they can and continue to do research on these without any interruptions. Similarly, when we look at education here, the most important one was to really provide medical schools, nursing schools across the globe with access to electronic platforms. So at its peak, actually, we provided more than 1,000 medical schools and many more nursing schools across the globe with access to all of our resources. And here we saw also a lot of peak. Just to give you examples, so some of our platforms, the usage actually increased by 65 times. So you can imagine from a back-end system, you needed to ensure that these systems are indeed live and there's no disruption to the teaching. But also, for example, in the United States, where a lot of remote exams are, for example, happening, we needed to ensure that all of the platforms had remote proctoring capabilities to ensure that this was all, that people were able to continue with their exams. And then from a treatment perspective, Mr. Murphy mentioned the ventilators. So one of the key things that was pretty apparent at the very beginning was that a lot of healthcare professions that were pulled in were not able to use, for example, these ventilators. So, or for example, final year medical students in the end, it was one of the first times that they saw them. So we need to ensure that this information, in some cases, even traditional books, like one example was in Italy, where we actually managed to get, when the outbreak was there, to get the books to the students to actually be able to understand how they operate them. So all of that was really, really important. When I look at then, when I take a step back and look at this journey towards more an information analytics company, so it really starts with the 30 million researchers and healthcare professionals we support. And the most important thing for them is how we can support them with their decision making. Yeah? And that's really where it comes, where we believe we can help, and we've done it in the case of COVID, but also in many other occasions. It's really about the power is really about linking these content, high quality content resources like Lancet, Cell, and others to and the guidelines, and embed them into technology. Yeah, and for example, we are also a knowledge partner of the SWAT app, and provide here direct links to our healthcare hub that we created, where we host all the guidelines, for example, in relation to COVID, and other patient education material, mental health material for the clinicians. So this is really important, this link of the high quality content with these technology resources. And over the years, we have built up a lot of technology capabilities, be it big data scientists, be it 3D animators and augmented reality specialists, to be able to provide then this kind of information, be it in text form, be it in a visualized form, to the clinicians at the point of care. I mean, one very concrete example is, in fact, that has just moved yesterday into the next step or phase, is we're currently running a NITI-approved primary screening pilot in the district of Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh. And here, frontline workers, ASHA workers are, for example, using this content on a mobile application to provide maternal health and child health, primary health screening and advice, and also create referrals to specialists. So these are some of the examples where the content linked to the technology can then provide and really change and improve healthcare.
That's really great to hear, because I think everyone is alluding to this similar concept of integration, right? Whether it's integration of care, integration of knowledge, integration of technology, it's really heartening to see this common theme emerging from our conversations. I think Dr. Reddy, you had something to say.
No, Vidur, please continue.
Okay,
That's
great.
fine.
Before we head into the conversation I had with Dr. Scott Atlas, maybe Mr. Murphy, I'd just like to pull you in, and you've heard now, about the India, what's happening in India during COVID. You look at the entire world. You've heard from Jan about Dr. Herzog about what Elsevier is doing. Like, can you share some examples of countries where you think that have done phenomenally well using digital health systems to tackle the COVID pandemic, small or big, in whatever way?
Thank you. I guess I'd start by saying necessity is really the mother of invention. Correct. And so one of the things that really happened in the crisis was that people look to do things quickly and creatively. We had some good examples, and so for the state of Oregon asked us at one point whether we could help them to direct traffic or direct patients to appropriate capacity. And so for the whole state of Oregon, literally within a matter of couple of weeks, we set up a system which we call Command Center, which we normally use for hospitals. But in this situation, we set it up for the state so that a patient who was in the hospital would be directed to a hospital where there was a room available or a ventilator available if that's what was required. And, you know, it was highly effective because it had a big impact on outcomes. That was one, I think, that was extraordinary. We're doing the same thing now. Of course, now that we know we can do that, we're doing it for a whole lot of other applications. We're now doing it in the state of Florida. And I think this will become more common so that we can improve the productivity of systems and the speed at which patients get into the appropriate medical center at the appropriate time. The second comment I'd make overall is remote everything became kind of more important because, of course, the contact between and being patient-centric, of course, became extremely important. Somebody else mentioned that just now. But the protection of healthcare workers is also a big topic here. And so we did, you know, across the world, and our team in India and Bangalore helped with this, develop software which allowed us to monitor several rooms at once. So usually in monitoring systems, these things tend to be, you know, within a room or beside a bed, as you well know. To be able to do that centrally at nursing stations and monitor several rooms and a lot of patients at once remotely becomes a huge benefit. So we developed a system with, you know, which we then put in the cloud with collaboration with Microsoft called Mural, which really helped us to implement that monitoring system. But also very simply then, we developed a system which allowed us to control or to, with CT equipment, be able to scan patients and operate the machine remotely. Could go in and out of a room and in and out of the scanner without you know, a technician having to interact with the patient. All of these things, you know, just kind of they're important developments that will have long-lasting impact. But we managed to get this done with health systems quite quickly, and you know, again, it's extraordinary the creativity that emerged during the crisis. So I think they're the best examples. But you know, I just want to pay tribute to what goes on in India here, because what we've held, you know, if I look at the scale of you know, what you're trying to do with Ayushman Bharat, what got mentioned by Dr. Reddy on getting 13.5 million people on an application, and that nobody else, no other country really moves at that speed. And so I'd also encourage you not to look too much beyond your own borders, because I mean, these are extraordinary achievements by a country like India.
Very, very heartening to hear that. And in fact, yeah, 13.5 million is 1% of India. So it's a huge number. So I'll now, you know, if I can request the FICCI team to please play the video of the conversation with Dr. Scott Atlas. You know, he was scheduled to be here. For people who've maybe tuned in a little bit late, he couldn't join because he had an urgent meeting come up. But I did manage to catch him earlier in the day today and get his thoughts on this subject. So Team FICCI, if you can do your thing. Hi, everyone. We have Professor Scott Atlas with us today, sharing his thoughts on digital health. At the outset, you know, just brief introduction about him. Dr. Scott Atlas is the special advisor to the President of the United States on COVID-19. He's also a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force and the Robert Wiesen Senior Fellow in Public Policy at the Hoover Institution at the prestigious Stanford University, where he's been for many, many years. He investigates the impact of government and private sector on access, quality, and pricing in healthcare, global trends in healthcare innovation, and key economic issues related to the future of technology-based medical advances. He served as a senior advisor for healthcare to a number of candidates for the President of the United States, as well as having counseled members of the US Congress on healthcare, testified before Congress, and briefed directors of key agencies in the federal government. Dr. Atlas is also the editor of the leading textbook in the field of MRI. The book is called Magnetic Resonance Imaging of the Brain and Spine, now in its 5th edition, previously translated from English into Mandarin, Spanish, and even Portuguese. He's been an editor, associate editor, and member of the editorial and scientific boards of innumerable journals, as well as national and international scientific societies during the past 3 decades, and has written more than 120 scientific publications in leading journals. As professor and chief of neuroradiology at Stanford University from 1998 until 2012, and during his prior academic positions, Dr. Atlas has trained more than 100 neuroradiology fellows, many of whom are now leaders in the field throughout the world. Dr. Atlas received a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and an MD from the University of Chicago School of Medicine. Thank you so much, Dr. Atlas, for joining us today. It's indeed an honor for us. Thank you for accepting this invite. At the outset, since we're talking about digital health during COVID times and post-COVID times, could you give us, a brief insight on how the US has used digital health, effectively during the pandemic? Some examples would be great.
Sure. Thank you for having me, and really appreciate that long introduction. This has sort of been one of the positives that has come out of this very, very tragic period of time, the pandemic. And that is that out of necessity and sort of the need for mobilizing resources and mobilizing medical care and making care available, when people were either forced to not come into medical centers because of sort of a lockdown of medical care, or simply were afraid, because the fear is a big part of this whole time period. It became obvious that people were that one way around some of this was to have a more robust use of distance medicine, telemedicine. And I think this has been a positive, obviously, because, sometimes we don't do things until we need to do them out of necessity. And then when we do them, we think, hey, why didn't we do this beforehand? And so there's been an explosion of telemedicine in the United States, and that is mainly for diagnostic purposes. It used to be sort of the domain of radiology was the main use of telemedicine. And I think, as we all know this, that because the data is digital, and that's sort of been the way that the radiology is practiced. Even when you're in a hospital, you're reading from a distance from other hospitals sometimes. And that has changed the face of diagnostic imaging. But in terms of what's happened now, it was clear that people were missing very important diagnostic care. And they did, even with telemedicine. But some of the rules that restricted it unnecessarily were relaxed because of the need to facilitate it in the US. So for instance, health insurance payments for telemedicine, whether it's government insurance or not, were facilitated, were broadened so that people would get paid to do something like that. Oh, and I think there's been a much broader acceptance by patients, because patients that maybe thought it wasn't so great to have to use telemedicine, now they were delighted to be able to use it and avoid going in for medical care. So, out of necessity comes invention, sometimes, I guess is the saying. And this will be something that is continued forward. I'm 100% certain. I think that It's been better for rural areas in the United States to use telemedicine. There are restrictions in payments, and I don't think many people understand the U.S. medical care system, but suffice it to say that there's a lot of government insurance in the United States, and healthcare is probably the most regulated sector of all sectors in the U.S. economy, for a variety of levels, both local, federal, state. There's all kinds of restrictions and regulations, and a lot of the reforms that are better for patients involve deregulation, and this is one of those areas.
So, but do you think, Dr. Atlas, was the US able to scale up, if I may, the digitization effort in an appropriate time frame? What were drivers of that?
I think some of that was done. There's no question, but a lot of it involved eliminating the restrictions of using telemedicine, and because of that, that's what happens in a free market, or it's not a free market healthcare system really, but in an economy where innovation is facilitated, what happens is that products are developed to meet the need of a consumer, of a payer, of somebody who wants to buy something. And so what happened was the amount of startup companies and the kind of maturation of startup companies in the telemedicine space was accelerated. So it's a lot more of it for looking at patients, for talking to doctors from a distance. I think a lot of that has been facilitated, and that's grown significantly, just like it has in a way with other parts of the economy. I mean, we've seen companies like Amazon and delivery to home for products. All this stuff that could have been done before was made. People wanted it now, and so that's what drives. The demand drove the supply here.
Got it. And I'm sure everyone's curious to hear, right? Since you're privy to conversations in the White House and you drive some of those conversations, does digital health come up in your conversations there?
Oh, sure. I mean, there's all kinds of, the U.S. is, India is very complicated. There's all kinds of regulations, and these things have to be addressed, and people have to understand how they're used. So when there are discussions, it's valuable to actually have had some experience with the medical care delivery system. It's not just about economics. It's not.
So there is a sense of excitement around, digitization, or is it more a means to an end?
Well, I think it will end up being my concept of what will happen is that the realization that it is more useful than what was thought is there, and that will drive a more creative use of distance medicine, and it will end up benefiting society greatly, because there are areas of the country, just like in India, that are not near medical centers or not conveniently located, and things can be done much cheaper, much faster. It won't, it's not going to replace medicine, but it is definitely changed the face of medical care delivery, diagnostic, and probably therapeutic too.
Great. And do you think, Dr. Atlas, that this adoption of digital health, do you think it's going to be around forever now, or because human beings do have this tendency of reverting to the mean, if I may.
That's true, but I think that there are more and more creative uses. There's going to be, with 5G phones, with all kinds of, faster and, people are going to have more access to high bandwidth information. And I think it's just part of the evolution of technology that in this case was accelerated by a need that came on sort of suddenly.
Got it. So you think it is going to be around forever, and it's not just once the COVID time ends, we will see telemedicine proliferate.
Well, what's happened in the U.S. is sort of another way to address it, is that because of the lockdown, and now we see that a lot of, not all, but a lot of medical care has come back. But the medical care that has come back, we're talking about things that were, hospital-based care, but as well as the things that we do for, ambulatory care, therapy, and physical therapy, these things. that stuff, of course, is coming back. You know, you need chemotherapy. You don't get that digitally. But the diagnostic side, I think there's a lot of interest. First of all, there's still a lot of fear. There's a tremendous amount of fear in society, even still, about going into medical facilities, although you know, some of it's gone away. But we're still grappling with things. There's still there's a lot of problems still, and much of which is fear, but there are still other things. And so I think that the telemedicine usage will be significant now, more than before. That's for sure.
No, that's supremely encouraging, because you know, one of the things that has happened over the past couple of months in India is this national digital health mission. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but it was launched by our Prime Minister you know, on 15th of August, which happens to be our Independence Day, where essentially every citizen of India is going to be issued a unique health identifier. And you know, all the data is going to be, you know, with patient consent built in, going to be stored in a central repository. There'll be, you know, data exchanges. There's a whole, in fact, Dr. Indu Bhushan, who's also on this panel, you know, will brief us all about it. But so what I'm gathering is that it is indeed exciting, and you know, telemedicine, telehealthcare, and just healthcare digitization is here to stay.
Absolutely,
right.
yeah.
Got it. And
although I would add, though, if I may,
yes,
there are a lot of concerns in the U.S. I think it's true everywhere, but I think it's particularly in the U.S. about privacy.
Yes,
and the idea that all of the information will be stored in, like you said, you know, a computerized system. That's going to be difficult for people in the United States. I'm making just an opinion here. This is not, I've not studied this. I'm just saying that my opinion is that people in the US, culturally or whatever, are very, very concerned with privacy, particularly of medical care information. And that is a limit that is going to be there for a while.
You're absolutely right, and those are precisely the discussions that are happening here as well. I would love your thoughts on, Dr. Atlas, the fact that, you know, many young doctors, engineers, you know, graduates, biologists are wanting to build careers in the field of digital health and healthcare IT. What would be your advice to them, you know, both in terms of short term and long term? What should they be focusing on?
Well, you know, I think certainly India is one of these places I view as superb in certain areas. You know, you guys have there's a spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship there that is big, and it could be much bigger. There just isn't as much of an infrastructure and experience in how to do it compared to, say, where I live in Silicon Valley, where I normally live. But there's nowhere like that in the U.S. either. So, except for there. So, you know, I think you have to, I think obviously education is really critical here. And, you know, understanding in a sense where things are going by some experience, rather than sort of not having any knowledge of where to go once you have the tools to do things. And part of that comes from trying to get educated in a hands-on way with either the industry itself, but maybe even more so, maybe spending some time at some of these early stage investment firms, venture capital firms, and seeing what they're even looking at, because that's where you see what's coming. It's not by working in a company and like working you need experience, but then if you really want to see what the future is, you sort of see what people are working on. There's a lot of ways to go about it, but I think that's very valuable. Part of it, of course, is there's an educational process that's critical, but given that that's obvious, I think one way to do it is to look at sort of private sector, very early stage, try to get some exposure to that. I would recommend that, definitely.
And do you think, you know, that folks wanting to build careers in this field, can they leverage on COVID in any way? Like, you know, given the fact that there's a lot of, interest, as we just discussed, in the short term, like, could they, what would be your advice that they can just, follow?
Well, there's a lot of things that are digital besides the obvious. I would start with saying that. In other words, okay, I'm talking about, diagnostic communication with patients or whatever, and all the radiology studies and all kinds of laboratory studies. But there are a lot of things being done, for instance, on a national level to develop a stockpile.
Yeah.
Okay, and that a lot of stockpile information processing and mobilization of resources. There's all kinds of, India has its own complexity. As we all know, the United States has its complexity. The United States has these individual states that have their own management of their healthcare resources, and there's also a federal role for that. So it's very complicated. The systems and for that are maturing now out of necessity. I think COVID taught us something else, which is that the data if you want to make decisions on what to do in the pandemic based on trends, you have to know the trends are accurate. And some of the trends that we have found out were not accurate were deaths per day, hospitalizations per day, cases per day, because a lot of the data comes in. It comes in and it's not really the date of the death is not the same as the date the death is reported.
Yes.
And then, just as an example, if you're looking at a region, so there still are all kinds of problems with the data itself. And so that's another side of IT.
Yes.
And then I would say, so that's an opportunity to figure out, data is very simple unless you look at it closely. And then you realize how flawed the data is. And we're still grappling with that here, as I'm sure you are. The other part of it has been I'll give you an example, is the vaccine development and vaccines that are being worked on. The first few are 2-dose vaccines. And so what does that mean? Well, that means in terms of beyond the simple, mobilization of resources with the vaccines, the delivery, the retail outlets, the clinics where these things are administered, there's all kinds of complexity with data management. But if you think about how important the healthcare IT is for 2-dose vaccines, because you get somebody who comes in, let's just say there's 2 vaccines.
Yes.
And they both are 2-dose, or there's a 2-dose and a single-dose vaccine, because many of these are being developed right now in phase 3 clinical trials. How are we going to keep track on an individual patient who had which dose of which one first? Because the second dose is 3 weeks later. I don't think patients are going to be familiar exactly there's got to be very, very accurate computerized systems for this stuff. There's just a lot of things that come up when you depend on the data, and that you realize, hey, wait a second, our data system is not very good. And so all this, there's an immediate, I think, a lot of jobs in this sort of area right now, and a lot of need for people who are good at this. I don't know how India will be able to do very swiftly a vaccine implementation. It's a complicated country.
Absolutely right.
This is not trivial to go into, Mumbai, and it's going to be very challenging. So, and a lot of the stuff depends on very good IT. And so it's not just, okay, we look at a patient over a Zoom call. There's a lot more complicated things, but I think the data management, the hospitalization, the resources, the vaccine itself is another issue. And so I think there's so many issues that came up during this.
Yeah. So from what I hear, it's essentially, besides the clinical element of digital health, there's like a full, we can call it logistics, for lack of another word.
That's the exact right word. That's the correct word.
Got it. No, great. Thank you, Dr. Atlas, for your time, for your thoughts. I'm sure there'll be many people who are seeing this who will reach out to you one way or another. And,
okay, great.
I thank
happy
you.
To have been here. I'm happy to have participated.
Yeah,
thank you very much for having
me. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Great. That was Professor Scott Atlas, the special advisor to President Trump on COVID-19, and also one of the foremost voices in Public Policy from Stanford. Moving on, we have the results from the audience poll, and I thought we can spend a few minutes going through that.
Vidur, can I do a one line on
of course,
the vaccine? So
please,
it was
yes.
fantastic listening to Dr. Scott Atlas, but I do want to say that, and I'm sure Dr. Indubhushan will bear me out on this one, I think India is clearly ramping up for the vaccination challenge. It's not just production, and we will produce for India and the world. And here I'm not talking about Apollo, I'm talking about the whole industry and the sector and the government together. There are detailed plans happening out of Niti Aayog, I know, on what's the cold chain, how will the distribution be. People are planning ramp ups. I just want to state one thing to the world actually, that one of the critical aspects about giving the vaccine is human resources. And
Yes.
India has the human resources to help do that. So right now, I think the NHS is looking to acquire nurses and pharmacists from India to help them in this challenge. So I just want to say to everyone that this is a tremendous opportunity for India to once again showcase its capability. We have the databases. This country goes to elections and not a single person is left out. We have the Aadhaar cards, so we have the ability to track. We have the base infrastructure of the primary healthcare centers and the public health system. And now the apps have come together. I would invite or request Dr. Indubhushan to please invite all of us for an ideation session in the rollout of vaccination, because multiple plans are coming together on this. And I think India can do something really tremendous. I didn't want to miss that opportunity. Please go ahead. Thank you, Vidya.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Reddy. Such kind of statements give goosebumps, and it's one of the things that having been a medical intern and then given polio drops and other vaccinations, I do firsthand understand the scale at which we can operate, in a blink of an eye. So I will take the liberty though of moving on because I wanted to dive into this one subject, and the polls have directed us beautifully. So one of the questions I had was, do you think COVID-19 has given a push to the adoption of digital health solutions? Almost a rhetorical question, and the poll results demonstrate that 92% of our audience feel that yes, indeed, COVID-19 has given a push. And then the next question was, do you think adoption of digital health solutions is a permanent phenomena in the post-COVID world? We'll go deeper into this. The audience, 65% of the audience feels that it is indeed a permanent phenomena, and we'll discuss this in due course. The one metric or number that is very interesting is the answer to the question, do you think reluctance by healthcare providers to adopt digital software is an obstacle for the adoption of digital health solutions? Right. So essentially, is it the hospitals? Is it the doctors? Is it the nurses? Is it a reluctance? And one can define reluctance in many ways, but is there reluctance? And 73% of our audience actually believes that that's the case. At this point, I'll bring in Dr. Indubhushan. As you're trying to roll out what might just be the world's biggest digital health initiative, how do you ensure that this, so-called reluctance is adjusted for and taken care of?
Vidur, this reluctance is actually a real thing. It's not just perceived or imaginary, because in our discussions with both providers and facilities, this issue has come up that doctors prefer to write their prescriptions. They don't want to punch in numbers or text. But this is here, two things will happen. One, it gives us a challenge that how do we make it easier for doctors? Now with voice recognition, with the AI tools coming up, with many other technology that can help doctors to do it easier than writing, that will help. That if we can work on technology which can aid in digitizing records without taking away time from doctors or other players in the ecosystem will help. And I'm sure someone said that necessity is the mother of invention. And once there is a push for digitizing all the records, I think these apps and these applications and other aids will come. Second is that it's also like a herd effect. Once 60 to 70% doctors start to do it, others don't have an option. And as you may have seen that many people don't want to use a cell phone. They didn't want to use cell phone. They didn't want to use smartphone. They didn't want to use WhatsApp. But now slowly, once other 60%, 70% are using it, you don't have a choice. That becomes a medium for communication, and otherwise you'll be left behind. So my sense is that once it is mandated or not mandated top down, but it becomes a industry practice, most of the doctors will, or most of the practitioners will come and start doing it. So I think it's a question of time. It's not a question of if, but when this happens. And probably this mission and whatever is happening right now is going to accelerate that process.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhushan. Mr. Kiran Murphy, is this a global phenomenon? Like, you study countries in the hundreds, I believe. So do you see this so-called reluctance across the board? And what are some things that Indian people can learn from your experience?
So I just make a couple of points, Vidur. First of all, we shouldn't forget the privacy point that Dr. Atlas mentioned, because I think there is a concern across different cultures, on privacy. And one of the ways around that, I think, is to sometimes, we just have to be really pragmatic about the human factors around all of this. An awful lot of things can be done on a medical device. The data doesn't have to be sent to the cloud. Now, sometimes it's useful, as I think it was Dr. Reddy pointed out earlier, on just integrating data sets. Some data should be aggregated and integrated, so that you get that effect over time. But we can also do things very simply on device. I think that AI can be deployed very simply to give clinical decision support, which can overcome some of those fears. The second thing is, I guess, too often, if I think of where failures occur, it's when it's driven by the technology and it's driven by a CIO, instead of really focusing, as we said before, on a clinician or a patient. And so when we think about workflow in particular, and improving the life of a clinician or the life of a patient by a simple change in workflow, I think that can make a big difference. And so architecture has a big part to play there. But also, I think it's where collaborations in the ecosystem can really help, and thinking about the different players coming together to ensure that we come up with a great solution. And if I think about the work we do in India, we have 2,000 people working in Bangalore who deploy things right across the world. You need to have a networking effect of people working in Bangalore, working in California, working in Chicago in our case, so that we actually can somehow deal with these different dynamics of the human factors and cultural factors, so that you somehow come up with the right blend. But I don't want to lose the point of workflow is hugely important to overcome barriers. An awful lot can be done on device and can be done very simply. It can't be overcomplicated.
Great. No, that's very very interesting. And in fact, Mr. Murphy, we've been working with the Edison team very closely, my team, in order to deploy some of our solutions across the world. And as you pointed out, it's not easy. In fact, the technology is maybe the easy part.
Right.
The use and the user experience are what turn out to be the more difficult. Mr.
We place,
Jansen, sorry.
we place huge value on the collaboration we have with Mahajan Imaging as
Please.
part of the Edison platform, by the way.
It's our honor. It's our honor, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Bart Jansen, just bringing you in at this point, as we're looking at digital health adoption, what can healthcare providers do in India, especially? What can they do maybe starting tomorrow, right, to prepare for this revolution, if they haven't already? Like, not everyone has the scale of an Apollo hospitals, and not everyone has, that level of insight and depth. So as a average, again, in a country of 1 billion is a very wishy-washy term, but as an average healthcare provider, what can I do to prepare for this digital revolution?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think let me perhaps first lay out our perspective that we had developed when we wrote a report together with FICCI on what we believe will change, and then let me come back to answer your question. I'll try to do that as succinctly as possible.
So, Mr. Jansen's quick background, if you could also give to our audience on what the report is, and I'm not sure if all of them know what it is about. So, if you could maybe give a few seconds on just describing what it is.
Yes. So in a 30-second line, together with FICCI, we developed a perspective on how digital can create a digital health ecosystem. We laid out what some of the changes are, what that would consist of. It's very much linked to what the National Digital Health Mission aims to achieve over the next couple of years. But really, we dived into what are some of the implications from different stakeholders in the healthcare system, right? What does it mean for patients? What does it mean for providers? What does it mean for health tech players, and so on? I'm sure the report can be downloaded from the FICCI website. I would suggest to people, do take a look. We really aim this to be sort of a reference piece of work, to understand how NDHM and open digital health systems can create value for different stakeholders in the coming years. Coming back to your question, what will all of this mean for for a healthcare provider? There are overall, I think this will be a positive impact for providers. There's three things we believe that will change. One is there will be new demand, for healthcare services that will be unlocked. First of all, what an open digital ecosystem actually allows to do is that it creates a digital identity for providers, and so it becomes much more easy for patients to what you would call discover doctors, healthcare service providers, and so on. And that allows them then essentially to be discoverable for patients without having to run physical OPDs in a constrained catchment area. I think the second part of that is because of the emergence of OPD insurance, which will get facilitated by low cost and automated claim settlement. There's a whole set of people that currently pay out of pocket for consultations that may actually get reimbursed for that, which of course would incentivize people to seek care earlier and more consistently, right? So all of that will contribute to new demand pools that will get unlocked. I think the second big element of the digitization of healthcare is that there is a lot of efficiency that will get created in the system. If you think today of the administrative burden on healthcare providers, just ensuring that they understand what the histories of patients, onboarding doctors through a set of, procedures and so on. All of this can get, electronically captured, and be seamless at the, at the fingertips of individuals. And I think lastly, because of, data being, a lot more pervasive and consistent, we'll have, we should actually be in a position to offer better care, because we have much more longitudinal data, across patient cohorts, and a better understanding of what kind of interventions actually work and don't work. Now, coming to your question, what does that mean for, for providers? How should they react to this? One, of course, is, it's obvious people need to digitize their business, and it's not just about technology, as several people on the panel spoke about earlier. It's also about how do people actually change their behavior in in this kind of new environment. The good thing about this is that there's a lot of public healthcare infrastructure that is being created and will get released over the next couple of months, that actually allow a lot of smaller healthcare chains not to have to develop any of this from scratch, but essentially plug and play different public healthcare solutions into their own business, with minimal extra development costs, right? So that's the beauty of technology, is that once you start disseminating it and making it open source, it's actually a great, it democratizes the access to to this new technology and to.
Could you give an example, Mr. Janssens, because that's very, very interesting.
Yeah. So for example, the notion of a patient health record, right? So this is a critical part. It comes back also to the point of data privacy and so on. So there is a every patient in the future will have their own digital personal health record available, where he or she has to give consent to anybody to use that data, be that a provider, insurance company, and so on. This personal health record, actually, the code for that and the applications are being developed by a set of organizations, and will be provided for free to any provider and any patient who can who wants to use it, with of course the required safeguards when it comes to privacy, data security, and so on. Actually, if you think about it, up until now, all of this was done by healthcare providers who had to invest in personal health records by adopting systems that are commercially available, but that are perhaps not as affordable for smaller healthcare providers to be able to deploy these kind of solutions.
Got it. No, great. And on the point of privacy keeps coming back again and again, and we've had a few questions directed to Dr. Indu Bhushan that have come in from the audience on this subject. Dr. Bhushan, essentially, could you elaborate on how security and privacy concerns are being addressed in NDHM? And what is the plan for the rural population, right, where maybe internet is limited or IT in itself is limited? If you could elaborate on these 2 points.
Both are excellent points. Actually, these are also something issues for concern. We spend a lot of time on both these issues. Like I was saying in my opening remarks, that we are following privacy and security by design as a principle. So in our entire architecture, we've ensured that we place privacy and security as a key feature of our infrastructure. And the way the data is to be collected, stored, used, and shared, we have very strict protocols of doing that. And as you had mentioned earlier, that the first thing we have worked on is a consent manager, which will allow the data to be shared only with the informed consent of the individual. And the idea is that the consent can be given only for a part of data. If you just don't want to share entire PHR, you just want to share certain episodes, you can do that. You can withdraw consent. You can We can give a consent for a limited amount of time, and all these features are already there. And the participation in the mission, the National Digital Mission, is also voluntary, and you can participate by creating your ID. But if you later on think that it's going to be not very useful or might compromise your data, you can also withdraw. You can get out of the ecosystem and delete all the records. That is also available. The data is going to be stored in our government community cloud, which will be highly secure. We are following the highest standards for security of data. Therefore, we are quite confident that we have taken care of all the major concerns. We have this health data management policy, the draft policy, which we had put up for more than a month on our website, seeking comments. We have received a large number of comments. We are trying to reflect those comments, and I want to use this platform to tell you that, or tell the audience and others that we take privacy of data very seriously, and we realize that health data is very sensitive and should not be shared with anyone without the consent of the individual, and we'll make sure that happens. That's for us in many ways priority number one. So, and if there are some suggestions and inputs about how we can improve our system, we'll be very happy to consider them and incorporate them as appropriate. Now, second issue of this inclusivity is also extremely important. You're right that many parts of the country don't have access to internet. Also, internet might be patchy. And more than that, many people are not literate, not to talk about digitally literate, but also in terms of the access. So we have to have a system, and we are working on systems which can take care of different kind of situations, and working on offline modules that can help in situations where there is no internet or no connectivity, and also looking at the kind of applications that we should have to ensure that people who are not literate or they don't have there are some language barriers, they can also get and be part of this this mission. Thanks, Vidhu.
That's wonderful. I think privacy and inclusivity are two of the pillars on which the entire NDHM is built. And basis that, I'm sure together we'll all make it as successful as we all envision. Next question we have from the audience is for Dr. Reddy. Yeah, it's a question we all wonder. What were the challenges? What are the challenges faced by a telemedicine company when it suddenly has to cater to a larger audience? If you could go a little bit into detail on that, Dr. Reddy, and then we'll switch gears and start off with Dr. Hersoff. For now, Dr. Reddy, some challenges that you faced.
So thanks for that question, Vidur. I think that one of the primary things is that the underlying ecosystem being cloud-based enables scalability, at quite a tremendous pace. So technology is enabling scale, technology is pointing in the direction of rapid scalability. So that is, one of the big things that typically if your system is built right, the software is not going to crash, load testing is not the problem. Then becomes the next aspect of how do you bring more doctors into the ecosystem. And earlier somebody was asking about that question. I want to, I will never forget what one of the doctors in a large, very well-respected public hospital said when he was asked, why are you not adopting telemedicine? And he very directly said, when there are 50 people waiting outside my door, where do I have the mind space for people who are hundreds of miles away? So what COVID did is that those queues of people waiting outside the door disappeared because of the fear. And so it opened up the mind and the time for clinicians to say, okay, let me reach out through another medium. Because at the very core or the heart of a doctor is this need to connect with his patients, or this passion to be able to serve people. And so what would have been a major problem in a non-COVID time got removed because the doctors had time on their hands to serve people. So the biggest bottleneck, which would happen and could happen in the days to come, is doctors' time and availability. The last one, I think, is, what is the universal rule for everything in technology is the simplicity and the ease of use. Because if it takes a great training cycle, then you're going to have drop-offs on the way, and doctors will say, let me, just wait. And if the doctor says, I need a physician assistant or an IT guy to sit next to me, then this solution is not scalable. If he can click like, on any of these platforms where all of us are doing it ourselves, then you have something that can infinitely scale. So considering that we had built almost, our telemedicine journey at Apollo began 20 years ago. In the year 2000, we connected our village to a hospital. So we've been, playing, building, loving this thing for a very long time. So we built our many-to-many platform almost 4 years ago. So we're into Medintegra version 5.0 or 6.0. I even forget the number. So the platform was perfect. The cloud was available. The doctors became available. So scaling became quite easy. The last point I want to make is really about the training once again. And here I want to talk about the importance. And I'm so glad that Her's office here, because I think this is a very important aspect of this. So telemedicine is not for telemedicine's sake. Telemedicine is a very important pillar in the transformation of overall healthcare. And that overall healthcare transformation is healthcare shifting from the hospital to the clinic to the home to a 24/7 ubiquitous access to care. This is about healthcare shifting from a physician-centric to a hospital-centric to a patient-centric. Because it's truly, what was written many years ago in the book, the patient will see you now. That's what's happening in today's healthcare world, that the patient is driving the pace, the location, the timing. And the last or the other very important shift, which I'm really looking forward to, is the fact that our entire healthcare system is geared towards the opening line that a doctor says, what seems to be the problem? Patients go to doctors when they're sick. So this is a reactive healthcare system. And then when we're looking at the quality of healthcare, we look in the rear view mirror of what were the last 200 cases. What is the results based on somebody else's 2000 cases? How do we create our benchmarks? Everything is rear view mirror. Imagine if we began to be proactive and start looking with the whole vision in front of us. And that proactive healthcare is what is now. Once these building blocks are in place of a technology enablement and IT, which talks comfortably to doctor and patient, a record which is stored with privacy, but which enables continuum of care, and then the huge back-end data where you're doing AI models and algorithms and care pathways. Then you move to this beautiful proactive system where I don't wait for a patient to come into emergency room with a chest pain, feel very happy about the fact that we're doing primary angioplasty within 5 minutes, and that's the benchmark that I got him into cath lab under 15 minutes, and I put 4 stents and he went home happy. In today's world, that is outstanding care. In tomorrow's world, I will find this patient 24 months before he has the heart attack. I will control his cholesterol, educate him on BP, reduce his obesity, and by God's grace and a lot of collective innovation, he will not have a heart attack. That is the power of what we can do if we do this transformation right. So it's not just about telemedicine, it's not just about scaling, it's about transforming a healthcare system towards a vision of being proactive, towards a vision of using technology to keep people healthy, and towards this goal that the path between the patient and the healthy individual is seamless, and we keep more of the population healthy. And I'm passionate about this because, while in 1983, when Dad did advanced healthcare for the country, it was all about great bypass surgery, great cancer treatment, international standards at Indian prices. And now the whole country does this fantastically. Today, the challenge in front of India is non-communicable disease. It's about proactive care. It's about prevention. It's about keeping people healthy. And technology and telemedicine and patient centricity and science are a very important aspect in this vision of a healthy population.
Your passion is absolutely evident, infectious. I can't come up with enough words to describe it. And I'm sure that, if all of us, if not if, as all of us put all of our powers and thoughts together, we will most definitely achieve this. And I'm a very big believer of the fact that patients will not get that heart attack that we need to treat. So that's absolutely agree with it. And just to summarize the telemedicine challenges, and then we'll switch gears a little bit, but essentially it comes down to scalability, usability, and proactivity. Right. I think scale in terms of users, doctors, platform, cloud, whatever, usability in terms of user experience, and then of course proactivity, as you described so beautifully.
Vidur, I'm so sorry if I may add
Please.
one more, and that is the innovation mindset to change the location. So you asked that question about rural health access to telemedicine. 100% we should enable every primary healthcare center with telemedicine. But something which we did 4 years ago, and I would really be happy if the country and the health ministry could look at it, is that we took the common service centers. Every district headquarter has a common service center. Many rural areas have a common service center, and they already have bandwidth and the computer.
Yes.
So telemedicine enabled a CSC. So the access to second opinion service is already available in rural India.
Yes.
We just need to connect it now into the primary healthcare center and the health record and make it a continuum of care. Absolutely. And that way you can activate multiple points. I mean, the devices which I think should be given out to every ASHA worker is a telemedicine station.
Yes.
We just open up our minds to the immense possibility of not being tied to a geography to deliver health, or to a physical location, or to a single device, and really cloudify and personalize health. So that is, I think, the other one.
Awesome. Just switching gears a little bit, actually not really switching gears on that theme, but a little differently. Dr. Herzog, if we've heard about innovation, digitization, architectures, product design, user experience. As a youngster today, let's say, a 22-year-old recent graduate, I want to be part of this. What do I do? How do I, who do I reach out to? What kind of job do I take? Do I start my own company? What are some of the options in your mind? If I want to be part of this ecosystem of innovation, how should I go about it?
Oh, this is an excellent question, Vidu, and I'm very passionate about this. And I think Dr. Ray made some really good points just on that also before. When I look at where I would start with is, you remember Dr. Atlas was talking about the removing of frictions, in the system. So when you look at that, this is a very important starting point. Looking at from a patient perspective, from a clinician perspective, what are all the frictions that are currently in place, and how we can make their life easier, and really thinking that through, from multiple angles, be it from a usability perspective, be it also from a value perspective. So when you think about these kind of solutions, you need to think about, can we really create that value for the clinician and the patient? Other feasibility risks might be that it's really difficult to make, there might be some regulations in relation to it. So we need to think through all of all of these aspects. But then when you think through, you will get our best is actually to work directly with having a group of people, technology, people with medicine background. So we did in the past, for example, a lot of hackathons where we brought these together, and a lot of great ideas come out of that. But when you look at that, then this, bringing that together and covering these particular, or bridging these particular needs. Another important one is when you think about education. One of the reasons why, for example, it's quite challenging still for many health professionals to, for example, adopt new technologies is, it's basically, it started with the education. It started with what they were exposed to at medical school, at nursing school. So it's really important to start that journey of habituation in a way to enable that. And as an example, actually starting this month a little bit later, we are running a big national challenge in India for all medical students, using some of these new technologies to prepare them when they start with their medical practice. So it's a big event. And when, then it's about, thinking, I think when we talked about telehealth, you see, for example, currently our Zoom system, or you can take, other telehealth applications. When you are the provider and you're speaking to the patient, what are the essential things that you would usually do in a normal, physical environment, and what is missing? So one of the things that, for example, is missing in most of these applications is to be able for the provider to, for example, confirm the treatment plan. It's important to think through how we could, for example, embed some of this content in these applications. Another one is what you usually have in specialist consultations is you explain to the patient, perhaps with a model, or you draw something on a piece of paper, you explain to them to the patient what is going on, and the patient wants to engage. So thinking, for example, about, let's say, a small little icon that you would have under Zoom or under other apps, where you can then open up a 3D anatomy, for example, where you can then explain to the patient what you're going to do. So these are the kind of innovations that can be really, changing it and making it more frictionless for the providers and patients. So it's really exciting, but I think it's really important to think it from both a technology perspective. The technology, we can do a lot, if not basically everything, but it's really important to keep these people in mind and their needs.
Absolutely. So if there's a youngster out there who's looking for something to do in digital health, you've got to be removing friction. If you're not removing friction, then you're creating friction. So I guess that thank you for those insights.
Good summary. Good summary.
Very good summary.
So we're drawing to a close here, and we have a bunch of questions coming in, but maybe we've not talked as much. Well, Dr. Reddy did paint a picture of the future, of course, but maybe starting with Bart and then moving on to Mr. Murphy, if you could share a little bit about how you see the future panning out, right? Is this a permanent phenomena, the adoption of digital healthcare, or we wish it is? We certainly do wish it is, but I know Mr. Bart Jensens, that BCG does a lot of human-centric research and a lot of work on adoption in general. Do you think this digitization is going to last, or, as Dr. Reddy alluded to, once those same doctors start becoming busy in their routine practice and start lining up those 50 patients outside their rooms, is this going to not fizzle out, but reduce, at least to the extent it is today? Would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question. I'm a cautious optimist. Let me put it that way. I'm an optimist because I think we're at a confluence of a certain set of changes that I don't think existed before. Right. One is, I think the technology is ready, and I think what we have in terms of technology open scalable systems that exist today, frankly speaking, did not exist 10 years ago. So I think, that lens, makes it easier. I think second is what the silver lining of the COVID crisis, and many people have alluded to that before, actually forced people to use new solutions that otherwise they would not have used before, right? Both from a patient perspective, who couldn't get physical access to physicians, as well as from a physician perspective, right? Who basically couldn't see any patient unless if they were, using technology to do that. So in a way, it forced people to experience, a new way of working that otherwise would not have happened. And I think that's from a change management perspective is a very important point. Interestingly, we did do some primary research with a couple of hundred physicians, and over 60% of them actually mentioned that they will continue to see patients digitally. Of course, not 100% of them. But I don't think that's the kind of statistic that we would have gotten back if we would not have found ourselves in this position. And I think thirdly, the reason is I think the impetus that is now given behind digital healthcare and creating an open and scalable, interoperable system that will be driven by the government and by Dr. Bhushan, I think will be very critical. This is not going to be just a private sector initiative where it's people who already have access to healthcare today who will move towards digital solutions. I think there is a massive undertaking in the works to really make this open, accessible, easy, and free to use for millions of people. And I think that level of scale will create a level of adoption that I don't think we would have otherwise seen. That said, I'm a cautious optimist. Cautious because look, this is not going to be easy, right? It's technology in and by itself doesn't change the world. It's people will have to change their behavior. It's difficult, it's difficult to do that. We all know that. But I do believe that the ingredients for this kind of lasting change are very much in place.
That's I think cautious optimism is maybe the best way of describing this. And I think the interesting thing is that people we have on this panel can actually drive the optimism. And so I think that's essentially one hope that I have personally from this digitization. Mr. Kiran Murphy, just bringing you in, GE has, and after that, we'll move into closing thoughts because we're almost out of time. But I think the panel would be incomplete without hearing what Edison is. I personally know what it is, but for the world at large, if you could, spend a couple of minutes, tell us about what Edison is, how GE is reinventing itself. Especially because we did get a few questions on the business model side of things, right? How does digitization actually lead to improved business models? So if you could spend a couple of minutes on Edison, what exactly it is and how COVID has once again, maybe given a push to it. And then we can head into closing thoughts from everyone.
Look, thank you, and I'll keep this brief. Fundamentally, I guess, the creativity of the entire ecosystem, if you think about small startups developing AI applications, clinicians who are able to curate data, platforms that can aggregate data, they need a platform. And so what we've done with Edison is for the last few years, we've been investing in a platform. First of all, that allows FDA cleared applications to be made available to clinicians. And you say, okay, that's great. How do you feed a platform like that? And in order to do that, we made a Edison developer program available to startups and to expert clinicians who can write this software, algorithms, and so on. And so the platform supports these developments. It can act as a host, And of course, it acts as a distribution mechanism for these applications around the world. And so we have 200 such applications on the system now. We've just launched a series of these for diagnostics, in CT and in MR and in X-ray. Some of them are very simple, like clinical decision support in a chest X-ray for collapsed lung, to quantification of tumors in various organs. So these applications, of course, individually are extremely valuable, but they need to be hosted, and that's the whole principle behind Edison. And then it allows us to distribute. It brings the ecosystem together of the most powerful people in the industry. Dr. Reddy spoke about the power earlier of using longitudinal data and aggregated data. Over time, we see this also as being a way of integrating data, because if you think of the power of being able to integrate, for example, in vitro data with in vivo data, all of a sudden we get to actually this patient-centric model where we can build a holistic picture of the state of health of a patient. But it does require, robust and really strong platform that's going to last the pace here, and that's what we're really committed to. And in order to really support the ecosystem, we've launched programs like Edison X in India, where we work with startups to develop programs for Edison, and we've just run the first cohort. We're about to do a second, and I think we have to promote this sort of innovation, otherwise it won't work, because it does take the best minds coming together to actually to make this work, and for it to be robust and well distributed. So that's essentially what we're trying to do.
I completely with you on that. I think some would say that Edison is maybe the Windows of health tech, but then maybe that let's hope that's true. With that, we are almost out of time. I'll maybe start with Dr. Herzog. If you could, a quick minute, closing comments. Cautious optimism or highly optimistic? Which side of the fence would you be on?
So in terms of innovation, I think much more on the optimistic side. And clearly, when I look at India specifically, there's an incredible opportunity to become a global world leader in digital health, especially with all the current initiatives that are going on, like Ayushman Bharat, like the NDHM. I believe that India is very well on the way for creating the right infrastructure and platform to make this happen. As we mentioned before, for innovation to really prosper, we need to remove the frictions for both patients and clinicians. And I think we also need to start in medical and nursing education right from the start, to ensure that the future generations of health professionals are already very well equipped for these new technologies. Now, Elsevier has been based in India for more than 20 years now, also with more than 1,000 people working in India. And we are contributing to this digital journey in both education, in clinical solutions, in decision support. And we are very, very happy to partner both the key stakeholders, public and private, to really advance this agenda. So thank you so much for a great plenary.
Thank you.
It was a lot of, it was really exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Herzog. Next up, Mr. Janssens, Mr. Bart Janssens, your closing thoughts on digital health going viral.
Well, as I mentioned before, I think we're really at the cusp of a really transformative change, in healthcare. That said, healthcare is complex, even just politically. So it's a state subject, for example, in India. So this change will take time. So I think while we see a lot of positive elements and a lot of positive momentum, this will take time before it really, before it fully comes to fruition. But I do believe that, in 10 years from now, if we would, look back and at this time, I'm pretty confident that, we will look at this moment and say, this is the moment when things really, fundamentally started changing. So yes.
I think that's a great key takeaway, that 2020 would probably be the year where you saw some kind of change to the graph of adoption. How much the bump will be, only time can tell, but there's definitely going to be a bump. Dr. Reddy, ma'am, any closing thoughts?
So completely agree with what all the other speakers said, but I would just urge everybody to push forward, because the need is so great and the power is so much if we do it right. So ideate, innovate, keep the patient as the inspiration, and let's find a way to do it together. And I think we must begin a dialogue around data for global good. So there is a privacy piece that we should respect and be careful about. There is a standards and a science that we should follow. And in the interest of moving forward, we should not take shortcuts. However, we should push forward for this with the vision of not just India becoming one of the drivers of digital health, but India using technology to enable great proactive healthcare for people. And I think we can achieve it, and we should think of it together, not just as India, but as a global initiative. So thank you and namaste.
Great.
And India gave namaste to the world, and COVID has shown it's been very useful as a good way of greeting. So let's namaste this initiative.
Great, ma'am. That's great closing thoughts. And Mr. Murphy, closing thoughts from your side, please.
Yeah, how do I follow that? I would just say the healthcare systems around the world have too much waste. There's a productivity problem. There's a cost problem. I really believe that harnessing the power of data, really applying AI, machine learning, deep learning is going to have a huge impact. And, we can apply that to improve patients' lives and really apply it to workflows for clinicians, so that we can really keep healthcare workers motivated in what is an extremely tough time right now.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Murphy. And with that, just closing thoughts from my side. I'll take a line that Dr. Reddy said and just extrapolate that. If you're doing anything in digital health, it has to be scalable, it has to be usable, it has to remove friction, most definitely. There has to be a layer of proactivity in it. And then most importantly, maybe it can be truly global, because today in our panel, we had Dr. Jan Hersoff joining in from Singapore, Mr. Bart Janssens from Belgium, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy from India, Kiran Murphy from Chicago, Scott Atlas from Washington, DC, and Dr. Indu Bhushan from New Delhi. So with that, I'm Dr. Vidur Mahajan signing off, and thank you so much for joining in, and thank you so much to all the panelists. Namaste.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastically moderated, Vidur. Thank you. And bye, everyone. Look forward to staying in touch.
followed by Dr. Sagar Garvankar. That will be all right. And then we go ahead in the rest. If Dr. Afrin is joining later, then we can have him. Or maybe Kim can.
We are live now. Please start.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Today, the world has got over 34 million cases, with USA accounting for 7.4 million and very closely followed by India 6.3 million. Bangladesh has got 3,63,479 and Sri Lanka 3,380 cases. The spread of COVID-19 has impacted almost all communities and overwhelmed our healthcare systems and also disrupted our economies. As we are aware of, the crisis breeds opportunities. Deeper the crisis, better the opportunity can be. While the pandemic continues to drain our already vulnerable healthcare systems, it has simultaneously opened a floodgate of innovations like PPEs, masks, etc., ideas and dialogues for testing, treatment, as well as community engagement for combating the pandemic. Many states have adopted as well as demonstrated newer strategies and approaches for containment of virus and risk communication within the community. Organizations have come up with patient-centric innovations, technologies, and solutions which can be widely adopted. We also have witnessed various stakeholders' collaborations, whether it was for augmenting for supply for safety kits or ventilators or ramping up of diagnosis. Many adaptations have been made for scaling up of services in low resource countries and settings and geographies across the world, which are aimed towards making healthcare accessible and affordable. The existing exciting session, I'll say, will highlight the best practices and examples from various stakeholders that have been successful in managing COVID pandemic and that would lead us in planning and preparation for future pandemics. And myself is Dr. Sunila Garg from Maulana Azad Medical College. I'm also National President-elect IAPSM and Director Professor HAG over here at Maulana Azad Medical College. But we are joined by a panel of very exciting and eminent experts. I'll say that first of all, let me say that we have been joined by Rodrigo M. Offrin, who is a WHO representative to India. And Dr. Offrin is basically a person of rich experience with over 2 decades of experience in public health, mostly in WHO Southeast Asian region. And Dr. Offrin has also expertise in multiple critical issues which have impacted health of the people in 11 member countries, including India. And a major part of his career has been in public health emergencies programs, from being involved in response to India Ocean tsunami. Now he is involved in combating of COVID-19 pandemic. So our next eminent panelist is Dr. Mahesh Verma. He is currently the head of COVID-19 Advisory Committee body to Delhi government and Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. He has established world-class facility that is Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, which we say is a 7-star facility, which has currently been awarded by FICCI as well. And he has been bestowed with very prestigious memberships and awards. I have also the pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Randeep Guleria, a friend and philosopher who is director at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Guleria is the first Indian to get a doctorate of medicine, that is in pulmonary medicine and critical care. And as we are well aware of that, the Department of Pulmonary Medicine and Sleep Disorders under his leadership has been created in 2011 and has been ranked as best department of pulmonary medicine consecutively in 2014, 15, 16 by Nielsen survey published in the week. Basically, we also are aware of that under his leadership, a lot of practices have been initiated at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which are worth acknowledging at national and global level. And it is a center of excellence for COVID-19, which has been providing a lot of inputs at Indian and global level. And this initiatives not only aim at systems development, capacity building of healthcare provider, developing and disseminating standard treatment protocols. As lead member COVID-19 task force, Dr. Guleria, your critical inputs will be very valuable for this session. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Sagar Galvankar, who is a CEO of Indusem and associate professor at Florida State University College of Medicine. And prior to this, he was working at Brendan Regional Hospital, Tampa in United States of America. And as during the earlier time, I was mentioning that he's a founder member of OMAG, that is Organized Medicine Academic Guild, which has specialized 20 specialized associations and which have got a critical role as one voice in this COVID-19 pandemic. And earlier he was working as assistant professor of emergency medicine, OPS courtesy faculty with University of Florida. And Dr. Sagar has been associated for a long time, in Indian context, and he is a board certified emergency medicine by American Board of Emergency Medicine. And his critical areas of interest are international health diplomacy, health security, injury control, and translational medical science. He has played a very, very important role in emergency medicine curriculum in India. And recently, AIIMS Raipur also started this DM in emergency medicine. So we welcome you, Dr. Sagar, at this middle of the night. Then we have another eminent speaker, Kiran Digwakar, who is a civil engineer by qualification, but a very innovative person. As he is the leading face behind the Dharavi model, he has been associated with combating this pandemic in the slum areas of Mumbai and mainly Dharavi. He is Assistant Municipal Commissioner in G Block, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Maharashtra. And he has been at forefront of the fight against COVID-19 in Mumbai. Under his leadership, the team has conducted rigorous contact tracing, creating large quarantine facilities and isolating vulnerable populations, regularly cleaning community toilets to maintain hygiene, taking over private hospitals for treatment, and ramping up testing. Provision of meals for the habitants of Dharavi and involvement of local practitioners are some of the innovative strategies. The member who was first to join with us was Dr. Tim Hawkins, who is based in UK. He's a leading global team focused on delivery of health information solutions, such as clinical key and clinical decision support tools to all the healthcare professionals, hospitals, and health institutions across international markets. In his current role, Dr. Hawkins and his team focuses on providing decision support tools to help clinicians, hospitals, and payers improve clinical outcomes and efficiency. Building on 200 years of experience in health, the global Elsevier Clinical Solutions portfolio includes clinical key and references, skills for training and order sets, care planning, and cancer treatment pathway workflow tools. Dr. Hawkins and his team work closely with electronic health record providers, which are also very, very critical to India, and healthcare providers and physicians to improve value-based healthcare at all levels, supporting healthcare professionals to reduce unwarranted operational costs, variations of care, and improve patient outcomes. So with this, we can start the session. And has Dr. Offren joined? Dr. Offren, welcome to the session.
Yes. Thank you very much. Apologies for being late. I was running from another meeting with the ministry. Apologies.
Nonetheless, you're there with us. So so we have to start the session. So may I start with the statement that, just last week back, we had an agreement signed in the Southeast Asian region between the 11 countries that we fight COVID-19 as one. So in your opinion, what have been the best practices which have helped in containment of COVID-19 pandemic in global and SEER region context, particularly because we are very wide and very diverse? You can make out that with India having about 63 lakh cases, and we have on the other hand Sri Lanka with few thousand cases. So that's where we would like to listen to your experiences and your strategies which you feel have made a difference.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. I have 10 minutes for this. It's quite a challenge to summarize good practices in 10 minutes, but I will do my best and do it in terms of looking at, let's say, areas. So it's first surveillance, contact tracing, and testing. I'd say Sri Lanka right away has leveraged its public health system. That's a huge part, and then engage different sectors right away. It's that was their first step. So what they have done is really a case-based intervention approach, visiting each patient's house and contacts, and then communicating with them and educating them. Their quarantine measures were very intense. So they had phases of the outbreak. So what has started was with the arrival of students. That was an intensive quarantine. The next wave they had was the arrival of migrant workers, again quarantine, but with that very intensive contact tracing. They delineated the high-risk countries for disease transmission from where their nationals were coming back from, and had the 14-day quarantine implemented. The quarantine, infection prevention control and standards in the quarantine facilities were very much followed vigorously. Another country where we had extensive contact tracing was Bhutan. Even their first case, we saw a very repurposed workforce following through one case and having 40 contacts right away within a few hours, all traced and advised. So it is really for the purpose was to really implement rapid containment measures, understand the trend and burden as they moved along. It's still very much their cases are for the large majority important, whether it is primarily first tourists who came to Bhutan and then their nationals who came back to the country. The first contact tracing app, very much like Arogya Setu, was also in Singapore. So that's another good practice. Yes. And for people who didn't have a mobile phone, especially the elderly, they had a token. It's a wearable token, a band through which it would communicate via Bluetooth. More than a contact tracing app, it was also a proximity app. So you could it could trace whether you're nearby someone who turned positive, was positive, or was symptomatic a few days back. The important features, highly secure. So it was trusted by the population right away, used by more than 50% of the population. Use of Bluetooth, which is more simple technology than the Wi-Fi. It was not dependent on signal. Authorities are able to identify and quarantine close contacts diagnosed with COVID. Well, the other testing innovation was with the Republic of Korea. As you know, they started the drive-through. That was a huge innovation. It's important that this is also the focus. Testing is also the focus of the future response to COVID, because an early test actually alerts a patient so that they don't go into moderate or severe or even death. It also alerts possible contacts right away. That's why in the ACT Accelerator movement, as you may call it, by international agencies globally together with governments, is to find also a quick diagnostic. It's not just vaccines. This is how important this is. That's why I'm trying to emphasize. Thus far, they have conducted 2.2 million tests since January. And it's both Korea and Singapore have one of the lowest death rates per capita. Risk communication, a big issue, a big intervention that is we need to invest in. Japan was investing very much in this so that the response is owned by the community. They had the 3 C's messaging, closed, warning people about closed spaces, crowded spaces, and close contact settings. So people are aware of their risks if they come into that. And it allows for a certain level of economic activity without big lockdowns. They've done their lockdowns, but they've also eased on this, and the communication to people is around their awareness of risk and risk measures in these three areas. It has really helped minimize the spread of the virus, while normal living, quote unquote, still continues. We do know that in Northeast Asia, East Asia, wearing of masks has always been a habit, whether for highly urban areas or even for cold season. That's why during that period of January, February this year, where there were cases in Hong Kong, even the cases of flu was also going down. In Thailand, let's say, they had implemented a risk-based staging and phase easing of public health lockdowns and social measures. So they have very identified criteria of how to, how do you say, ease a lockdown or make it stricter. That's with cases, with testing, etc., compliance to masks. So that's another good practice that was done. Managing infodemics, the same. So many countries are doing this. Rumor monitoring. Thailand has been leveraging their how do you say, previous experiences from SARS and MERS, not just with digital social media communication, but with community communication. So they've leveraged their workforce of community health volunteers of around 1.04 million all over the country, all trained for this, even doing peer-to-peer discussions at household level for contact tracing and also education. A big one in terms of transparent communication, good practice, and engaging public trust is the experience of Germany, where the parameters for communication was also more data-based. So there was always a very transparent way for people to check data in terms of cases, infection rate, disease severity. And that way, we've seen that Germany was also one of the countries in Europe that was able to really control the COVID pandemic in their country, but at the same time, be able to control certain peaks or spots. Their last outbreaks were very much focused on certain industries, mainly the meat industry. So it's that transparency for people to be able to access that type of info that builds trust in the government's response. I'll go last with Cuba, where they use they leverage their primary healthcare system. As you know, in Cuba, it's a single universal free public healthcare system. It has its own pharmacology, biopharma industry. They have a long history of experience in natural disasters. So that whole system was used to coordinate from top to bottom, from coordinating other sectors with that whole of government approach, at the same time communicating to people and being able to for them to be responsible for their own safety around the COVID as a disease. Medical facilities were reorganized and staff were trained, as in many countries, but it's the primary healthcare backbone, which I think we'll keep going back to, as you may see that now essential health services is also a feature of this response. And where will COVID take us in the medium and long term? It's to keep our essential health services going. And despite, and I've said so many about other countries and in the region, but India, with all its states, has also a lot of good practices. Of course, the Arogya Setu app with 156 million users, that was the count 2 weeks ago. The I Got Diksha platform training over 2.9 million workers. Their learnings from Kerala. UP had done a house-to-house survey for it's like double testing for ILI, influenza-like illnesses, as well as COVID. The Dharavi model, of course, community surveillance in Assam was launched recently. Continuing health services for hypertension through the India Hypertension Control Initiatives. And so there are still so many just within the country in terms of states also learning from each other. And I think that's where the idea of a collective response, that declaration that was signed by the different countries in the region to really look at how we'll move forward, is to be learning from each other. Maybe I will end there, Dr. Garg.
Thank you.
And if there are questions later, I'll be happy.
Afrin, yeah, I'll come back to you again, and thank you for highlighting very critical and important practices. In fact, that took me back to Kerala, and from we were to be joined by Ms. Shelja, because Kerala followed the same, strategies in the beginning. But you see, after, gradually opening up, what we realized that two critical things are very important. One is the population density, and second is the population discipline. When you gradually open up, it is the population discipline which plays a very, very critical input. And today also, yesterday I talked to Kerala government people, and I realized that today they are going to launch an initiative known as We Care. Today is the day of elderly, and they are going to, and we all are aware of the fact that elderlies are very vulnerable. Quarantine, was founded by or looked upon or addressed by none other than Dr. J.P. Mulyal, a famous epidemiologist from Tamil Nadu, from CMC Vellore. So that is where, and thank you for highlighting the importance of initiatives of Bhutan and Arogya Setu and use of Bluetooth. And you see, you also focus upon that it is not just the vaccines, but also we have to focus on diagnostics. Another critical components are risk communications and, managing infodemics, which are, you see, at this hour, we feel that they play a lot of negative role. And also, you see, your example of Cuba is really that we have to leverage primary healthcare systems, which is so important for Ayushman Bharat, if we have to reach last mile in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you so much. With this, I'd like to come back to you again. And my next question will be to Dr. Randeep Guleria, whom I have introduced earlier. And being the Dr. Guleria, can you hear us? And Dr. Guleria, being the director of the Premier Institution of India, what are the strategies being adopted at institutional level in Indian settings for patient management and reducing mortality? And what would be your key messages for the healthcare settings? And particularly when we are aware of the fact that we have lost across the world around 7,000 healthcare providers, with over 500 healthcare providers alone in Indian context itself, that I'm talking of physicians only, apart from the other healthcare providers. So everybody looks forward towards aims for the innovations, for the strategies, for the capacity building. So I will like to listen to your views about the same.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and I shall try and look at the perspective as far as hospital care is concerned. You're right, we're moving into the 10th month of this pandemic, and we have more than 34 million cases now globally. This is a huge challenge as far as the healthcare system is concerned. We have made major progress since the pandemic started, whether it be in terms of equipment. As you rightly pointed out, even in India, there was a huge shortage of PPEs, N95 masks, ventilators. But being innovative, one has been able to overcome that. And now we are in a position that we can export both N95 and our PPE kits to other countries. Similarly, in the area of diagnosis, we started off with very few diagnostic labs for viral diagnostics. The ICMR had labs, which are basically part of what was known as the flu network, because they were doing mainly surveillance for H1N1. But these were ramped up, and now we have a huge number of network of more than 1,500 labs across the country. And with the Medical Council of India, we passed a resolution that all medical colleges in the country should have a diagnostic lab, an immunology lab, so that even in the future, there is good development of resources as far as testing is concerned. Coming to what we've done as far as the All India Institute of Medical Sciences is concerned, and this could reflect how things have been done in other hospital services. Very early in February itself, we realized that we have a pandemic on our hands and we will need to prepare for that. We started having regular meetings. We still have regular meetings in the morning to discuss about issues that come up in the hospital every day. And this is attended by faculty, by nursing officers, by OT technician, residents, and they highlight their problems. And there is a learning every day. The pandemic has thrown challenges to us at each part of the as it has progressed. From the initial part where we had shortage of PPEs, and we developed on strategies of how do we develop a supply chain of getting PPEs. We even did a project which has been published where we looked at can we recycle PPEs. So PPEs which were used and which were of good quality were recycled, and we developed a mechanism and built an infrastructure where we could actually clean the PPEs and they could be repacked and reused if there was a shortage of PPEs. That was not required subsequently. That was the innovation that we could do. So those were the early days. And then we had this huge surge of cases where we realized that we will have to increase our capacity. And as has been done globally, as has been done at a national level, we converted our trauma center and the National Cancer Institute into COVID hospitals. The National Cancer Institute has what was the Vishram Sadan there, 2 towers of buildings which had rooms with attached bathrooms. They became our COVID care center. So we built a COVID care center. The National Cancer Institute, which has about 700 beds, was converted into a COVID hospital. Just 1 floor was kept for cancer patients, and we made a separate entrance for COVID hospitals and patients and separate for cancer patients. During the lockdown, the number of trauma cases came down, and therefore we shifted our trauma center to the main hospital. And the trauma center also became a COVID hospital for critically ill patients, where we started managing almost 250 to 260 patients. We had increased our capacity from very few patients that we were getting to capacity of almost 1,200 to 1,500 patients that we could manage with COVID-19. And during the surge that happened in June, we were actually having almost 900 patients admitted under our care for management of COVID-19. Even today, although the numbers have come down and they have started now gradually increasing, we have more than 500 sick patients admitted. And unlike what we were seeing in the past, we have now patients who are more sick. They have more comorbidities. There's more oxygen requirement. There is more requirement of high flow nasal cannulas, non-invasive ventilation, and ventilatory support. So the pandemic has changed. And now the challenge that we're having is that not only are we seeing increasing number of cases of COVID, but the increasing number of non-COVID care has also gone up dramatically. The lockdown has opened, there is more traffic on the roads, so roadside accidents have increased, trauma has increased. So there is increased trauma care, head injury patients are now coming. They also need to be taken care of. Many patients who've been waiting for a long time during the lockdown have now started coming because we can't ignore non-COVID care indefinitely. And that is leading to increasing burden as far as hospital is concerned. So hospitals have to really keep on evolving and changing during these last few months to see how they can best serve patient care. And that also goes in terms of what we did in terms of training. You mentioned about healthcare workers. We realized that that is the most important thing. 2 very important things that really all hospitals need to look at. One is protecting healthcare workers, and second is keeping the morale high. And we realized that this is something we had to do very early. We started regular training, morning, evening, 3-hour session. Modules were created by our hospital infection control team for training all healthcare workers on infection control practices, whether it be doffing a PPE, whether it be hand washing, whether it be good practices of how to properly wear a mask, how to take off a mask, or how to protect yourself. And we have trained more than 15,000 of our healthcare workers. We started off with training our residents, our nursing officers, our faculty, but we realized that even others, the sanitation workers, the security guards, all need to be trained. We can't ignore them. And therefore, the training was expanded. We even made online modules so that people could revisit them and continue to stay updated, because this is an ongoing process. So I think training is very important. And at the same time, talking to your healthcare workers, sort of trying to keep their morale high and reassuring them that not only for them, but even their family, we are there to look after them. So we created a separate area in our private ward, ground floor, which was for healthcare workers. For any healthcare workers who had to be quarantined or who needed to be admitted, we created a facility that not only they, their whole family would be looked after. And that was a big boost for the healthcare workers, that they felt reassured that the hospital will look after not only us, but our family members. Because whenever you have a person who turns positive, invariably other members of the family will have to be quarantined, or they will turn out to be positive. So you have to develop a holistic approach. And similarly, features like accommodation for them. During the lockdown, there was a transport issue. So we hired DTC buses to really drop them and pick them up so that they could come at all hours as far as duty was concerned. And then testing is another issue that was touched upon. We need to develop a strategy of testing so that we get the results quickly. We started a separate area for our staff for testing them. We ramped up our testing and had a supply chain by forming a diagnostic committee. So therefore, testing is now done 24/7, and we get the reports for the RT-PCR within 5 to 6 hours. Using the CBNAT, we get the report within 2 hours, and we use the rapid antigen test also. So in the casualty, any patient who comes who has an emergency and needs to be operated, or he needs emergency care, his report comes as far as the CBNAT is concerned within 2 hours. For all our other hospital samples, the report is usually there within 6 to 8 hours, and a rapid antigen test is there. And this TrueNat facility is available 24/7. So even in the night, you can do, and that helps because we've had outbreaks of patients or their attendants becoming positive in non-COVID areas. So you have a patient who's admitted and he has an attendant. If the attendant is positive, you've screened the patient, you're not screened the attendant. And if the attendant is positive, he will lead to spread of infection.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You have to keep in mind all these challenges that we face in mind as far as our healthcare system is concerned. So I think these were the challenges that we faced as far as our hospital was concerned. There was a lot of learning. We started other facilities, training for doctors, nurses by webinars, by having modules. We also started what is known as the contact facility, the national teleconsultation facility. We started that in our guest house so that the doctors and faculty could stay there 24/7. And this is manned 24/7 for doctors and patients who have any problem in management. They can ring up this facility and really ask us as far as management is concerned. On the request of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Home Affairs, we started what we call eICUs. We have interacted now with more than 300 hospitals in the country which are looking after COVID-19 patients. And we talk to those doctors, we discuss management issues, the problems that they're facing, and we realize that there is a lot of diversity in treatment. And our aim for all of this is to bring our mortality down to less than 1%. So we talk to all these hospitals, we ask them, what is your management strategy? What are you doing right? Some of them start off steroids very early. Some give anti-IL-6 drugs very early because they're not sure of which drug should be given. What is the role of oxygen? So all of that we discuss in our eICUs. We also started what is known as the National COVID Grand Rounds, where we discuss cases. We have experts from not only India, but from abroad also who interact and are able to answer questions. And we also have a mentorship program, which I do every week. I now do it every 2 weeks, where we have mentoring institutes across the country, which help that area to increase the testing capacity. So they interact with all labs, medical colleges, do quality control, see that these testing labs can really provide the results on time and accurately. And these are the measures that we've been able to take over the last few months in trying to increase our own capacity and at a national level. I think the lessons that we've learned is that there has to be increase in public health measures as far as India is concerned, both at a rural level, at secondary level, and at a tertiary level. But we really need to invest more as far as public health is concerned. This is one of the key lessons that I think we've learned. Second is risk communication. It has to be done properly. We have to have, this pandemic can be won only by getting the public involved in it. It's not going to be won in hospitals. It has to be won by getting the public involved in this. And the third thing, which I think has already been mentioned, is we need to really work aggressively on behavioral change, what really worked in a lot of countries is behavioral change in the public, whether it be wearing a mask, whether it be physical distancing, whether it be hand washing. And somehow we seem to have become a little lax as far as this is concerned. And my message would be that we really need to aggressively look at it from a scientific point of view. How can we get this behavioral change back? During the early days of the lockdown, people were very, very good as far as COVID behavior was concerned, COVID appropriate behavior was concerned. We somehow have lost the way, and we really need to look how we can do that. At the same time, we need to see, as the pandemic behaves, how can we increase our facilities to provide care both for COVID patients and for non-COVID care. We can't let non-COVID care also suffer indefinitely. So balance needs to be struck. We can't have more deaths because of tuberculosis, because the TB program seems to have slowed down. We can't have more deaths because of lack of immunization. That needs to be back on track. So many programs which we were doing very well in the past need to be brought back on track as early as possible. Those are the challenges that we are facing both at a hospital level and at a national level. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'll be very happy to take them.
Thank you, Dr. Randeep, for a very illuminating and exciting answers, to the questions which have been put to you. In fact, in morning when I was discussing with my colleagues, so they said you yourself have answered the concept of virtual ICUs, which you really brought out. And whenever I talk to your office, they said that you are busy with the grand rounds or you are busy with interacting with the people. It is so important for a director or for a doctor or for a team leader to interact with the healthcare providers, to interact with the families of the patients or the patients themselves on a day-to-day basis. And public health interventions, as you said, are very important. It's not only the COVID-19 which is the priority right now, but the other initiatives which have also, I always say as a public health person, that it is the horizontal integration which plays a very, very critical role in this time. And also your approach has been very, very holistic. And reassurance of healthcare workers and their families was very important thing which I liked. And another thing which you have made accessible to your institution is 24/7 availability of the testing facility. Because one fear which everybody has in their mind is, am I COVID positive? It's a kind of a fear, or I say it's a kind of a panic syndrome, that I've come in contact with such and such person, maybe I am COVID positive, and like that. So you have really, kind of addressed this issue very well, and we'll come back to you, Dr. Guleria, with the questions. And thank you so much for addressing this, all the critical issues, right from surge till where we are now. And my next panelist is going to be Dr. Sagar Galvankar. And Dr. Galvankar, you bring in a national and international perspective both. And my question to you is that as an emergency medicine specialist, what are the key initiatives which are being adopted, at the international level to flatten the pandemic curve? Dr. Sagar, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning from the United States. One of the key important facts which we have started observing since the pandemic began in the United States in March was that it has demonstrated a very different scenario in every country in terms of how it has spread, how it has multiplied, and also a very diverse response of how the countries have responded. Many countries have been successful, few haven't. But as far as emergency medicine is concerned, one of the key features which we realized was that we were the front line to this pandemic. Many of the patients used to come to the emergency department. Now, we had a very strict policy in emergency departments on the whole because of the rigid infection control programs across the country. Emergency medicine as such was very trained to respond to that. We have regular drills in emergency departments. But the biggest lessons came to us from New York City, where emergency departments were at the front lines of responding to this pandemic. They were loaded with patients. Apparently, at State University of New York at Downstate Medical Center, which was the epicenter in Brooklyn for the whole pandemic, when you look at the video recordings, you see a code, a patient coding every 1 minute. And that was a huge number. And that was a huge lesson for the whole nation as to how and what was coming. A lockdown was instituted, but as you know, that the lockdown in the United States is very much tied to the economy. The culture of United States is very different. People rarely cook at home. They cook at home, but people like to eat out. It's a very freedom-oriented nation, so people like to go out. The mass culture had to be inculcated. So there was lockdown. The schools were shut down after the spring break. So the patient volume initially was large, more so with the fact that we were getting pneumonia patients. I work in Florida. It is a more of a geriatric state, but the governors were very proactive. We hear different things in the media, but from the emergency medicine perspective, we had this surge of patients, then we flattened it, and now we are coming down. Now, incidentally, our state is completely open. So we don't know how is it going to rise, but we are going to get a patient load. The schools have been shut down. Uh, they are on electronic learning. Some students can go to school, others can see the same classrooms at home. So pediatric patients are not that much. The other part is that the PPE. So education was very clear. Hospitals were very involved. In fact, I had a hospital as one of the top 30 hospitals in the continent of the United States. How we handled it. So PPE stock volume initially we had to scramble a bit to get more PPE, but we could get that ramp up, and now we in fact we have more PPE than before. We commissioned a special test about a couple of days ago, where in 5 to 15 minutes you could get the answer, and we could scan it to the app. So the app is like a permission to enter the facility. So we have a app-driven test available very soon in the next few weeks across the country, which is more like a passport to go in and out of the facility. We had instant lockdown measures that visitors were not allowed in the hospital. There was only one entry and one exit. We had a special triage area. We instituted telemedicine. So we had inter-facility telemedicine. That means triage. We could see the patients on the telemedicine and we could triage them and quickly scan them out as to who would go to the critical area, who would not. We also created the ventilator sparing protocol, which is globally famous now, for which we trained the Kerala team also on our famous ventilator sparing protocol, in which we create an exact algorithm. We are the only group in the world who created that algorithm on how you can spare the ventilator step by step technically. Everybody spoke of ventilator sparing, but nobody could give the technicalities of at what level, at what oxygen, at what ABG will you intubate, will you not intubate. We published tons of papers. In fact, our group was the only one which published the whole journey. So how will you triage a COVID patient? Very important. Ours is the only paper. Ventilator sparing protocol. Third was home oxygen monitoring guidelines. We published those. Fourth, our paper made it to the front cover of Shock magazine, Shock Journal on COVID flu. So now we are preparing for the incidence of COVID flu, because as you know, the fall has started, the flu season has come. So COVID and flu working together, COVID flu. So we wrote a paper on that. Hence, we are ramping up the vaccination of flu vaccine very fast. So the testing, the PPE came in. We had regular dashboards at all hospitals which showed how many ICU beds we have, how many patients we have, how many tests we have done. Additionally, community testing sites were created. So we do rapid tests in the emergency department. We admit patients. So there are specific criteria who we admit the patient, who go for home monitoring, and community testing is available for everybody. So there was a lot of staged process. Infectious disease was watching all the time. We had to don, we had to doff, we had a lot of vigilance. The other important part is the recognition of blind spots. So we had a lot of effort going into recognizing the blind spots. Excuse me?
Your signals are not clear exactly, yeah.
Okay. I can hear you all very clearly.
Yeah, but we can't.
So, the other important part of the blind spots. So everybody has to wear a mask. What used to happen is you down and doff wear a mask when you go and see the patient. After you come out, it's normal. No, because that was a blind spot. Because you tend to forget that inter health worker transmission also can happen because we live in a community. So that blind spot was covered. Is mandatory. Everybody has to be in mask. Everybody has to take a temperature while they go in, and we had a temperature badge which showed today's temperature. If you're sick, you don't come to the hospital. Our tests were available to us. So from the emergency medicine perspective, what we learned was communication is very important. Sticking to the guidelines, listening to the rules is very important. Most important is you have to understand you can transmit between each other. We have to keep our areas clean. So a lot of new things came into the being. And as emergency physicians, we realized that understanding the science was very, very critical. From a doctor's perspective, public health has a very different perspective on prevention, mask, developing drug trials. But yes, from a clinical perspective, keeping yourself safe and keeping yourself healthy was very high chance. Many doctors, we had a presentation. We have a Saturday meeting where we bring experts from all over the world and they discuss around the table. And burnout was seen in a lot of physicians, a lot of death around in New York. It hurt them a lot. So these are things which have to be looked at from a longer perspective. Many of our colleagues who would have worked for 5-6 years more, they have taken retirement. So these are the lessons we learned from the emergency departments, and there's a list of them, but we can keep talking in the panel discussion. But there was a lot to learn, and I think the pandemic preparedness, which is so well practiced in emergency medicine, made us pre-ready for all sorts of epidemics. So it was just that we had to learn a couple of new things, but other than that, everything was pretty good in emergency medicine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sagar. I really liked your ideas about the app-driven test, one entry, one exit, the role of telemedicine, which has been so very critical. And you mentioned about a very important initiative, that is ventilator protocol, for which you have published a paper also, and publication becomes very critical. And about triage and home oxygen and COVID flu. So these are some of the latest areas which you are focusing upon. And I'm aware of your regular Saturday meetings where you bring in expertise from across the world. So these are some of the important initiatives. And then you mentioned about blind spot. That means we healthcare workers also have to be aware of each other, and we have to listen to the rules. And we need to be careful about the burnout also, which you really brought out, that burnout of the healthcare providers, burnout of the professionals, because 10 months down the line, we need to be very, very, sensitive to these very issues, because it's the health manpower which is very, very important. Thank you so much. So I'd like to come back to you again as dependent upon the questions. So I will like to now, thank you so much, Dr. Sagar. I'd like to now come to Dr. Mahesh Verma, who is in one of the important committees of Government of NCT of Delhi. And we are all aware of that Delhi is very diverse with a lot of challenges, Dr. Verma. And what are the best practices you feel were adopted by Government of NCT of Delhi to address the pandemic? Because at one time we really felt that, the number of cases have really come down, the containment strategy has worked. So that's where I would like to listen to some of your views on this and what you saw as challenges, in NCT of Delhi.
Sunila, I think very well said that, as you already said, that Delhi is very diverse, like any typical metropolis. And Delhi particularly, because we have multiple authorities here. We have central government, state government, we have railways, we have municipalities, we have New Delhi municipality, we have army area, we have university health establishment. So it's a conglomerate of group of authorities. And also that Delhi we have areas which are very densely populated. We have villages in Delhi, we have slums in Delhi, we have a developed area in Delhi. So it's a really a unique situation. And what are the best practices? Best practices are just any efforts which works and which works to your expectations. I would like to pick up a statement made by Offrain, that learning from each other. So best practice becomes something which has worked in your scenario, and as Dr. Galeria said, keep on evolving. So best practices can always be made better, and so it's a continuous it's a continuum of activities. And I would like to just share some of the best practices which has been undertaken here in Delhi, because I was part of Delhi government's committee. And I think something which is made difference and which really worked was, one was, home isolation, home care. I think it was the first state in the country which espoused this concept, and and it has in fact become a kind of a global case study today, that by doing it, almost 80% of cases, they were who had mild symptoms, they were allowed to stay at home, and they freed the hospital beds. Because as you already said, that in June or so, there was a panic button, the beds were not available. And I think this was a strategy that worked at that time. And not only that, I think the patients who stayed at home, they were supported by the government. They were provided oximeters. They were told how to use those oximeters, and almost 60,000 oximeters are in use today. So that was one strategy which really helped. Another one, as you already mentioned, that there was a containment measures. There were containment zones, and all the stringent containment measures were adopted. And in fact, today we have come down from containment zone to micro containment zone, that where there are just cluster of houses in a colony which are affected with COVID, and how that can be contained into a micro zone. That's another thing. And as everybody said, that it's a evolution, evolving. Today we are entering unlock 5. So as the unlocking happened, we kind of reimagined, redesigned, reworked, restructure how we go to offices, how do we use the metro, how we use buses. So all those things, I think another strategy which really, is worth highlighting is capacity building, right from the building, because in June, when the cases were rising, there were projections, forecasting, estimation of a number of likely cases. And I was part of that committee. So, that led to capacity building, and whether it was adding of beds, or whether it was hiring of manpower, doctors, nurses, hiring of the paramedical staff. I want to tell you, there are small things, but sometimes, it goes a long way. All the medical superintendents of the government hospitals, they were empowered that they can hire 25% extra staff. You know that in a government system, to hire somebody is a Herculean task, because there is a finance involvement. So they said 25% of the sanction strength, they can go ahead and do it. And not only that, the best thing was that big hospitals like Loknayak Hospital, GTB, and similarly hospitals were provided 1 or 2 civil services officers, like Delhi, Andaman, Nicobar, Danik officers. And they were, because what happens, we doctors sometimes we are not able to, we don't have those skills in HR, all those things, Of course, we do it, our medical superintendents do it very well, but in a case of crisis situation, so they were assisted, and that worked, because all these, frills and all those additional management, that was handled by them. And then the best thing happened, especially in June, May and June, that hospitals were linked to star hospitals, 4-star or 5-star hotels, where the doctors and the nurses, they could stay round the clock, because you needed them. You needed their services, so where they could stay, they could take rest, their food arrangement. And so that, I think that worked. And later, some of these hospitals were also linked to the hotels for additional beds. Of course, that really did not require, because it was intended that those of the patient who have mild symptoms could be housed in these hotels. So, and also there was another thing, was that the Delhi government formed a committee that they can hire the doctors, pulmonologists, physicians, anesthetists, intensivists, emergency medicine, ENT, all these, they can hire quickly from the market. And I was involved in the university system. So we ensured that all the postgraduates, MD, MS, their exams were held, because at that time, everything was locked down. So their exams were held on priority so that they could pass out and they can join as a resident, senior resident, because we needed a specialized manpower that time. And you see, I would like to tell you that till about in early June, we just had about 8 private hospitals which were looking after COVID patients, and 5 government hospitals. So altogether, for a 20 million population in Delhi, we just had about 13 hospitals which were catering, and that time, the cases were coming like anything. So what happened? The beds had to be increased. So at that time, there were just about 700 beds in a private sector, and we had about 2,500 beds in a government sector. So what happened? The government ensured that all the private hospitals which had more than 50 beds, they have to earmark 40% beds for the COVID patient. So that what happened? That had a lot of beds. Almost 5,000 beds were created, and then later on, some of the hotels were linked to the hospital, which as I said, which we really didn't require. That also further added the beds. So, and also the government explored multiple options of, if need be, the beds in banquet halls, areas, exhibition grounds, all those things that were kept ready. Good for us that we didn't use those beds. I think the next strategy which worked in Delhi was extensive testing. Delhi has been in the forefront, in testing. Everybody has been talking about testing, because you got to ramp up testing. If you test more, you find more, and you isolate, and you prevent infection from spreading. So Delhi, even before June, Delhi was almost testing 10,500 tests per million as on May 31. And in June, we were testing 5,500 tests per day. In mid-June, 11,000. In first week of July, about 21,000. And today, we are at almost testing 60,000 tests every day. And out of that, almost 12,000 RT-PCR tests. And as Dr. Guleria just said, that, today, we don't have to wait for 2 or 3 days. The test is available in 2 to 6 hours. So I think that's, again, a great move. Another thing which worked was a contact tracing. As Dr. Offlin also said in the beginning, that in some countries, there was an aggressive emphasis on tracing. So here also in Delhi, that the contact tracing was expanded beyond family. It's not just the family members, but beyond that. And the best thing was some of the faculty, non-clinical faculty from the medical institutions, and third year and fourth year students, they were involved in exploring the contact tracing. So that was another strategy. I think another very good strategy was increasing the strength of ambulances and availability within 50 to 20 minutes. I think that because when there is a panic, when there's a crisis, everybody everybody wants to reach the hospital, and especially in the lockdown period, there was no transport available. And so that Delhi has a CATS, that the centralized accident and trauma services, which can be accessed at dialing 102, but it just had about 134 ambulances. Today, it has about 602 ambulances. Out of that, almost 400 ambulances are being used for COVID and non-COVID patients, and about 200 cabs which they have hired are being used for non-emergency care. After the patient is recovered, has to be brought back to the brought home, and all these sundry activities that is used. I think another strategy which was very unique, that Delhi has its own Delhi Corona app. I know that initially when it was launched, there were a lot of hiccups. There were a lot of hue and cry that it is not working. But finally, it got settled, it worked, and hospitals also came in a rhythm that how to use this. So I think, as per this, even today, you can find out how many beds available, which hospitals got a bed. So, and also the government ensured that all the admission process is completed as early as possible, 10 to 15 minutes. So that was another strategy. Another thing was, I think, which also worked, I feel, as somebody said, that there is a different, diverse, this COVID has manifested very diverse ways in different countries. And also Dr. Guleria said that as he is talking to people all over the country, there's a diverse way of treating patients. Somebody wants to start remdesivir earlier, somebody wants to start steroids earlier, but in Delhi, the best thing is that there was a standard protocol, and everybody, whether in a private sector or in a government sector, they have to follow that protocol. And I think that also worked, that there was a standard protocol which was used by the doctors to treat these patients. And another thing, of course, some people view it differently because Delhi was the first one who started experimental trial of plasma therapy, and also not only that, set up the first plasma bank in the country. And I know that convalescent plasma, it has shown encouraging results in preventing mortality, especially initially. And not only that, the government made aggressive campaign for it to donate plasma, come forward, because I know sometimes there are people who saying that it is not working, but when nothing is, you have no, you don't have a sure shot, treatment for COVID, so even if it is contributing a bit. And not only that, if you see that our own health minister who got COVID, and our honorable deputy chief minister, they also had underwent a plasma therapy, and it worked in them. So I do understand, and there are issues that the neutralizing antibody, how much is that? We are not getting into that, but this was another best practices followed in Delhi. I think another step which was done very well was monitoring, and I want to share with you that even today, we have 3 committees which has got a mix of central government, state government, and MCD, and All-India Institute of Medical Science. There are 4 doctors in these 3 committees, and each of these committees are inspecting almost 13 to 15 hospitals, every committee, every week. And for the last 4 months, even today, they are monitoring it. And there is a surveillance of the death, there's a death audit. So all these joint committees and trying to find, trying to look at that how each death is audited. And of course, I think there's a separate committee for that, a separate group of people who are analyzing that what is the cause of the death. And the effort is how we can bring down the mortality rate, how we can bring down the death. I think the best thing which has really worked in Delhi, as you said, that yes, we had surge of cases, then it came down, and now again it has gone up. In fact, September has been one of the worst months because almost 1/3 of cases of COVID in the country has happened in this month. And also the deaths, I think a huge number of deaths has happened in September. So September has been rather bad, but hopefully things will improve. But the thing which really worked was direct public engagement. I think as Sunila, you have been always saying, and even Dr. Guleria said, I think what is most important is education, discipline, education, and behavioral change, how it can affect the behavior of the people. So the government had so many campaigns, whether it is for home isolation, for home oximeter, how it is going to work, plasma donation, how the hospital beds are being increased, all that. There was a direct contact with the public, and I think that awareness of that, of course, as Dr. Guleria said, that initially their behavior regarding social distancing regarding mask usage was very good, and we are kind of getting lackadaisical. We are getting a little laid back, and I think that needs to be strengthened. But I think engagement is very important to control any pandemic.
Dr. Mahesh, you brought a whole range of innovations for Delhi, and I like you to sum up in half a minute, because I like to come back to you again as well. You see, because you're
So
really
I think, yeah. So Sunila, I think I like to sum up with 2 or 3 things. Is one, that nothing works unless you have a teamwork, and in Delhi, I think everybody worked together, across all party lines or whatever. That was one. And second thing was, there was a criticism, something which did not work, but the response to the constructive criticism was undertaken, that if there was something was not working, so it was modified. And the third thing is that the feeling of not surrendering, not saying that, okay, now we cannot do anything. I think that was the most positive step in the leadership, that they said, no, we cannot give up. Whatever it is, even if the 1.5 lakh or 2 lakh patients come per month, we still will manage it. I think these 3 things was the key for whatever you call it, Delhi model, or how Delhi managed and still managing and going to manage the COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. Thank you so much. And as it is said that, innovation leads to invention. Or invention leads to, the need is the mother of, basically all inventions and innovations, what we say. And Delhi has been constantly evolving. And most important is that it is open to all the ideas. That is important. Some of the key innovations, like, empowering the public with pulse oximeters, and also, looking at counseling of people, home management, so that people get empowered. So that is one of the important things. And you mentioned about standardized treatment protocol, which has played a very, very important role, and initiation of, plasma banks. That is another critical thing which has played an important role. And you mentioned about, capacity building. And I would like to bring to everybody's attention that FICCI also has been in the forefront of capacity building of healthcare providers, and right from ambulance drivers till the, our specialists, the protocols have been built, including the ventilator management and all of that. So that is where it is very important to look at, every model which has played and contributed to addressing this pandemic, which we say that it is a kind of a, situation where each one of us needs to come out with different strategies, but we need to complement these strategies. So thank you so much. So with this, I will go to Mr. Kiran Digwakar. Mr. Kiran, as we are all aware of, and we were very worried about that when, cases were detected in Mumbai, particularly in the slums of Dharavi. And Dharavi today is an example which is quoted by World Health Organization and other international organizations for addressing the challenging pandemic of COVID-19. And the administration has played a very critical role in containment of pandemic. Could you please highlight your experiences and what were the barriers and challenges which were faced for containment strategies adopted during the pandemic? So can we have Mr. Kiran Digwakar, please?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kiran Digawkar. I'm Assistant Commissioner in the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. I'm heading G North Ward, which comprises of Dadar, Dharavi. Dharavi, the Asia's densest slum right now. And just to tell you the demography of Dharavi, Dharavi covers 2.5 square kilometer area of Mumbai, where though the census population is hardly 6,52,000, but if you add the floating population of Dharavi, it goes up to almost 1 million, or maybe 9 lakh to 10 lakh people stay at a given time in Dharavi in hardly 2.5 square kilometer area. One more important aspect of Dharavi is everybody has one misconception that Dharavi is only a slum where people live. But I tell you, Dharavi is hub of small scale enterprises, small scale industries. There are as many as 5,000 GST registered businesses in Dharavi, and there are 15,000 single room factories in Dharavi. So if I tell you a single room factory means there is a ground plus 2-story hutment, where on ground floor of 10 feet by 15 feet, there are 10-15 people sleeping in one room. And there are godowns and factories on the first and second floor. So this is, and one more aspect is 70% of people in Dharavi depends on community toilets. So that is one more important aspect of Dharavi. And that too, so you can now just, you might have imagined in 2.5 square kilometer, 1 million people along with the factories. Means you can imagine the kind of social distancing or home quarantine. These words are only a myth for places like Dharavi, because practically it is not possible to instruct these people to follow social distancing or ask them to home quarantine themselves, because many hutments don't even have kitchen in their areas. They all depend on street foods in the area. They simply work at their places and street food, and live on the street food in the area. So in such situation, the guidelines which were when the march was started, and the first case in Mumbai appeared on the 13th of March, and we all were busy in contact tracing of foreign people or people who were coming from other countries, and we were just making sure that these people are home quarantining. And when we were roaming in the area of Dharavi, then only we realized that it will be very difficult if we find any case in places like Dharavi, because one community toilet is used by at least 200 to 500 people are using one community toilet. So even if one infected person uses such community toilet, you can means it is next to impossible to do contact tracing of such people. So we have to do some innovative practices in such cases, or alternate solution to that. So the first case in Dharavi appeared on 1st April, and that was a death case. And when we did contact tracing of that particular person, we find out that he met 72 people in last 14 days. So you can imagine the contact tracing or amount of contact tracing which needs to be done in the area. So we slowly, steadily, initially started doing contact tracing, and we realized that there are many people who are coming to us with the problems of breathlessness or any other symptom, COVID-like symptoms, who were no way concerned with the infected person, or he was not even high-risk contacts. Then only realized this community toilet is the main source where people are getting infected. And that too, when lockdown was imposed, all the factories were closed, all shops were closed, and all people were asked to sit at home, and they all were depending on street food, and suddenly street food was closed. So we were suddenly has to engage ourselves into distributing food packets in the area. So the local representatives, always, as well as various NGOs, as well as we as a government organization, started distributing food packets in the area, where we find out many queues, means people were standing in queues in thousands in number. And you can imagine the scenario where this quarantining and social distancing was practically not possible. So what we did is, we started taking fewer camps in the area, and we started doing door-to-door survey of in the entire Dharavi. We identified a few high-risk zone initially, and we started doing door-to-door survey, and we started identifying people having COVID-like symptoms, and then started isolating them. So it was, means that it was instead of becoming reactive, we started becoming proactive, that we will chase the virus, not let the virus come to us, but we will go to the virus and find out. So that strategy really worked, and we are fortunate that people of Dharavi are so means the community engagement is like nothing, means they are already used to for this kind of community engagement. The doctors, private doctors in the area, medical practitioners came forward, and they requested us, ki, sir, our clinics are closed anyway, we are not doing any job, and how can we help you? So we just requested them that, ki, let's screen entire Dharavi. We will provide our thermal scanner, oximeter, PP kits, gloves, mask, whatever you want, including food, water, everything. Just help us to screen the entire area. And so with the help of these 24 doctors, And our team, we started screening people. Door-to-door screening was literally happening in the area, and we started isolating people those who are showing the symptoms. So this was very unlike the traditional method of contact tracing and identifying the high-risk contacts and testing them. And we have arranged fever camps in the area, and people having showing symptoms of fever and all coming forward and testing themselves. So these multiple ways of testing people, especially the symptomatic people, really worked, and we able to find out many suspects with the help of this method. So for that, when means initially in 8 days we have screened almost 47,500 people in the area, and isolated 600 people who were showing symptoms and tested them. 129 of them were positive, and then what we did is, in the area there are many schools, colleges, sports complexes. We acquired each and every school, college, sports complexes, marriage hall, and we converted them into institutional quarantine. When institutional quarantine means, we have set up all beds and all, we place doctors around the clock, doctors in 3 shifts, doctor, nurses, ward boys, medicine supply, testing centers, everything was set up in institutional quarantine only. So the idea was to screen the people, to identify the suspect and shift them into institutional quarantine as suspect. Then you treat them there with the help of medicine. Then you have doctors there. Then you test them there itself, and then isolate the positive people, and then release the negative, those who turn negative. One more important aspect we did is, we set up a community kitchen in these institutional quarantine centers, where we provided breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 3-course meal to these people. So to imagine, and it was pretty fair deal for people of Dharavi, that anyway they are not getting food to eat, or they are not getting any hospital to treat or medicines, and they were getting everything with no cost. They have to simply volunteer themselves for the institutional quarantine. There they will get food, 3-course meal, free doctor checkup, free medicine, and free test. When the test was costing 4,000 rupees, and it was not possible for any common man of Dharavi to test themselves or his family or her family for 4,000 rupees each. So that strategy really worked, and people started volunteering themselves for testing and quarantining in the area. So then after that, we experienced that many people were as a suspect also, they are suffering, means they are critically ill and suffering breathlessness and all. Then we added oxygen concentrators in the institutional quarantine. Then we acquired few hospitals in the area. There was Sai Hospital, Prabhat Nursing Home, Family Care, Life Care. There are few hospitals. We literally acquired these hospitals. Here also, I like to mention the credit to the Dharavi people of Dharavi, that the doctors literally handed over their key along with their management, all staff, everything was working, and they said ki sir, ye hospital aaj se aapka hai. You decide what to do with this hospital. Then we started admitting critical patient in these hospitals only, because that time bed management was very difficult, and it was very difficult to find out the free bed, especially our private bed in the area. And so the idea was, the people of Dharavi shall be tested there itself and treated there itself. They should not be means asked to go anywhere out of Dharavi. And that idea really worked. This is on this front, fever camps and all these treatment front. There are other measures also, like containment measures. So what we did is, we converted, it was impossible to lock down entire Dharavi, or what we can say, implement the lockdown in entire Dharavi. So what we did is, we divided Dharavi into 16 zones. So 16 high-risk zones have been identified, and we made them as a containment zone with the police protection from all sides. And we appointed few community leaders in the area. So we asked people to volunteer themselves as a community leader or community coordinators in the area. And that the job of that community leader was to make sure that all toilets in the area are sanitized 6 times in a day, or whether all grocery shops and medicine shops are following social distancing in the area, whether all shops are closed, whether food packets which we have, food pockets or grocery packets which we are serving have been distributed well in the area, and the fever camps needs to be arranged in the area, or any other mass distribution or sanitization distribution is happening. So this community engagement really worked in the area. And one more important aspect is the role of NGOs and corporates in the area, because see, Dharavi got quite good attention in international as well as national and local media, and it has its own pros and cons getting media attention. But we if you count on the pros, that we got lot of donation to Dharavi during that period, because everybody was watching on TV that Dharavi is under danger and everything is, Dharavi is a tickling bomb, and everything was that way it was been projected. But many corporates come forward and they call us and they said we want to donate something to Dharavi. And you will not believe, we have distributed 25,000 grocery packets in the area, and we used to distribute 21,000 lunch packets and 21,000 dinner packets every day to people of Dharavi. And so as the mask and gloves and many things have been, or PPE kit, lot of things have been distributed in Dharavi just through CSR funds. One more thing I like.
Mr. Kiran, I think you'd like to sum up in half a minute or so. We have one more person, and then because we know that, example of Dharavi will go down in the memory lane of the pandemic and the commitment of the administration. So we'd like you to sum up the important key points, and then we'll go to the next speaker.
One is that there was an open plot in Dharavi where within just 18 days we have constructed 200 bed oxygen supply hospital, and that was in record time. And I'll tell you, many corporates come forward, including the film actor Ajay Devgan and Americas NGO, who paid for the oxygen supply in the area. And we have treated as good as 600 critical patients in that hospital within the span of 1 or 2 months. And then because of this aggressive testing, treating, we started seeing the results of results, and then amount of what we can say the number of positive people started reducing, and they were almost in single digit. But right now we are experiencing some spike, nominal spike, where there are again 2-digit cases are appearing. So to, as you said, to sum up, so these are the multiple things that to arrange a fever camp, to chase the virus by aggressively doing door-to-door screening, then identify the people, quarantining themselves instead of preferring home quarantining, institutionally quarantine them, treat them there, and to provide hospitals in the area. And along with that, the effective containment zone management with the help of community leader has really worked. So the Dharavi model itself is a teamwork of all the stakeholders, including the corporates, NGOs, the people of Dharavi itself, and the civic staff as well as police. Everybody has contributed to this model. This is what I like to mention right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran. Be it contact tracing, be it community toilets, be it distribution of food packets, fever camps, community engagement, private provider involvement, or having a 200-bedded oxygen supply hospital. As I said, this episode or this incidence or this example will go in the memory lane of COVID-19 pandemic, as has been acknowledged by World Health Organization and different organizations. So after this, I'll request to FICCI to really have a real-time documentation of what all real-time experiences you have been. So my next speaker, and a very most important speaker, is Dr. Tim Hawkins. So Dr. Tim Hawkins, would you like to share the best practices and strategies that you have in some countries like Europe, Middle East, and other countries across the globe, so that we can see that in future, because it is now new normal. It is now new kind of a time period, where each practice, as we said, across caste, creed, religion, state, or the providers, or it is Southeast Asian region or different regions, these practices have got to be, the best practices have got to be adopted and complemented. So may we have Tim, please, and your time will be approximately 7 minutes. And before that, after that, we'll be taking a quick question and I'll be summing up the session. because the sessions have been so interesting. So that's where we went along with that. Tim, please.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, and esteemed panelists and audience. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. In my role, I do have, and my team have, the great privilege of being able to work with organizations, healthcare organizations, governmental and leading institutions right around the world. And that allows us to get some great perspectives, as you highlight. I think we ran recently a 5-week Future of Healthcare webinar series with 2 to 3 panelists on each of those different sessions from right across the world of leading experts. And I think it's great to kind of highlight some of the key themes that came out from that. In terms of what set up geographies to be successful in managing the COVID pandemic, 3 key themes. Firstly, specific learnings from previous pandemic experiences, particularly SARS and MERS, and actually that's particularly in Asia. Secondly, a level of general health system preparedness, and I guess many of the panelists here have touched on that. And thirdly, efficient collaboration across the system, private and public, and trust in government. And if we're turning to each of those 3 areas in turn, I mean, Dr. Offren, you particularly highlighted test and trace, and absolutely, though in terms of specific learnings from previous pandemic experiences, those geographies that had those experiences, and you highlighted several in Asia, South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, they had those experiences, and painful as they were, that led them to really put in place very strong test and trace. And that has, from the early point, really led to a strong outcome for them. In addition, isolation facilities and stockpiling personal protective equipment were themes that came from those learnings, those specific learnings for those geographies. In terms of general health preparedness, so there it's more about the overall system, emergency protocols and IT preparedness in particular. And countries like South Korea and Finland, which ranked highly on the Global Health Security Index, did indeed and have indeed done well through the pandemic in managing the number of deaths. And then in terms of collaboration between private and public stakeholders, countries like New Zealand and Finland were very effective, especially in the early stages, by ensuring collaboration between public and private stakeholders, but also because of the strength of trust in government. And I think, Dr. Garg, you also mentioned population discipline, as you described it. And in Finland, for example, over 80% of people surveyed have trust in the abilities of their government to fight against the spread of the virus. And there's quite a strong correlation between those geographies with strong trust in government and maintained trust in government through the process of the pandemic and their outcomes, because that leads, as you described, to that level of population discipline, and that's what we see. So those are 3 high-level themes. And as we look forward, what are the learnings that countries are taking in terms of trying to find ways of managing healthcare going forwards? So firstly, a lot of systems have realized that new models of care delivery are required. And that's particularly in primary care, and that's particularly in telehealth. And we can see that as a pattern right across the world. And whether that's actually even in the Ayushman Bharat and health and wellness centers in India, right the way through to primary care in the UK or New Zealand, there is and in the Middle East as well, it's a similar pattern of a shift to new models of care, often involving telehealth and focus on well-being. And that links also through to a focus on quality and safety of patients as a second theme going forwards. The adoption of evidence-based practice. And Dr. Verma, I think you particularly highlighted standardized protocols and their importance. And absolutely, we see the adoption of standardized protocols as part of that focus on quality and safety. And so that's something that Elsevier has been also providing free information through our various healthcare hubs to offer the world standardized protocols updated and maintained. A third area is building on that story of collaboration. So increasing collaboration and coordination. Geographers have realized that that's what's required going forwards as well. And finally, data. And that links through to that concept of collaboration and coordination. A lot of the collaboration and coordination is also around IT and information sharing and data sharing, and doing that in a secure way that protects patient privacy, but at the same time enables the power of analytics and data to be harnessed to drive improved insights and targeted efforts to the right parts of countries, to the right parts of the healthcare system, to the most vulnerable groups. Those geographies that are applying that most effectively are seeing, I think, as one of the speakers highlighted, also Germany, for example, doing that very well in terms of applying that going forwards. So going forwards, to summarize, those 4 areas: new models of care, including telehealth, focus on quality and safety, including evidence-based best practice, collaboration and coordination across the system, private and public, and then finally, data and data harnessing. So those are some of the themes that we see from around the world, both in terms of learnings, what prepared people well going into the pandemic, and what countries are taking from it now as they look to the future.
Thank you, Dr. Tim, for very crisp and succinct messages. I wish we had more time, and I'm going to request Vicky to plan a separate session for this. So the specific learnings from SARS and MERS have got a very critical role, and we have to do a lot of learnings from them. We do have to learn and collaborate, have collaboration between private and public systems, including testing and tracing. We do have experiences from Asia and other countries, which we need to, kind of complement. And another thing which you really highlighted was IT preparedness in particular, which is a very, very key issue. And have trust in your governments. Then only we can bring in, as you said, population discipline, which I also said that. So that's where you see we need to look at all these issues. And this is a constantly evolving process with newer models coming every day and a lot of learnings to be done from that. And best practices definitely needs to be re-looked at, and they need to be adopted to the local area. So that is very, very important. So thank you everyone for your huge, vast experience which you have brought in over in this session. And in the chat box, there is one question for Dr. Randeep Guleria. Before I get in the final message from Dr. Offrin and conclude the session, Dr. Randeep, there is a question from one of the participants. How can different states of countries incorporate best management practices for COVID-19 from other neighboring states and countries while maintaining the integrity and methods of their original practices?
So I think the most important message here is to communicate with each other, see what the evidence is, and based on the evidence, try and adopt or adapt practices which are doable and practical in your own area. There is now, we have learned a lot over the last few months as far as managing COVID-19 is concerned. Most centers and most governments have it on their website, but it's an evolving thing. It's important that we discuss and understand problems that each area has and try and adapt best practices to suit that area. And I think that is the message that we need to do. We have to talk to each other, discuss issues, and find innovative solutions. We can do that, whether it be emerging markets, whether it be smaller countries, whether it be states which are challenging. We've seen that in the Northeast, there were huge challenges, but they've overcome them by being more innovative. And sometimes distances are a challenge. So it's something that can be done. But I think communication, discussion, and being innovative are the things that we need to do.
Thank you so much. And now, before I conclude the session, I will tell Dr. Offrin, because the time is very short, that you can give one final message for the session and before I sum up this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that big challenge, Dr. Garg. I guess the final message is that we have to live with the virus. We are in a lockdown, the virus is there. We unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the virus is there. And so what this pandemic has really taught us is, and it's music to my ears when esteemed clinician like Dr. Guleria is saying that the investment should be in our public health systems. We need to be able to have that capacity in our public health systems to detect, trace, test, isolate, and care. That is still the basic public health response. All the innovations and contexts in which these were applied to, whether it's Dharavi or a very rural community or Delhi in all its vast dimensions, are just permutations of that capacity. And that in many countries that have done this well, they have invested from 2003, whether it was SARS, and 2005, whether it was avian flu, or 2009, whether it was H1N1. I guess at the end of the day, what's next? We have to really rethink as we rebuild and recover. It is not, they say it's a new normal, but it's more business unusual. At the end of the day, well, also the basis of everything will be evidence and science, whether it's public health practice, the messaging we put out, or our technologies that we apply for those basic public health measures of detect, trace, test, isolate, and care. I think the next challenges will be upon us. This is not just, I used to say this is a marathon, not a sprint. Now I say COVID-19 is actually an ultra marathon. As we move to festival season, as we move to the winter season, the challenges are upon us that for diseases also that we have a cure or a vaccine, that those will not become our new outbreaks. So innovate. We have to, I quote our regional director, Dr. Poonam Singh, and her strategy is summarized in 3 words: sustain, accelerate, and innovate. We have to sustain certain measures. We have to accelerate where we have gaps, and we have to innovate as things evolve, because this pandemic is evolving. And it's our collaboration that will keep us through. Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afrin. Now, I have got big thank you for all the panelists, and with few lines, I will sum up this session. Number one is that every individual has right to live, and live happily and in good health. Simultaneously, I bring out that every healthcare worker has got right to safe work. So that's where these are 2 critical issues. And also Dr. Poonam Khetrapal, she pointed out that, who is director WHO SEER region, she pointed out that people's extraordinary health needs do not disappear during extraordinary events. Health security is not about building capacity to prevent, prepare for, and respond to acute events. It is also must to focus on building essential health services. We have to follow SMS. We have to discipline our population. We have to bring together different professional associations like OMAG with single unified strategy and single voice. Innovate the use of technology, take care of vulnerable population, complement the best practices across, and we have to tackle inequality in short and long term with short and long term measures. We have to bridge the digital divides, which is very important, and we have to green the economy, and which is an important need of the population. And our strategies have to be sustainable and inclusive. We have to uphold the human rights and have the good governance practices, and address violence as a very, very important issue, which has not been touched till now. So I feel that violence is an important agenda which needs to be talked at all the fronts. And then another thing is that we have to prepare in all the sectors, whether it is human development, whether it is health system, whether we talk of connectivity. All these issues are very, very important. So with this, I thank all my panelists, Dr. Afrin, Dr. Mahesh Verma, Dr. Randeep Guleria, Dr. Kiran Digwakar, Dr. Sagar Galvankar. So all these are, you see, you have brought a wealth of experience for this session. And Dr. Sagar, thank you for being there at this hour of time in Florida. So thank you so much. And thank you, Tim, for waiting for a long time, but your experience has been very, very crucial. Thank you so much. With this, I close the panel. Namaste. Thank you.
हेलो सीवीसी। हाँ, आपको मेरी आवाज़ मिल रही है? मैं एनआईसी हेडक्वार्टर से बोल रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से सर?
एनआईसी हेडक्वार्टर से।
एनआईसी हेडक्वार्टर से। सही तो आप पर है। हाँ जी सर, आ रही है।
हाँ, आप एक बार इनसे बात कर लीजिए, वेबएक्स वालों से।
एनआईसी अच्छा,
अभी एनआईसी से कनेक्ट
एनआईसी से कर रहे हैं बात।
अच्छा, विकास।
Yes, I can hear you.
What about the video quality?
Yes, madam.
What about
Can
the
you hear
video
me?
quality, Vikas? Yeah, I can hear you.
Video
What
call.
about the video clarity?
Video quality is fine.
Okay, see, we'll also try to connect the other conference room from the commission. The people will not speak from there. We'll just connect it. So, meanwhile, we'll also do the testing for same.
Right, right.
Okay, thank you. हाँ नितिन आवाज आ रही है?
लेकिन ये उधर भी जा रही होगी बात.
हेलो.
Well, home healthcare saw a paradigm shift during the COVID times when everybody was saying, stay home, stay safe. We took healthcare at home. What started as maintaining patients with early discharge from the hospital and people who didn't want to or couldn't go to the hospital, it saw a sea change in the last 6 months. Pre-COVID, I got a fever. Let me pop up paracetamol or visit a neighborhood doctor. All this was not possible in the post-COVID era. Fever could be a COVID positive patient. Whom do I consult? Whom do I talk to? What do I do? So, well, from helplines to teleconsults to home sample collection of RT-PCR and finally remote monitoring of asymptomatic and mildly symptomatic patients at home, all kept home healthcare providers on their toes. On 10th of May, Government of India released the home isolation guidelines. And finally, it got its due in a new normal of phygital home healthcare. Moving away from a nurse at home, it scaled to nurses, doctors, dietitians, psychological counselors, telemonitoring lakhs of patients with various states government embracing it and help decreasing the burden on acute care. And again, India showed the way. When home healthcare across the globe was focusing on saving patients in care homes, we in India kept 95% of patients at home. Out of that, 75 recovered with a mortality rate of less than 1%. But all this acceptance, growth, raised questions on future models of care, payers, industry partnerships, regulation or accreditation, and how out of hospital care will shape overall healthcare delivery in India the post-pandemic. So let's hear from our distinguished panel. To introduce myself, my name is Dr. Gaurav Thukral and I am the Chief Operating Officer for Healthcare at Home India. It's one of the largest home healthcare providers in India, backed by the Burmans of the Dabur Group and the founders of Home Healthcare at Home UK. I am a doctor by training, intensivist, and have had positions into clinical, administrative, and P&L roles in Fortis, and then stepped out of the hospital to set up healthcare at home 8 years back. I have a very distinguished panel with me. I'm very privileged to introduce Mr. Mayank Bhatwal. Mr. Mayank is the Chief Executive Officer at Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, a joint venture between the Aditya Birla Group and MMI Holdings of South Africa. He has been with the Aditya Birla Group for 26 plus years and has held multiple leadership roles across insurance, financial services, manufacturing, energy power, and in India and Indonesia. He set up Aditya Birla Health Insurance in 2015, and under his leadership, within a short span of time, ABHI has grown into one of the recognized and fastest growing health insurance company in India. He is the co-chair for FICCI Health Insurance Committee and is also actively involved with a number of industry forums such as CII and IAMAI. I welcome you, Mayank Bhatwal. I also have with me a very distinguished medtech leader, Mr. Pawan Musherla. He is the managing director of BD India, has a diverse experience of handling businesses in information technology, consumer electronics, home appliances, and healthcare. As part of the learning and contributing journey, he has done very funny. Hello. Headquarters, Greater Asia spanning regional business leadership, platform management, strategic innovation in BD, to acquire experience of general management, global experience, strategic thinking, and innovation. He enjoys solving crosswords, armchair strategizing on cricket, playing squash, learning tennis. He has worked with 12 different nationalities in his team, learning to work with different cultures and mindsets. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Early in the morning from UK, Leicester, we have Professor Rishabh Prasad, who is the chairman and founding partner of Willows Healthcare, where he merged GP practices with a footprint over 40,000 patients and rolled out UK's first healthcare app allowing clinical contact on smartphones. Prior to this, he was the honorary professor, founder, and director at Digital Health and Care Unit, De Montfort University. He's a general practitioner with more than 15 years of experience and has served the community across 1 million patients. He's also the co-founder of Digital Healthcare Unit at De Montfort. Largely recognized for his contributions to general practice, end of life, that's where we as an Indian pharmaceutical industry has reached. So going forward, today I have a very interesting panel along with me. So the chair is Dr. Y.K. Gupta sir. No introduction needed there. He's an ex-professor and head of Department of Pharmacology, but more broadly, he is the vice chair of the National Committee of Medicines, which is looking into the NLEM revision, which is happening or ongoing. We also have two brilliant physicians with us. One is Dr. Arun Wadhwa. He is a consultant pediatrician, a resident consultant at Rainbow's Children's Hospital. We have Dr. Aviral Roy, consultant critical care at Medica Super Specialty Hospital. Who best to then also rope into our discussion is Dr. Madhur Gupta. She is a technical officer at WHO Country Office for India. And I shouldn't miss pointing out Dr. Murtaza Khorakiwala, the managing director for one of the leading pharma companies in India and globe, Wokhart. And finally, to complete the panel, we also have Mr. Sharad Goswami, who is a senior director, public affairs, Pfizer India. So with that introduction to the panel, let me open the discussion with an opening statement from Dr. Y.K. Gupta, because, sir, we really want to, all of these things which is happening, vaccine manufacturers, the race which is happening, the phase 2 or 3 trials which is happening. We hear SII, Bharat Biotech, Zydus, BioE, Reliance, all into this. I mean, it would be really great to hear from you. What is it that the government is planning, or what is it that the current status of all of these trials is? So we really look forward to hearing from you on that.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I must thank the organizer for having this meeting, wonderful meeting, and a very timely meeting. I would say that vaccine is going to be a big relief to the entire community, the globe, and whether you are suffering from.
We feel that that community, especially when it stays away, there are many areas where home health can be of help. And home health, let's I mean, I like to broaden the definition of home health, not in terms of only hospitalization, but all aspects, the entire spectrum of healthcare delivery, whether it's inpatient, outpatient, all, and nursing, etc., all aspects, to be included in that. And I think there's no, in some sense, it also reduces the overall cost of delivery, apart from anything else. So principally, the payers would like to get that into the fold. I think the areas that have to be have to work together is the whole regulatory mechanism, and I'm very I must say that the IRDA has been very open and very forward looking, and looking at what into the fray. And I think the recent COVID situation has only accentuated that whole process. But also the usage by consumers, how are consumers adopting and adapting to it, is also a very important area for us to look at, right? Because finally, I think, and all of us will have to work together in that, in giving that confidence to the consumer, the patient, that the delivery going to be inferior than what they might get at the actual, let's say, the traditional way, where they would go to the hospital, or they will go to the clinic, or and so on and so forth. So there's no difference in that, and therefore the quality is same. So I think it's all the patient, the provider, the payer, all three, if I can say, that the triage will have to work together to make sure that that first why the payer will not like to then fund it to the extent that it is covered in the offering. So I feel that is the way to go. In fact, even before IRDA officially said, we had reached out, and for COVID we said that we like to let our consumers take the COVID treatment at home, and even though from right thing to do given the overall healthcare infra capacity. And I do feel that going forward with whatever has happened during this time, in some way this is an inflection point, and I think the usage will definitely increase, because people are a lot more comfortable in from a consumer perspective to take it in their tray, and including the entire digital health revolution, in some sense, the shift that is happening now. That's an important milestone, and I'm happy to take participate in this process in whichever way we can.
Saturday, the taxi is coming out. Can you give some examples from the global perspective? Because as much as I know, it has across the globe, insurances have worked very closely with the home healthcare. In fact, I know where
Have you booked the taxi for Saturday and
the nearest competitor of healthcare at home UK. So could you share some examples from across?
Hello, have you booked the taxi for Saturday?
There's some.
Hey, Simrat, can you mute your phone, please?
Yeah, sorry. So, Gaurav, to your question on international experiences, I don't think so. It's an issue of a specific example. I think in all markets where home health is mature and the patients in the consumer community is accepting that, there's no reason why the payer. I repeat that I don't think that payers will not like to adapt it. The payers will be more than happy because finally it's what the patient and is willing to look at and what is relevant for them. So for example, in South Africa, where our joint venture partners come from, it's fairly prevalent in terms of the payers, the entire insurance community fully funding it to the extent the availability of the so my view is that it's more increasing the scope of home health and delivery and how creating a larger awareness around this, that consumers and patients understand some regulatory and government both the government, the health regulatory, and also the, let's say, the idea this just giving that comfort that I think this is adopting it. I don't think payer is a key issue here or a key blocker here in my sense, Gaurav. And I'm the example that you spoke about, whether it's UK or US, they are much more mature markets. So there, of course, it is the insurance companies are fully funding it, and I repeat, it's funding across the entire the entire life cycle or the entire value chain of healthcare delivery. So. Pre-COVID, we were at an early stage. Now I think we will move ahead faster.
Thank you, Mayank. I'll come back to you. I'll go to Dr. Atul Kochar. Dr. Atul Kochar, one of the reservations or one of the wants from the payer is that there has to be a regulation, right? And in absence of regulation, there is a self-regulation on accreditation, which we saw in the hospital sector emerging 20 years back. I still remember, I'm an NABH assessor in the early days. It was most prevalent in the corporate sectors, then in the metros, and then IRDA at some point said that you need to be NABH entry level accredited to at least have an insurance coverage. Mayank very rightly said that the industry needs to mature, and the home healthcare industry in the country is just 10 years old. It needs to mature, organized player needs to come, transparency needs to come, and it has to be part of the value chain. So how does NABH view to bring these things or to bring quality home healthcare which the payer can trust and pay? What is your views on that, and what is the NABH role in that, sir?
Yeah, Gaurav, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'll only build on what Mr. Mayank just now mentioned, that there has to be, if all the payer, the provider, and the patient, they all are on the same page. And one word, a very excellent word you use, that trust. So in case we can develop trust in any which manner, this will go a long way. Then the payers have no objection, then the patients are benefited, and the providers are also happy. Now, just to give a line about NABH, we are all aware that NABH is currently 15-year-old body. I mean, we are a restless teenager. And with this synergy, we have been developing standards since 2005. We are into 5th edition of our hospital accreditation standards. Launched about 4 years back, our entry-level certification has been very, very popular because we reach out to tier 2, tier 3 markets. And one thing, we are currently operating about 21 broad programs under the 3 broad headings of accreditation, certification, and empanelment. We are not a regulatory body, we are a voluntary body, which is the reason for success. We currently have about 9,600 hospitals partnering with us under these broad programs. Now, having said that, I mean, any sort of accreditation, and what this pandemic has also shown us, that the ability to cope up with disaster, I mean, the SOPs, that's been a huge enabler of quality. When the madness struck in December or January or March, for that matter, in India, all the hospitals which were used to carrying out mock drills, all the hospitals which were used to following SOPs, and they were changing from day to day, hour to hour. Guidance was changing, and they adapted very well. And future will tell, the data will show that accreditation or certification builds huge trust across the ecosystem. So whenever we talk about changing dynamics, changing scenario, you have to have certain framework for following. I mean, it could be voluntary, it could be self-regulatory, it could be mandatory. And as Mr. Mayank very rightly said, I mean, IRDA has shown, and many companies, like they themselves, they were proactive and they covered for COVID. So why not for other disorders? If we were to learn from various models present, then we would see that there are so many advanced countries, mature markets as he called them. So they are mature in so many ways, which have implemented already these standards. So we would be very keen. We already were looking for hospice care, home care, and senior living standards. We were already comparing models. We already had initiated the process, but now we have to include, but largely they were for the senior living space. Now we realize that more population requires, and you combine it with the digital health. I mean, this was one of the silver lining, one of the gifts which was given to the people of India by the Board of Governors in supersession of the MCI when they were there. So due to the pandemic, they accelerated the process. The work was already being done. I think the pandemic precipitated it, and all of us now, across millions of consultations which happen on this digital platform are a small silver lining out of the entire thing. So going forward, NABH will be very keen to draft these standards. We would love to have industry bodies and industry leaders. Let me congratulate on your award also, the FICCI Great Award, which your organization won, and rightly so. So essentially, we would love to have industry support. We would love to have public consultations from all stakeholders, from the insurance leaders, thought leaders, and we would come out with a very elaborate yet simple to implement standards which should cover all aspects of a home care model. So that is what we aspire to do. And when we talk about digital health, I'm sure Professor Rizub will add, but then with that comes a huge responsibility also. So any model which looks at all these things must address the issues of privacy, security, information, and the interoperability also. And of course, a holistic spectrum has to be drafted. So NABH will not be left wanting. We are there, and we are already working on that. And we'll already be soon be starting to tie these loose hands and bring out a document and place it in public domain for comments.
Thank you, Dr. Kochhar. That was very encouraging. And just to touching upon our journey of clinical quality in India. So when we started, there were no standards, there was no regulation. So we adopted CQC London standards because one set of our partners came from there, our promoters came from there. Healthcare at Home UK had written the standards which were adopted by CQC London, and that's where the regulation came into. And then we had tried many times before you to get to NABH, but I think they were very much preoccupied with the entry-level hospital because that was a big load which was there at that time. And in the meanwhile, with Quality Accreditation Institute, we wrote the first standards. And I must say that this was the first time that the peers, the competitors in this industry, in the organized home healthcare industry, got together. It was Apollo Home Care, Portia, us, and many other providers, Medwell, which got together to write the standard. And now these standards have been approved by ISPO also. So I feel so that much work has been done, and rather than reinventing the wheel, I would suggest that NABH takes it from here and we get to the I would say entry level point of this, so that more of the unorganized sector can be brought into the organized sector where payer has more providers and hence the scope increases. So any views on that, sir?
No, this is wonderful. See, I mean, if there's nothing, then something is always better. But having said that, NABH started drafting these standards in 2005. So over the time, it's all about continual quality improvement. So much so, the paradigms have changed, the aspects have changed, but the broad foundation remains same, right? So it's all about patient safety and quality. So being in the spirit of that, so whatever standards have been drafted, we can always change, we can learn. I'm familiar with the CQC model. The Care Quality Commission of UK has done some phenomenal job, actually. I mean, it's a phenomenal, they are the leaders in a mature market, if I can borrow from Mr. Mayank. That's a wonderful work which they've done, but so has CMS of the UK. So has Chinese system. I mean, they have their own elaborate system because there are many countries with similar demographics. There are many countries with similar geography and population ratios, and which we can classify as aging countries in a certain percentage manner. So all these aspects are very well taken. But my take is, I mean, there's Mexico, there's Singapore. So all these countries follow a federal structure. I mean, the Mexico and US follow a federal structure. They also have a central body looking after collating with each state drafting different rules. So we have to look at the realities of India. And our standards, I can very proudly say that all NABH standards are Atmanirbhar, self-reliant standards. They are homegrown, not diluting or compromising on quality, but they are built upon an understanding which has been generated over the years by people such as you, assessors such as you, who go out, give us your inputs, and then we build on that, rectify it. So this is the mechanism which has developed with lots of trust, and that's why the NHA trusts us. That's why the IRDAI trusts us. So with that kind of a backing, we feel very responsible. So maybe the delay was not because we were occupied in other aspects, but maybe it's an idea whose time has come. Maybe the market is now ready. Maybe the people are now ready, and all stakeholders are now ready. So we will come up with a very responsible document which will cover. And we are, as you are already aware, we are very generic. We do not kind of extrapolate our things on all. I mean, we do not. Kind of made it binding, and all NABH standards give the freedom to implement within the scope of services what any institution has to offer. So all these international models, there's so much learning, but our Indian standards, our NABH standards are going to be the perfect example of self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat. So
great, sir, great. And I just want to add here that hospitals are I would say, has been always the focus of NABH and insurance, because that's where the most consumption happens. And whenever we are now NABH looking at formulating standards for out of hospital care, I think it has to see the continuity of care before admission and after admission, and how alternate of OPDs and daycare can be done at home. My last question before I go to Professor Rishabh is, one of the things which made NABH standards very, very readily adopted was the incentivization given by the government through CGHS and various government schemes. Do you think that would be a fair possibility for home healthcare also?
Of course, that's a big incentive to adapt and adopt. And one more thing, I mean, when you said that the hospitals are focused, it has been, of course. But currently, I mean, this pandemic has made us introspect, all of us. And we realized that if we were to create these islands of excellence, and then somewhere something is not correct. So we understand now, all of us, we understand better now that if we are to succeed in future or going forward also, we have to reach out to the people, reach out to the last man in the line. So somewhere we have to talk about, essentially, I mean, we are creating these centers of excellence, these all big hospitals, our entry-level certification also. But this is for all those lakhs of small facilities, one doctor clinic in a small colony, let's say, I mean, or reaching out to primary health centers. So that's the wisdom which we have got, that we have to educate people, and we would love to have industry on board regarding this, how to tell them about the basics of hand hygiene, let's say. all the patient safety goals, good communication, surgical safety checklist. So all these, unless we reach out to people and create an ecosystem or a culture of quality, like we've all heard about this herd immunity. I mean, that's one word which has been coming at us often. So unless we start talking about herd quality, a basic essence of quality, somewhere, somehow there'll be chinks in our armor, the multiple Achilles heel, which will be there. So the incentivization is just a swap. And going forward, we know that this is not going to last. So we have to reach out to people and make people adopt these standards, right? And any standard. I mean, though I am advocating NABH because it's easy, self-understanding, they are revised and we connect with people. But the bottom line is that some SOPs have to be followed, and that framework should be adhered to in large interest of patient safety and quality.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for those words of wisdom, and very, very encouraged that NABH will soon work on home healthcare and out of hospital care work. So you mentioned CQC, and let me go to Professor Rishabh Prasad from UK. Dr. Prasad, can we have your views on the UK's response to COVID and the innovative work which you did using digital health in care homes, which is a big chunk of out of hospital care in UK? Your view, sir. You are on mute, Professor.
That will help. Let me contextualize some of this. The UK experience is very different given our population mix. When I Googled this, I think the UK population over 65 is about 20%, and in India, it's about 5%, which really changes the impact of COVID, right? The health system in the UK is very different as well. It is largely government funded. So there isn't a payer as such, which changes the way users interact with it. 90% of care is delivered outside the hospital by primary care for about 9% of the overall health spend. And that is essentially which drives the efficiency in the NHS. The NHS, for all its ills, is an efficient method of delivering care. And that primary care centre is the area which delivers care in care homes and to home care settings. There is remarkable innovation clearly happening in India in a home care setting. That is not happening in the UK. Okay, let's be very clear about that. In the UK, home care is limited to community nursing largely, and in some areas, end-of-life care with remote GP support. The only kind of home care that happens otherwise is doctors going out and visiting care patients in their own homes, but it's episodic, it's limited, it is not efficient, it's very reactive to, acute illnesses, with no facility to manage patients in their own settings. Very limited things, such as some areas may have antibiotic services, but it's really very limited and patchy. The UK response to COVID in that context. I'm struggling to say this in a way which makes me sound in anything less than patriotic. It's very depressing. We have had, in care homes, there has been an 80% excess mortality rate. Can I say that again? 80%. And that's from figures from the University of Stirling. 40% of all COVID deaths have happened in care homes. These are shocking, depressing numbers. And absolutely, in the early days of coronavirus, we had all the issues that every other, supposedly developed countries had. We had no PPE. We had no testing. The kind of peculiarities of England were that because we have a state-run institution, everything is top-down. So even when we had innovative, and I say innovative, really quite straightforward ideas, we couldn't implement them because you had state diktats. So, for example, at Willows Health, although we contract with the NHS, we are independent providers, so we were able to implement and figure it out later. But when we put our ideas forward about home monitoring, the NHS itself didn't take it on. So in terms of innovation, it's innovation with a small I, okay? What we did was with our care homes, we put in remote monitoring stations so that we had a straightforward, it's branded by Arc Health, it's essentially a Chromebook with a digital stethoscope, SATS Pro, basic monitoring attached to it. This is not rocket science, okay? And we use those devices to connect into care homes so we could offer care to them without going in and being a vector for illness. This is not an expensive solution. It is not difficult because in the UK, you have the infrastructure of care behind it to actually service these units. And we were able to offer care planning with our own geriatricians and general practitioners. And we had some very compelling figures from before coronavirus. With the approach we had pre-coronavirus, we reduced attendance to hospital by 40%, which is a massive driver of costs in the system. When patients were admitted to hospital, they had 40% reduced bed days. So from a payer perspective, from, let's say, the Birla perspective, this is a fantastic way of delivering care in a much lower cost envelope. And of course, in a coronavirus, with coronavirus and pandemic days, we're not being vectors for illness. So the problems with the NHS are when you present figures which are this compelling, the local experts and managers will say, yeah, great idea, national government won't fund it. And that's where you have some of the flexibility and the nimbleness in a payer system, which we simply do not in the UK. So it's been really positive from a small micro perspective in the care we've been able to deliver, but the frustration has been we have not been able to fund it and scale that out. Can I say that even the small work we did with our own practices was funded by the David Wilson Foundation, a charitable organization, not by government. So these are some of the real frustrations that are clearly coming through from me here. I think the big change that's happened and will carry on to happen is the cultural shift as to what is acceptable in care delivery and what is not. And I imagine this will be the same everywhere, where until recently, pre-pandemic, unless you were physically seeing a patient, anything below that was considered sub-gold standard. Now, you and I both know, and all the audience will know, that actually, let's be honest, the physical examination itself is often a laying of hands. The value it adds in a hypothetical deductive modeling scenario is limited, but the patient expectation was that you would examine the patient and add something that I can't do virtually. But you and I, we all know that the value really comes from history taking, observations, care planning, which we can do in a remote way. So I think the things that are changing is the cultural aspect is tremendous in this. And actually, patients do not want you to go to their home and they want remote monitoring in the pandemic. And I think that is an incredible opportunity for growth in the sector. And I'm with Pavan on this. I think the future that we see opening up in front of us is that chronic disease monitoring with remote monitoring is much easier to deliver in developed health economies. Acute monitoring and acute care delivery in the way that you can offer in India that I can't is going to be very challenging because the cost of labor and so on is so high. But it's a really interesting time, and I'm hoping that the UK state is able to keep up with what you guys are going to be able to do in India.
Thank you, Dr. Rishabh. That was quite insightful. I think the whole world has been grappling through this. Early days were quite scary for us all through the lockdowns 1, 2, 3, and still India is leading the charts into the maximum number of cases per day. But I think with the preparedness and walking very fast, very nimbly, as you said, many lives have been saved. So thanks for that. I think we were very fortunate in India because here the government really started funding remote monitoring of patients as home isolation. They realized that it is going to be a major part and would reduce the burden on the hospitals. So the top consortium of major players in India who are into home healthcare is as of now treating lakhs of patients across Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Punjab, Maharashtra, so Chennai, many other cities, which has definitely led to very good outcomes in managing the situation. So thanks for your perspective and the innovative work which you did at your own level to reduce the death rates and to keep the well-being of people in the care homes. Let me go to Mr. Pawan Mushela, Head BD India. Mr. Pawan, we spoke that the payer is keen, the regulator or the self-regulator is keen, but the business has to grow. The business as of now was largely centric around hospitals, around doctors, around consumers, right? But there is a big role which pharma and medtech can also play in growing home healthcare if it becomes part of their expansion plans. So may I have your views on that specific to BD, your global experience, and how do you look at it in the future?
Thanks, Dr. Gaurav. Greetings to my fellow panelists and participants. I definitely see more traction happening as COVID happened for home care. Otherwise, home care was more or less associated with geriatric care that is available at home till COVID happened. And suddenly as COVID happened and we were grappling through it, I think there's a lot more awareness around can care move out of acute care, because that suddenly shut the doors for all other patients other than emergency COVID patients. People started accepting. So it's almost like a gift that we've got, that the barrier went down so that now we could think much more holistically. We've been seeing that in various countries, care moving out of acute care is a necessity because the costs of delivering care in acute care have been going up. The complications associated with an acute care facility delivering has also been going up. And therefore, people have been trying to look at it from a community angle, saying, can we keep the patient away if he or she can be kept away, and therefore manage not just costs, but also infections and recovery rates and all the other things. What we are watching, as we are seeing as a device industry, is if the care is going to move out of acute care to any place that delivers care or diagnostics or medication management, as a medtech company, we have to follow that. It's not that I can say, put up blinds and say, I will only deliver my devices, or I'll help deliver care to patient in a bedded hospital. So we are actually much more agnostic to where the care is delivered. So if you are asking me for a straightforward answer, if home care is going to take away patient load from acute care facilities, keep patients in going to acute care facility and deliver care in a smaller setting, apt for what interventions need to be done, we would be very gladly collaborating with all the stakeholders and deliver, whether it is with accrediting bodies in ensuring that there is a standard of care so that the patient trusts, the payer trusts that the right care is being delivered. And you have to, I only would say it would have been great if we on our panel today, we had a provider also join in, because there could be a lot of barriers in why a provider wouldn't want to move the care from acute care facility or a secondary facility to a home, because there's reputation involved, there's medical legal complications involved. So we are a willing player in this. If you ask how BD is experiencing it, and that's something that was an eye-opener for us, was we recently were grappling with one challenge of we deliver devices which help in chemotherapy. Anytime patients require a longer maintenance of vascular access over 8-10 months, the recommended device choice is a peripherally inserted central catheter. However, in India, we noticed that a lot of times doctors use a peripherally inserted venous catheter. And every time patient goes back for a chemotherapy, the vasculature has to be accessed again, and they try and get a catheter in. And as chemotherapy progresses, we find vasculature deteriorated. We find difficulty in people having multiple stakes, infections. Instead of getting treated for cancer, they get treated for these side infections. And when we wanted to do an upgrade to a right device, right choice, one of the barriers we found is patients in India cannot go back every week for maintaining a PICC line. They feel that the cost of time and the energy that is spent is not attractive enough or is not inducive enough for them to constantly go back and have that care. Instead, they compromise, the caregiver compromises actual outcome, efficient outcome versus what we call jugaad in India, meaning if I don't do this, I will lose this patient, the patient won't adhere to therapy, so let's compromise. That's when we actually discovered the innovation of home care, where we're working with you all in terms of figuring out, can this maintenance of the patency of the catheter and the maintenance of catheter, can it happen at home where the patient doesn't have to waste travel times? And we actually looking for establishing evidence that adherence to therapy becomes better, outcomes probably could be optimized, and patient still signs up for that. We're experimenting with that. Now, suddenly this is opening up our eyes to say, it's not about minor care moving, a continuum of care moving. What else can we do to ensure there is a better adherence to therapy and outcomes that we can do because the care is moving closer to the patient, eliminating all other hurdles. And from a device manufacturer perspective, now we need to start thinking, if care was delivered in an acute care facility, there's a lot of infrastructure. There's infusion pumps, there's trained nurses, there's air-conditioned environment, sterile environment. But now if you have to deliver the same care at a home, what innovations are needed that actually are appropriate in that setting without such skilled people using those? So our effort is now in going down that path to say, hey, what would we need to do and how could we give solutions that are appropriate for this new setting that is evolving in India? I'll stop there. That's our initial thinking of device manufacturers. To your pointed question, are we interested? Of course, yes, we're working with all stakeholders to see how this could be another segment, just like we have a clinic, we have a GP, we have a small nursing home, a secondary hospital, tertiary. We believe home care is going to be another segment.
Thank you, Pawan. And I completely agree with you from pharma and medtech perspective that if it is better outcomes for the patient, convenience for the patient, and still affordable for the patient, and increases the adherence for the medtech and pharma, I think it's a win-win proposition for everyone in the game, right? But you said that if patient care moves from hospital to out of hospital, you will follow. But my question is that if BD is one of the leading medtech leaders in the world, what will it take for BD to lead this transformation? What all would you require to lead the transformation?
I think the first trust a provider would want, forget first, say the accrediting body or the payers, but if you look at provider, and we genuinely believe providers' interest is in patient going back healthy, their biggest worry is, can care be delivered at home? So it's not about the device which will lead. I'm like the tail of that animal. Yes, sometimes I can provide the balance, but I can't move the animal per se. It is the provider who has to have confidence that the care can move to a setting where their name or reputation, or they're not held accountable for some error that happens. So we have to actually work in that ecosystem to say, we could provide all the tools and the accrediting bodies could probably provide the framework, but the care still has to be delivered by the caregiver. And therefore I can't say, I can lead this initiative. I can be along with the care providers to move this. We can, yes, introduce innovation, devices that can work robustly beyond operatable parameters in a hospital. But to lead that, probably I can be a co-player, may not be a single person. The second way is I could probably work with care providers to generate data, provide evidence for that move is how I see it. Thank you.
I completely agree. And I'll cite an example to maybe reinforce what you said. When we started, as I said, it was nurse at home or the preliminary attendant at home where it all started. And then we realized that if we were the organized and managed care providers in India, the organized players have to come to deliver some complex managed care. And the provider in this case became the intensive care because they were seeing that the patients were spending a lot of time in the ICUs, which could have gone home. And again, those questions were very relevant. Would you be able to treat ICU patient at home? What outcomes? What cost? How do you maintain quality? But the trust of the doctor was that led the patient to come home. And there we were able to publish those outcomes. I'm very happy to say that we have now 18 plus publications, national and international, which vouch for the trust of the provider and the patient also. So I think that's where are you coming, and very, very aptly you have put that. Yeah, please.
If you allow me 30 seconds, I just follow up on that. I get it what you're asking, and probably an example. When we first spoke to our oncology professionals, they said, are you out of your mind that we want to let care and maintenance be done at home? No. But only when organizations like Healthcare at Home, Portia started offering and saying, you could do this, suddenly they realized that this can be done. If we are able to demonstrate such examples across different aspects of care, possibly that is one way we could take the care from acute facilities to homes. Thank you.
Completely agree, sir. When we started remote monitoring for ICU at home patients, where we realized that if the patients could be remote monitored in tier 2 cities, why can't they be managed at a bed in home with the same intensivist? That led to the confidence level of the patient and the doctor and the provider X times. And that is what made it success. Again, everybody has to be into made it success. Let me go back to Mayank Bhatwal. Mayank sir, we spoke about payer, we spoke about increasing the business, we spoke about medical legal liabilities, indicators. One of the indicators which insurance across the globe looks at is readmission rates. And I'm proud to say that we have a readmission rates also, which is very, very useful factor for the insurance. Beyond all this, what do you still see are the challenges on adoption of home healthcare by the insurance and by the consumer?
I'm not sure with the adoption of patient and consumers, but let me try and still give you my perspective, right? I mean, and I think all my more accomplished panel members have spoken about that ultimately it's about the experience that consumers are having in terms of what's the outcome of that home, or the traditional acute facilities, or as Professor Rishabh was saying, right, that you're used to meeting the doctor or meeting the the surgeon, and you need to have that environment where you sense that the entire care facility is there, especially in certain categories of treatment. So, but my sense is that with the initially it was more about, as you said, maybe at least in the context of insurance was more about hospitalization and can some part of that happen at home, etc. But now with the expansion of the scope of so-called what might be funded, at least from an insurance perspective, as we see that if people are more willing to use telemedicine, if people are more willing to use other aspects of digital health, and so on and so forth, I think it has to somewhere, and they start feeling comfortable that I am actually getting a quality of healthcare delivery which is in no way inferior to what I would have got in the traditional avatar of going and meeting or going and getting treated in the hospital. I think that is what will start creating more and more customer confidence. And I also feel that if there is some regulatory mechanism, right? I mean, it's good that there organization, Healthcare at Home or a Portia or a few others who are institutional. So I think the consumer's confidence on whom are they taking this final treatment from or healthcare delivery from. I think, is it regulated? Can I have can I depend? Can I be confident of all of those? So that as a regulatory mechanism, as government regulatory aspects, also the health regulatory aspects, certification around that, as Dr. Kocher also mentioned, as guidelines about accreditation, etc., starts coming in, I think consumer will get more and more confident, right? And from a payer perspective, finally, one aspect is, can I bring down the cost of treatment? Because ultimately that's what we are paying for. So to the extent the cost of treatment is coming, good empirical evidence to demonstrate that the cost of treatment does come down in case of home health. The other aspects is, as you mentioned, readmission. So it's not just about cost of treatment for that particular incident, but taking readmission, etc., and the sort of the outcome, the quality of that outcome, and therefore what will lead to potential readmission is all of that. If the overall cost of treatment is coming down, there's no reason why the payer will not start expanding this whole spectrum of benefits that we provide, from just hospital inpatient to broader aspects of inpatient, many more parts of that, and also more outpatient delivery. I think in some cases there will be no option other than to adopt and accept home health delivery, right? I think even for the payer perspective. So COVID was a good example where I think forward-looking payers, even without any other nudge or mandate, they took a call that it will make sense to allow a treatment at home. Because, and why did that happen? It happened, I think, for 2 or 3 reasons. Because what was defined as treatment was very standard for a private hospital or whether it was a public hospital. And that was very clear. And therefore, there were also protocols that the government announced that if you are getting treated at home, then this is the protocol. So I think as those protocols and all start getting, announced, I think as insurers also, we got confident that I think we can nudge. Because if I suppose push my customer or patient that take home health, and suppose the outcome is not responsibility, right? But if there are protocols defined and if there are certified agencies which are delivering that healthcare, I think it makes us easier. It makes it easier for the payer also. So I think it's a combination. And so whatever I've heard from the some of my other colleagues, I think we're in the right direction. I think it's a combination of what I said earlier also, that all parts of that enhancing and increasing the scope of delivery, and finally the adoption.
Thank you so much. I completely agree. There was a standard protocol, there was a standard pricing, there was a transparency on the provider outside the hospital more rather than inside the hospital, as many discussions have happened on COVID treatment inside the hospital till the government capped it. But there was a time when 24-hour hospitalization moved to daycare, right? Do you think the time has come for OPD as telemedicine and daycare to move to home? And what is your perspective of chronic disease management at home? Because that is something which again is done out of the hospital and again saves a lot of cost for the insurance.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Gaurav, and and I'll just give you a slightly broader answer to that, because my belief has the traditional health insurance model was more of a sickness insurance model than a health insurance model. And I think the opportunity for the category is to play a more holistic health first insurance model, insurer kind of a role. Because finally, if as per regulatory mechanism, if I have to guarantee the renewability of my offering to the, I have a way of working with my customer to keep him or her healthy, right? And in India, in the lifestyle conditions, chronic lifestyle conditions like diabetes and hypertension, and some of these, unfortunately in such large numbers because of our genetic and lifestyle condition and our sedentary habits and fooding habits, etc. If we don't play a role in working with a, then I think we are not necessarily setting up a more viable and a sustainable business model, which is one of the challenges that the insurance category has faced in India. And I think therefore we have, at least at Aditya Health Insurance, we have taken a call that we will like to play a role, and a lot of that delivery and therefore funding has to happen outside of the hospital. In fact, we went back and told we don't define what is called daycare or what is defined. Let that be why should we say the X number of we should say that whatever is technically qualifying as a daycare treatment, that should be allowed as a hospitalization. So why should we? So some of those conversations are going on. Some role will have to be played by the healthcare delivery. So there's we can have some kind of a technical kind of process of treatment that you mentioned of, and with digital health coming in, I think many more opportunities of providing facilities are there, and I'm excited because I feel that this will open up many more opportunities for a better health outcome creation from a patient perspective. And of course, if my customer is healthy, there's nothing wrong with that. So there's no reason why we will not want that to happen. The interest is completely aligned there.
Thank you, Mayank. And Professor Rishabh has wrote that our experience of OPD, we moved 100% of dermatology new outpatient appointments to virtual, and only 30% needed a face-to-face review after. Very encouraging, Professor Rishabh. My question to Pawan again. So Pawan, we spoke of moving patient care with the confidence of the provider, with regulatory framework, with payer in space. But how do you view this as entwined care with the entire patient journey? How do you feel that out of hospital care, so there is only few days that you be in the hospital, rest of the time you are all outside the hospital. How do you feel that home health care, medtech, pharma, and other providers can map the journey of the patient, give them a better outcomes and experience in out of hospital setting?
I would say probably it is starting right now. And this disease, this epidemic break has helped us. I'll give you one example. All our infrastructure in India, mostly OPD consulting, has been aligned with a large hospital physical infrastructure. So if you actually wanted to get consulted, you invariably landed up in a large hospital. Take Gurgaon, where I live in a city. So you would have most of the good doctors whom you want to consult, either in Medanta or a Fortis or a Max, and you ended up there, burdening that entire system. And then all the other related problems. As opposed to, because of COVID, now you are saying, I will accept a digital consult. Your diagnostic still is hospital-based. And you're seeing now that with the reference labs and home collection facility, we are able to now separate the infrastructure. It's only a matter of time now. You'll say, let me establish OPD clinics, outreach clinics, not in the physical infrastructure of a hospital, but outside. That's one important way. You're taking away this traffic into acute care facility and thinking that for every small thing, I just need to get to Medanta, get through the emergency route, and then come in. You'll eliminate that. And this is the segment that would give confidence that you don't need to go to a hospital for everything. You could get your care done sitting at your home, sample collected sitting at your home. And once a patient gets confidence on that, it'll do. There was one conversation, I think Mayank was talking about from a patient. I have old parents. I wanted geriatric care, in terms of COVID time, they shouldn't go out and all. And somebody visited to do that. And my father's pushback to me was, but he's an employee. And I said, what do you mean he's an employee? He's a doctor, he's qualified, he's MD. He says, no. I said, okay, explain. He says he doesn't consult. He doesn't have the experience of consulting. He's just an employee, which means he's not sharp on his practice. He doesn't have exposure to various conditions that come up. Now we need to figure out from a system perspective, how would a patient get the confidence that they're not getting secondhand or substandard treatment? That's another area where we could all work collaboratively to say, how can we ensure that the care standard is the same? That's when you can move more from an acute infrastructure-based setting to, say, a home care setting. I'm not sure if I could articulate all of that because this is what we have experienced in 6 months on home care and how it is evolving. I'm sure 6 months later, I would be checking in with you with a lot more understanding of what can be done and say it can't be done. I'll just leave you with one bottleneck that we definitely see. At this point of time, the only home care that we are seeing evolving is, which requires, my apologies, there's a power that's gone off. What we are seeing is those services which does not require actually a physician going to home and delivering care. But that's not long-term. If you really want care to move, you got to have deliverers of care, not a small trained nurse delivering, which means you have to grapple with India's infrastructure problem of very low doctor availability and trained healthcare professional availability. And if you're going to get them, how will you manage their timing, scheduling, and all the other things that are associated with it. Right now, we are moving what is low maintenance out of hospital. That's not going to really accelerate and adopt home care in a bigger way. You got to send some of this care that can be delivered at home by a physician or a practitioner. What's the confidence that you can get that many people in India? And already we struggle for doctors, nurses, trained nurses in India. Retention of them, attrition for home care agencies is going to be a big bottleneck. Training them is the other bottleneck.
But do you think that telemonitoring and teleconsultation will be able to remove that bottleneck to an extent?
Maybe, but I think probably we would be jumping the gun there, because there are lots of conditions which probably require the expertise of the physician or the doctor may not be always through remote technology or a video. At the end of the day, even when we say remote monitoring, the generation 1 technology that is being implemented is a video camera and a visual, not necessarily something Professor Rishabh was talking about, remote monitoring, wearable devices, embedded, implants and communicating back. It's generation 1. Can you show me a video and I'll tell you whether this requires a intervention or an emergency or not. So I would say there has to be development there.
So when we started, I think 8 years back, a decade back, when home healthcare started, I think we were talking of home healthcare. Now we are talking of out of hospital care. And I think very soon we'll be talking of disease management in the out of hospital setting, where I think all these pieces of wearables, data transmission, remote monitoring, teleconsultation, delivery of drug at home, delivery of lab at home, point of care devices, medtech devices, all this will have a very integrative role to play to deliver the same level of care, as you said, not only low maintenance, but maybe medium maintenance care at home, because I still feel that high level and complex procedures will be the forte of the acute care as it has developed in the West also. So that's where I see the future. In the last few minutes, we have a few questions, and most of those questions are very similar. This is Dr. Gunda Srinivas from Bangalore, and she has asked, what are the regulatory licenses needed to start a home healthcare service in India? And there is another, again from Bangalore, Dr. Narasimha Murthy. We are a startup home healthcare service for Bangalore. Any consultancy or nodal office or government agency who can help us to complete our compliance? What are the licenses for home healthcare in Karnataka? And then, yeah. So any speaker wants to take that question? Maybe Dr. Atul, would you like to answer, or I can share whatever we are doing?
Dr. Gaurav, I would just like to concur. I mean, obviously, you would know much better about the current regulatory practices because our standards are still in the drafting stage. But I would agree with Mr. Pawan and Mr. Mayank that this is a segment which is starting. The very fact that FICCI Hale has allotted a very valuable segment to this discussion and all of us are talking about it shows that there's a huge scope and potential about this area. Right, but having being a dermatologist and a clinician, I'll totally endorse what Professor Rishabh has also mentioned, that these are early days, and we have to have a well-defined framework in place before where we can identify the early warning sign, the finer nuances of healing touch. I mean, medicine is an art. So while there's much to be said about the role of technology and other things, the power of touch, the face-to-face consultation, and who all require urgent, immediate care. I mean, who's the right patient actually? The provider's perspective has to be kept and maintained. So that is very, very essential, because ultimately we are all talking about a outcome-based care. Actually, we are talking also about, like, NHA recently in their HFR2, the health benefit package 2, HPP2, they are talking about a ranking methodology also. The National Digital Health Blueprint also talks about a ranking system. So ultimately all these have to have a outcome. So there's much to be said about home care. There's much to be said about monitoring of chronic disorders, monitoring, triaging. It will help in so many areas. But ultimately, I mean, we look forward to government to provide us the right regulation. I'm not sure what are the current regulations barring this pandemic, But ultimately that outcome has to be kept in mind. Provider's perspective has to be kept in mind. And my only take is that let's all of us work together to create and give shape to this idea, which will at least put this in domain, whether it's a small segment or a large segment, whether people are comfortable or not, that only time will tell. But ultimately, it's a good idea, and I believe whose time has come, and let's start working towards it, towards a better outcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kochar. And I think the industry would welcome rankings and stratification and the gold standards, because that is what the industry has been longing to. That long due recognition has definitely come after a decade. And I think, although I wish COVID would not have happened, but this has been an awakening moment for home healthcare. To answer the questions of the two viewers, we in our accreditation standards are using all the licensure which is applicable to a healthcare facility as applicable to out of hospital care. For some things, it would be to a physical facility, which would be to our physical office, and rest would be to the patient's home. The only agency I know which is helping out, I'm not sure whether they're consulting or not as of now, is Quality Accreditation Institute, which was instrumental in making the standards. So thanks all the panelists. We had a few questions. I think it was great. More than our words of wisdom from industry stalwarts like you. Thank FICCI for giving us this opportunity and bringing home health care, recognizing it as a continuum of care in the benefit of the patient, in benefit of the provider and the complete healthcare delivery. Couldn't have asked for more. Thanks the whole FICCI HEAL team. And I also want to make one announcement on behalf of the organizers that there are 25 plus stalls in the exhibition hall, which are for the sponsors and the startups in health tech and healthcare. So please make out time before the end of the conference today to go and visit them and interact with them. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for all your time. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Gaurav. Thank you, FICCI. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Dr. Kochar, Professor. And
good evening.
We are live now.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Dr. Alok Roy.
Hi.
Good evening, Dr. Paul. How are you?
Good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see
you.
Sir, we are live now.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This year, FICCI healthcare decided to have a virtual seminar on post-COVID healthcare world, the new beginning. And we are in its penultimate session of learnings from the future, learnings for the future. And I have got a extremely very heavyweight panelist into this, both from the government and from the private world. And we are also very strongly represented by the media. I have with us Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Health Niti Aayog, Government of India. Dr. Paul leads the health and nutrition vertical. He has played a pivotal role in formulating the Poshan Abhiyan and Ayushman Bharat initiative. Dr. Paul is an internationally renowned pediatrician, academic, medical research and public health exponent. Prior to joining Niti Aayog, he has been a member of the faculty at the AIIMS, New Delhi, for over 3 decades and head of the Department of Pediatrics for several years. We are very privileged to have Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He was appointed as officer on special duty in the Ministry of Health in April this year. In this short span at the Health Ministry, he has played a pivotal role in responding to the pandemic. Probably in this pandemic, Health Ministry has played one of the most important roles. Prior to this, Mr. Bhushan was the Secretary of Ministry of Rural Development. He's an IS officer of 1987 batch of Bihar cadre. We have along with us Mr. Sukumar Ranganathan, editor at Hindustan Times, where he oversees all print and digital operations of Hindustan Times. Earlier, Mr. Ranganathan has been the editor of Mint, of which he was a co-founder. He has previously worked at the India Today Group and the Hindu Business Line. He holds a B in Chemical Engineering from BITS and Sciences Pilani. Dr. Pita Reddy, Vice Chairperson, Apollo Hospital. She is widely recognized for her contributions in making high quality healthcare accessible to people across the country. She was a founding member of the QCI and under her guidance, teams from Apollo hospitals worked with the Government of India in introducing the NABH. She has been providing leadership and directions to several social projects like Save a Child's Heart initiatives and is also on the board of governors of the Management Development Institute, Gurgaon. She has been conferred with FICCI's most coveted award, that is a Healthcare Personality of the Year. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, co-chair FICCI Health Services Committee and founder and chief radiologist, Mahajan Imaging. Dr. Mahajan is an eminent radiologist and a pioneer in the field of MRI. He has been honorary radiologist to the President of India since 1998. In 92, he set up one of the India's first privately run MRIs. He is the former president of the Indian Radiological and Imaging Association and is also a consultant to the IAEA Vienna, Austria. He was awarded Padma Shri in 2002 for his contribution to the field of radiology and imaging. I have with us moderator Dr. Narottam Puri. He is advisor FICCI Health Services Committee, former chairman NABH, advisor medical operations Fortis Healthcare Limited. Dr. Puri is a well-known ENT and head and neck surgeon. He has been serving as the advisor to FICCI Health Services Committee since 2010 and as the director of Cigna TTK Health Insurance Company Limited. Prior to this, he served as an executive director of medical services of Max Healthcare Institute Limited and as a faculty member with the Maulana Azad Medical College and GB Pant Hospital. Dr. Puri is also a renowned radio and TV sports commentator, compare and quiz master, who once was nicknamed Encyclopedia of Sports. And with us, he is Encyclopedia of all healthcare initiatives for FICCI. Dr. Puri, over to you.
Thank you, Alok. Good afternoon, everyone. History repeats itself unless we learn the lessons that we need to change our paths. This has been the logic behind holding this session on learnings. It is very important that as we near about the 9th month that India has been infected, remember the first case was recorded on the 30th of January in Kerala. We've come a long way, but every day has been a new learning, not just from the point of view of how this disease has unfolded, its etiology, the way it has behaved, the way the government has had to keep on revising its policies because everything has been a moving target. What we have now is about more than 33 million people affected across the globe with more than 1 million deaths. One of the worst pandemics that one can even dream of. In India, we've crossed the 6.3 lakh mark and we are nearing a lakh of deaths. But the important point here is what are the lessons that this COVID-19 pandemic has taught us? We take a look back and understand so that we do not allow history to repeat itself and we do not make the same mistakes. Remember, if only Hitler had learned from what Napoleon went through in Russia and lost 300,000 men, perhaps the history of the world would have been different today. So we can't afford not to learn. And since this is the penultimate session just before we have the valedictory, I think it's also important for us to take stock of what we have learned over these 3 days where we've had excellent speakers, probably the most eclectic mix that one could have imagined. Today's panel is no different, as Dr. Alok Roy has just informed you. This is a very, very high-powered group. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important, as Leo Tolstoy told us, things that we have, the two most important warriors that human beings have are time and patience. I know the patience of the public is beginning to run thin, but whilst we remain cognizant of the rights that we have, sometimes we forget the responsibilities that are bestowed on us as citizens of this country. And it is in this context, I think it's very important to emphasize the role till such time that either medical science finds a cure to this disease through a drug, or we find an effective and safe vaccine. Till that time, we have to rely on individual responsibility, the community's responsibility to take charge, and not just rely on hospitals, on healthcare workers, on government agencies to deliver what we should be doing to protect ourselves. So rights come with responsibilities. And sometimes one gets a feeling that we forget precautions are de facto the vaccines that we already possess. I believe that, and I think it was Robin Roberts who said that it takes courage to believe that the best is yet to come. I certainly believe that this is going to happen in the case of the COVID pandemic that we are facing with so much of vigor. The only point that remains to be added here is that it has often been said that by the smallest of one's action, one can restore some sense of order to the world. We need to question ourselves, are we doing that? And as we go along with this session, we will start first with Dr. V.K. Paul, although I requested Mr. Bhushan to be the opening batsman today, because then we had realized that Dr. Paul might be a little late. But Dr. Vinod Paul is an old friend of the healthcare world. He's an old friend of FICCI, and he's the best thing that could have happened to India, because I think after Dr. Bajaj, we are having the second doctor, medical doctor, as the member in the NITI Aayog. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Paul, because not only are you best placed because you made quite a large number of the policies that we are seeing today, but you're also chairing you're the chair of how the vaccine is to be distributed in this country. We'll come to that. But each of the speakers, ladies and gentlemen who are watching all of us talk now today, each of the speakers will make their opening remarks for about 5 to 6 minutes, and then we will have a Q&A. So do write in to us your questions. I'll try to accommodate as many as possible, and we'll put it to the speaker that you want the question addressed by. And then at the conclusion of the program, we'll give each of the speakers 2 minutes for their concluding remarks. So let me begin with the opening duo of the two gentlemen who make the policies and who make the country follow them, Dr. V.K. Paul and Mr. Bhushan. So let me start with you, Vinod sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much, esteemed leadership of FICCI, distinguished colleagues, Rajesh Bhushan ji, my co-speaker today. Well, you as the moderator has acted like a captain. You changed the batting order, so that is your decision. We will accept this decision. Also, we are getting royal 6 minutes, like an over of 6 balls, and a lot has been stated by way of expectation. So I would like to stick to 6 minutes of the time that you gave. This is a debate that was to go on, discussion in the wide area that you referred to, preparing for the future, learning from the current and the past, is actually a much deeper discussion someday that I hope will happen. Because coming from FICCI, it should be a deeper analysis and a more robust, recommendation set that we would expect. But let me say what we learned, and then I'll tell you a few things that I would like to share with you more contextually. Firstly, I think truly we must have there is a reality check globally, and that reality check is that the future challenges to healthcare may be too smart for anybody, anywhere on this planet. nobody had expected the size and the intensity of the devastation that the corona virus has caused to this planet, and nobody was prepared. No one was prepared. No country was prepared for this optimally. Now that's a reality check, which also means that perhaps uh, the science part of our understanding of illnesses and how new things could happen to humanity on this planet have to be above all thought through. Some of these things were expected. Contagion was expected. That was science fiction. But what happened was bigger than Contagion, and we did not expect. So I think it's a reality check that there is something beyond the conventional that we should be ready. Having said that, what we have learned in this pandemic is that the investment for health must be given the due importance. And how does that translate? That translates into a strong government, state, and central public healthcare system. I'm using the word care now first, and then I'll talk about public health. So we need a strong healthcare system, and a strong healthcare system, which is for our country, comprises both the government system as well as the private sector system, the private system. So we need to be stronger than where we are. Both, it applies to both the private public sector, but equally importantly, and even more so, I would say, the private sector. We need to do hell of a lot more to make sure that the both pillars of the same building, the same edifice, are stronger and taller than ever before. And I think you heard, this concern in the public debates, and we know where we are. Looking at facilities, 1 per 1,000 is nothing. We need to double and make 2.5 times perhaps the current level of infrastructure in terms of beds. So we can go on and on in this regard, but then we simply do not have enough of our healthcare system. Look at human resources in particular. We may have a doctor-patient ratio of 1:1,000 in the next 2-3 years, but if you add Ayush doctors, we already have 1.3. But the specialist deficit is profound. We need 5 times, typically 5 times the existing number of specialists, for which the pipeline will take much longer, and so on. So I think clearly much more needs to be done by way of creating these resources, infrastructure. Human are the ones that I am referring to right now, and above all, a seamless connect between public and the private. You heard me saying this repeatedly in the context of Ayushman Bharat. We do believe, coming from that day onwards, there is one system in India. Public and private is one seamless whole. It is a continuum. It is one. But I think we have not moved forward so much more that we should have moved forward, because Ayushman Bharat connected us. But then we are still, not there. We only have 10,000 private sector hospitals, whereas we have all the 100% hospitals part of Ayushman Bharat paradigm. Why 2/3 of our hospitals are not part of Ayushman Bharat? Can we not sit together and sort it out? So I would say I'll keep pushing you in a certain way, but then we need a strong healthcare system. For India, primary healthcare is largely government, if not wholly government, but private participation is there. Secondary, a huge equal partnership. And in the tertiary, we have a huge space for the private sector to lead, and we have our own centers of excellence that will also provide care. We have medical colleges. So I think we need a strong healthcare system, which is a combination, and a great combination, rock solid combination of a continuous public-private, seamless one system for India. Second, I think we have learned that this by itself is or may not be enough, because prevention of disease is a different ball game altogether. And within that, we have learned that disease prevention pathways, disease detection pathways, disease control pathways, these have to be extremely strong. Our National Center for Disease Control and other agencies rose to the occasion. But then our response could have been bigger. We needed a presence in states which we did not have. We needed a huge presence in the district that we did. We managed, we continue to manage, but it also shows to us how much more energy, capacity, technical competence, vibrance, efficiency, and reach is required for us to have a wholesome control over diseases that would appear, whether they are non-communicable diseases or even more deadly communicable diseases. I think we are fortunate that we had intrinsic strengths to handle this pandemic coming from H1N1, and we had great teams in our system. But for the next pandemic, this may or may not be sufficient. And then to extend it to other forms of diseases, the non-communicable diseases, and so on, the disease control system is definitely should be much stronger for future challenges. The third element is clearly we have learned that we cannot depend on anybody for our technologies, for our products. We have learned the hard way how we were helpless in the month of February, not having even one capability to produce one PPE, and such a limited capacity to produce the ventilators and the masks and so on and so forth. We responded to this. That showed our potential. But on that day, we did not have it. If there was no lockdown, the peak was intended to happen in the month of May. We didn't have enough PPEs even for the top consultants, leave alone anybody else. So we have learned that we have to be Atmanirbhar. We have learned that APIs cannot be outsourced and expected from another nation to come. No, we have learned that we need to be able to stand on our own feet for oxygen sufficiency, for diagnostics, and so on and so forth. So I think we have learned, and we are fortunate that we have a science enterprise and a business enterprise and the industry enterprise, which can respond and play the larger role. We are not starting from zero. We have a great presence and the base, but on that base, we need to have a much bigger enterprise than what we have today. And we must have milestones which say we have done this. We do not depend on external supply of APIs for 90% of our needs, 97% of our needs. We do not depend on incubators to be imported from outside, or PET machines for that matter, MRI, linear accelerators for that matter. We have the capability. So we have realized that these capabilities, fundamental capabilities, must be there. Fourthly, we have also realized the lessons in stewardship and how whole of government response has to be mounted. There, I'm sure Rajesh Bhushanji, if you have time, you may like to dwell how the government responded. And that's an example by itself, in a federal system to work together in a hugely orchestrated way, I think is an amazing example that we have learned. But then, can we do that on an ongoing basis for our day-to-day, strengthening of the health system, working together to increase, capabilities in the district level functioning, ensuring specialty care at the district level, hospitals, mental health care at the district hospital, and so on. And lastly, yes, we have spotted some gaps in our system. Mental health is one of them, where definitely our response needs to be much more robust. That has stood out. Likewise, it has also stood out that when it comes to critical care, these are the things that FICCI, you and technical people should discuss. Why we had such a thin critical care capabilities? Why did we have some mental health? We are still not able to rise to that level as you expect. Is it about human resources? It is about tools. It is about dissemination. It is about recognition. So I think these are the 5 things I'll just put on the table for discussion. Around this, of course, there would be so much more that we can talk about. But let me say 2 or 3 things that are relevant as a message for us. Firstly, I like you to be informed that in the new guidelines for priority sector lending, the investment for health facilities in tier 2 to tier 6 cities has been enhanced from 5 crore to 10 crore. This was one of your demands. Of course, we were asking for a cap to be a much higher, but nonetheless, it has moved to 10 crore. Facilities that will be created in tier 2 to tier 6 centers, at least for let's say small and medium sized facilities. I consider this to be a stimulus. We wanted this to be part of the social infrastructure stimulus which the banking system provides, and the new RBI guidelines have addressed that issue to some extent. We, of course, will continue to strive for a much more facilitatory enablers to strengthen the building of infrastructure across our country. Lastly, I would like to request you that the government, central government, along with state governments, are embarking on a huge behavior change endeavor from next week onwards. This should be a Jan Andolan of the like that has happened here in our country in the history. We have had successful campaigns which were sustained in a very different way, whether it was Swachh Bharat or it was polio eradication and so on. But this one should be the biggest of all because it deals with a calamity which is affecting the lives of each one of us. And we do believe that prevention is better than any cure. Once a disease happens, we have devastating consequences. We have long-term consequences. There are 1 lakh, almost 1 lakh, individuals have died. Individuals were father or brother or sister of somebody, and not acceptable that this number should continue to hurt us. Although these numbers in terms of rates are acceptably low, but the point remains that even if we are reaching hopefully a plateauing of the pandemic, there is hell of a lot of pandemic to still happen even after the plateau in a Gaussian curve. 50% events happen after the so-called peak. So there is a lot that may still happen. We believe there is laxity in our individual behavior. We are worried about the winter season. We are worried about the festival season that's coming up. And therefore, to work on the prevention side is even more important today. This time we are doing it voluntarily. This time we are doing it without a lockdown. And we have to prove to the world that we will not fail in the next 100 days in any which way. And therefore, there is a Jan Andolan launching in the next 1 week. You will be hearing through other channels, but we are happy to share here with you. And we want you to rise to the occasion. Show us how and what we can do through your organization on scale in this country. It's about disseminating the messages around a universal mask, embracing the mask, the physical distancing, hand hygiene, use of Ayush products, protecting the elderly, and so on. Those are the messages that we are well aware of. But these messages need to be taken to a level and to be taken to such a loud level that everybody would hear and change, hopefully. Ultimately, it is not what we are hearing or what we want to be done. It is what we would actually do. And we think there is a huge potential. In terms of our 5 pillars of 5-pillar strategy that we have, and that's my last comment, it is about preventing the illness from moving from one to the other, and that's the COVID safe behavior that we are talking about. It is about vaccine, which does not exist. So second pillar for prevention does not exist. Thereafter, it is about surveillance and disease containment through containment measures, positive tests to be positive individuals to be isolated, case the contacts are to be quarantined, and we contain the population from the rest of the population so that this does not spread. That is surveillance and containment strategy. And the fourth pillar is about care seeking and hospital or home-based care of the people who are affected by the disease. And the fifth one actually is a connector of sort, and that is our testing strategy. So out of the 5, only way we can have primary prevention today in the absence of a vaccine is about COVID safe behaviors. This is a social vaccine. I endorse it. I love this term, social vaccine, to be scaled up from the level that we have today to an unprecedented level. Let the people of the world notice that we will bend the curve further by this effort in the next 100 days. And conversely, if we don't work hard on this, remember all the other 3 options, fifth one does not exist today, are already in operation. There's only that much we can do for the rest. And God forbid, in the coming months, our capabilities to handle the cases should not get breached in the challenging 3 months that we are going to see ahead, 3 to 4 months that are lying ahead. So my plea is join this Jan Andolan. Let's do something very, very big on the part of FICCI. We can get into discussions anytime soon together, and let it be noted that FICCI made the difference. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. May I now move to Health, Government of India, Mr. Bhushan, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, Dr. Puri, Dr. Mahajan, Dr. Alok Roy, Mr. Sukumar, Dr. Preeta Reddy. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll try to stick to the allocated timeline, but in case I exceed, Dr. Puri, do feel free to interrupt me. Before we focus on the learnings for the future from this pandemic, we must try to assess what is it that we did or what is it that we are doing, the broad strands of that, because lessons for the future, learnings for the future would flow from what is it that we are doing. So let me focus on 3 broad strands of what the government did and is continuing to do. The first is adoption of this whole of the government approach. So what is whole of the government approach? This is an approach which says that tackling the pandemic or fighting the pandemic is not only the work of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in the central government and the respective departments of health in the state governments. It is the responsibility of the entire government. So how does whole of the government approach works? Let me give you 2 concrete examples. The first example is that within the government, 11 empowered groups involving all relevant ministries were constituted. For example, there was an empowered group 1, which was headed by Dr. Paul, which was given the mandate to project where the disease is going, what is the trend of infection, and what are the implications of the projections that we are doing. How does it translate into action on ground? So this was being done outside the Ministry of Health, but with active collaboration of Ministry of Health and with active collaboration of domain knowledge experts. Then there is empowered group 2, which based on the projections provided by Dr. Paul's group said that if this is the trend of infection, these are the number of beds that you would require, the isolation beds, the oxygen supported beds, the critical care beds. If this is the trend of infection, this is the kind of testing infrastructure you would require. Again, a group which was working outside the Ministry of Health, but with active collaboration of Ministry of Health. The third empowered group looked at what are the requirements of personal protection equipment, what are the requirements of N95 masks, what are the requirements of surgical masks, what are the requirements of nitrile gloves, what are the requirements of ventilators, from where these requirements would be met. Do we have domestic capacities? If not, how do we create those domestic capacities? So on and so forth. Again, this group was not hosted by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, but Ministry of Health and Family Welfare was a key participant in the deliberations of this group and was the ultimate beneficiary. Similarly, empowered group 4, that looks at what is the total requirement of doctors that we need, what is the paramedics that we require, how many people are available in the public sector, How many people are available in the private sector? How many retired professionals are available who would be willing to make their services for this purpose? So this is one example of multiple ministries working in tandem to tackle the pandemic and to strengthen the efforts of the nodal ministry, that is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in ensuring that we put our best foot forward. So this is one example. The second example of whole of the government approach is that not only the government or the union government as we visualize it, but our missions abroad also stepped in. They identified capacities which were available during the initial months of March, April, May. May onwards, we developed our indigenous capacities. So they also helped. So this is the whole of the government approach, and it has lessons for future. I would, deliberate on them at a later point in time. The second major strand of what the government has done or is doing is utilizing the grassroots public health network. Now, this is something which is unique to India. Although on one hand, we highlight the fact that we are spending a fairly insignificant amount of the gross domestic produce on health, both the union government and the state government taken together, if we compare it to the amount or percentage that is spent in developed countries. Take a country like USA, roughly 17 to 18% of the GDP spent on health. But that spend is entirely based on a network of health insurance providers, which has its extreme limitations to deliver in a scenario of a pandemic. In case of India, when I say role of grassroots public health network, it means 10 lakh ASHA workers. It means lakhs of ANMs. It means lakhs of Anganwadi Sevikas and Sahikas. We must ask ourselves the question, who did the surveillance? Who manned the containment areas? Who did house-to-house search for active cases? It was these foot soldiers who did it. Which other country can claim to have such a huge force? And the credit is that in a shortest possible time, the state governments repurposed this force into disease surveillance, disease monitoring, implementation of containment strategy. So this is one less glamorous aspect of tackling the pandemic, which never gets reported in the media. So it has lessons for future also. The third strand that I would like to emphasize is the proactive role of the union government or the central government. We all know that health is a state subject as per the Constitution of India. There are certain aspects associated with health which are part of the concurrent list, but health as a subject is a state subject. Even then, it was the government of India's proactive role in the initial phases which resulted in enormous scaling up of our testing capacities from 1 lab to 1800 labs today. All hats off to the work done by ICMR in collaboration with public and private sector. From less than 100 tests a day to 15 lakh tests a day. Again, a very significant achievement. From beds which were not purposed to handle the pandemic to almost 14 lakh isolation beds today, 2.5 lakh oxygen supported beds, 65,000 ICU beds, which includes roughly 32,000 ventilator beds. Again, as the workforce of ASHAs, ANMs, Anganwadi Sevikas was repurposed, similarly, the limited hospital beds were repurposed to address the needs of the pandemic. Again, hats off to the state governments, the UT administrations, and the union government working in tandem. technically a stand could have been taken that this is state subject, state must do this. But that was not the case. Then a need was felt that you need to have non-COVID essential health services also. Not all of your facilities could be repurposed to address COVID. And that brought forward the entire domain of telemedicine and IT-based platforms. The government launched National Digital Health Mission, which is now opening up new avenues. More about that we will come later in learnings. Then the government also repurposed its existing fledgling e-Sanjeevani platform, which was originally designed to do a consultation, a teleconsultation between two doctors, one sitting in the PHC and the other sitting in a medical education hospital, a specialty doctor and a regular doctor in the rural setting, and a patient who was sitting along with the doctor in the PHC. So this system was repurposed to enable it so that patient-doctor consultations could take place directly. And today, more than 4 lakh such consultations have happened. From April 2020 to October 1st week 2020, we have 4 lakh consultations on e-Sanjeevani. And where have these consultations happened? The surprise is that they have happened both north of the Vindhyas as well as south of the Vindhyas. North of the Vindhyas, it is UP, Uttar Pradesh, which has registered more than 1 lakh such consultations. South of the Vindhyas, it is Tamil Nadu, which has, registered more than 1 lakh such consultations. So 3 broad strands: whole of the government approach, role of the grassroots public health network, and proactive role of the central government. Now, based on this, what are the learnings for the future? The first learning is that we must, while strengthening whole of the government approach, transit towards whole of the society approach. If you are dealing with a pandemic, if the entire government can work as one, why can't the entire society work as one? And when I say whole of the society approach, this is where health seeking behavior needs to be strengthened. There have been rumors coming from some states that people were told, test mat karao, अस्पताल में भर्ती मत हो, सरकार और राज्य सरकार के बीच में एग्रीमेंट है कि जितने मरीज भर्ती होंगे उतना पैसा मिलेगा राज्य सरकार को. So these rumors are also roaming around. But once you have whole of the society approach, then it is much easier not only to quell rumors, but also to strengthen COVID appropriate behavior. As the Honorable Prime Minister says, "Do gaj ki duri, mask hai jaruri." Why is it that in a city like Delhi, in metro, which is a highly regulated environment, every week we have 2,500 challans of people who are not wearing masks? So this means that we are still to transit from whole of the government approach to whole of the society approach. So this is the first learning for future, and we all have to collaboratively work together to ensure that this whole of the society approach happens. Then we come to the second learning. The second learning is that if the grassroots workers could deliver while they were repurposed, what would happen if we adequately train them? If we have a program of orientation and reorientation, if we have a continuous program of skill upgradation. So therefore, skill upgradation of Ashas, skill upgradation of ANMs, skill upgradation of Anganwadi Sevikas and Sahikas, that is the way going forward. This is the second learning for the future. The third learning for the future is that you need to have critical care infrastructure, not only in our urban areas, not only in tier 1, tier 2 cities, but as Dr. Paul said, referring to RBI's circular, which now raises the credit limit for lower level of urban agglomerations also, tier 3, 4, 5, 6, tier 6 cities, our district headquarters, our villages. So what we need to do very seriously is to visualize critical care hospital blocks at district headquarter levels. And that is what presently the Ministry of Health is engaged in. In addition, we need to strengthen surveillance of infectious diseases and outbreak response. Presently, what we have needs to be strengthened, and we need to have metropolitan surveillance units. आप में से जिन लोगों ने रूरल इलाकों को नजदीक से देखा होगा या ग्रामीण परिवेश को देखा होगा, तो आपको ये मालूम होगा कि हर जिले में at the level of each district there is a post of district disease surveillance officer, and a large number of these posts are vacant. That's because this was never the priority area either for the state government or for the policymakers. But the pandemic has rung the alarm bell. It has told us that these professionals at the district level, these disease surveillance officers, are absolutely imperative, and they need to be backed by a digital platform of disease surveillance and real-time update. So this is another learning going forward. The last learning going forward is strengthening digital health services and strengthening these services in such a manner that the privacy and security of the personal health records is maintained, that is not compromised, but equity by ensuring easy and equitable access to digital health services is ensured. I think I have overshot my 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhushan. That was very expressive, and the 4 points are noted. May I now request our journalist friend, Mr. Sukumar, Hindustan Times, and someone who much about COVID and has done deep research on it, because I think Sukumar has written 170 columns in Hindustan Times. Just shows the perseverance and the sheer application of mark that his comments are usually a hard time when he's telling you his impressions. He's researching the subject and giving you information and then allowing you to make up your mind. He nearly guides. Doesn't tell you what you need to, it just gets you to do that. So Sukumar, thank you for all your columns. I hope you someday in the future, but let's start now. What are the learnings?
Thank you, Dr. Puri. I think it's a sign of the times that over the last 8-9 months of the pandemic, politicians have started sounding like scientists, scientists have started sounding like politicians, and journalists like me have started sounding like a bit of both, right? I mean, I've always been interested in science, and there's just been so much of research that has happened on this virus. And so I'm going to try and keep my learnings at 2 levels. One is at a very macro level. And at a macro level, in some ways, see, we were lucky because this wasn't an entirely unknown virus. Medical science recognizes the family of coronaviruses. So we were quite lucky that this was happened to be a coronavirus and not something else, because there were already significant learnings about the coronavirus. But even if you look at it, our learnings over the last 6-7 months especially have evolved so much. We started off by assuming that this was basically a purely respiratory infection, and now there is a debate on whether this is an autoimmune disorder, right? I mean, that's the extent to which, and along with the therapies have advanced. So my first learning, which I think is very important from the most important parameter, which is saving lives, is just this. which is that the first few months when we don't know about the disease is probably the most important time when it comes to saving lives. Because if you look at the death rates around the world, if you look at the absolute number of deaths around the world and in India, the bulk of them happened in the first phase when we didn't know much about which therapies work, which therapies didn't work, and things like that. And I think we've really made rapid progress. If you look at progressive fatality rates around the world, and even in India, they've just dipped very, very sharply. Because even if you were to take an outlier like Sweden, I remember in late April when I wrote a piece on Sweden, the death rate there was 12% at that point in time, not the case fatality rate. Right now, it's at 6%. So even a country like Sweden, which really didn't lock down, Sweden didn't even believe in masks till until recently. They are right now debating whether they should wear masks in public places or not, something that we fortunately rapidly agreed. I think our learnings, if you were to look at it, 4 broad areas where I think India could do better, because clearly, right, if you start off by assuming that everything is fine, then we are not going to learn anything. The first thing is really science. I think every decision that we take has to be based on science. And this has to be enforced all the way through. Where did we go wrong? We did a lot of things right, but among various things, I would think that in terms of our testing protocol and in terms of our testing guideline, we've not done all that could have been done. And this is clearly something that we should do in the future. In fact, even today, there are many states which continue to over-rely on rapid antigen tests with fairly low reliability and used in the wrong context. There is a context in which antigen tests can be used. But it took a long time. I think it was only a few weeks back that ICMR actually put out a guideline saying this is the context in which it needs to be used, and it is still not being enforced. So when you suddenly look at a state, and I'm going to take names now, if you look at Bihar, and for days together, if Bihar suddenly has a positivity rate less than 1%, you clearly know that there's something going wrong with that. And that's something that I think needs to be enforced, because we want to make sure things are all right. But at the same time, we don't want to give the image that things are all right when things aren't. And I think that is something that we should always watch out for. The second thing is data. I think we should collect as much data as we can. We should be very, very honest about collecting real-time data, using real-time data to empower our decision making. Because there's no substitute for data in a case like this. At the end of the day, and all of you know so much more about this than I do, but all diseases follow the same curve. And if you look at most diseases, all of them follow simple mathematical rules. If you have an infection rate of a disease in a certain geography, it's by and large that rate, right? So I think it's really important for us to ensure that we collect accurate data on this. And there again, I think there have been lapses. In some states, for instance, when people die, tests are not carried out to find whether they are positive or not. And there's enough evidence of this. So I think we have to get these things done. The third thing is transparency. We have to make sure that any decision that is being taken is completely transparent. We've been reasonably transparent for the first few months of the pandemic. I think we held daily briefings, and after that, it sort of tapered off. I think it's very important to do that. The fourth learning I have, which I think both Dr. Paul and Mr. Bhushan have referred to, and I think this is probably the most important thing of all, and it's been a pet peeve of mine. They were both very nice about it, right? I mean, when they called it responsibility of society. I think people are downright careless. I don't think we can assume that people will do the thing that is best for them. Most people, I think, will not, which probably explains why there is very little focus on masking. The number of people who don't wear masks in public places is just frightening. And you know that masks actually work more effectively than lots of other things. Social distancing. And I think that there is this desire that people now have to go out. And again, we have evidence, right? I mean, if you look at what has happened in France and Spain, France and Spain are paying the price for their young people going out and enjoying the European summer. If you look at the median age of the first wave in France and Spain, and if you look at the median age of the second wave in France and Spain, it's a huge difference. It's largely young people who are getting a higher proportion of young people have gotten infected in the second waves in France and Spain, because this happened during the summer months when young people wanted to go out and party with their friends, mostly without masks. And these kind of things have an impact. So this has to be enforced. Now, I know that enforcement is a bad word, but it has to be done by the center to some extent, but it largely has to be done by the states and the local administrations. The metro was mentioned. It's not just the metro. I mean, you go to any public park, the number of people who are just walking around without masks. Although again, outdoor without masks, it's not as dangerous as being in close proximity indoor, but it is still dangerous, and it's something that should be avoided. I think one of the biggest learnings we've had, which is not really related to any of this, is the limits of science, right? I think we've proved that vaccine timelines can be crunched, for instance. There was a time not too long ago when everyone would have said that there is no way you can develop a vaccine in 18 months. But right now, I think what this crisis has done is it has showed us how a vaccine can be developed in 18 months. And I've written about this in the past. See, the minute a vaccine for an infectious disease enters phase 3 trials, the probability of its success is around 40%. Right? There is enough scientific research, and I based this on a paper that a few researchers from the Yale University did in the late 2000s. And applying that, and if you look at the number of vaccine candidates we have, we will definitely have a successful vaccine sometime early next year. I'm not sure about the October timeline that was being referred to. I think Pfizer is just being far too aggressive with it. But the fact that we've crunched this timeline means that going forward, any vaccine that we want to develop can really be done in 18 months. No one is going to speak of 10 years as the normal. The new normal is really 18 months. So I think the rules have been rewritten. So a lot of our learnings are also on the scientific side. A lot of our learnings are in terms of therapies, in terms of vaccine development, and in terms of issues like that. I think the biggest learning, I would say, is to act early. We acted early with the lockdown, but I'm not sure we acted early in terms of some of the other things, especially with testing, because for a long time, testing in India, I know we had to build capacity. And in my first few columns, I was fairly harsh about how we were not testing enough, so much so that I got a lot of criticism saying you're focusing too much on testing. Testing isn't the answer. But testing is the answer, right? I mean, and good testing using proper molecular tests is the answer. You can use rapid tests in certain contexts. Again, we've been extremely indiscriminate in our use of antigen tests. And I have a feeling that it will come back to bite us, especially with the winter months coming. Especially because some of the states using it are in central India and in the northern plains. So maybe we should focus on that. Maybe we should ensure that all of them do at least a basic proportion of RT-PCR tests or molecular tests, things like that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukumar. That was pretty exhaustive. And thank you for both the macro and the micro level picture. Makes one now understand your columns a little better in the Hindustan Times, because you come from a background of science. May I now request our own Preeta Reddy ji to give her learnings of the COVID over the last 9 months. You represent the private sector and you represent the largest corporate chain in India. And surely you will have a slightly different take on the ones that we have heard today, but quite in consonance, I guess, because most of the corporate and the private sector has followed to a T whatever has been dictated by the policymakers. Over to you, Preeta.
Namaste, and Dr. Paul, Mr. Bhushanji, thank you so much. The rest of the panelists, good friends of mine. The delight is always to be here. I'd like to say that I'm neither a politician or a scientist or a journalist, but I guess I'm, one of those frontline workers, because just managing everyone and being able to deliver what we have to do in these trying circumstances has taught us a lot. And we have needed to re-engineer our minds. Our mental DNA has been completely, I think, re-engineered. Supply chains have been different. The business model has been different. Point of care has gone completely from, traditional hospitals, brick and mortar, to patients' bedsides, to patients' homes, to patients' smartphones. So I think it's completely looked at, rejigged the business model for us. And if we don't change, and if we don't do what we have to do, I think we'll be, it'll be like the dinosaurs. We'll just be left behind. We need to be nimble and like a gazelle. Can healthcare be resilient? Can it be future ready? And more than anything else, can it be sustainable? Because, while we're saying that we've learned a lot in these 6 months, 8 months, I think the next 100 days is extremely crucial for multiple different fronts. And then what can we do to make ourselves sustainable? And I think the learnings have been similar from everyone. We could have done this better, we could have worked together, so on and so forth. But what I have learned and what I've seen is that the focus on health has become so much more. Insurance is talking about it, which is good for the consumer. Hospitals are saying that in whichever way we want to look after you, so they've taken the point of care to people's homes. The governments have, quickly scaled up whatever they have to do. Centers given policies, pushed for implementation. State governments who have been smart and clever have picked it up. Those who've resisted have actually done it, but they've probably done it under their own banner. But whichever way we look at it, I think the focus has been tremendous. There's been a burst of energy in healthcare, and I think that's been a good thing. We have seen partnerships like we've seen never before. Otherwise it was always private sector on one side, public sector on one side, pharma companies on one side, the diagnostics doing their own thing. But today, everybody has come together because we've all realized as workforce that it doesn't work if each one is like a specialist. In a way, it's like when a patient comes into a hospital, if the super specialist does what he has to do and leaves the rest to chance, it doesn't work. And using that analogy, I think as a healthcare ecosystem, the partnerships have come into being, whether it's public-private sector working together, whether it's, different aspects, digital companies working with just hospital chains, data analysts coming and saying, hey, listen, you need to rejig what you're doing. This is the data we're pulling out and throwing. So I think that has become phenomenal, and it's been a great learning. It also has made us future ready and given us information for sustainability for the future. I have also seen that, while we learn, the learnings are good. How do we apply them? We need to apply it, and we have to make it real. We have to see that it happens. And so I think Make in India, while it was, something which we were looking at and wanting to do, now it's become like you jolly well do it. You don't have an option. The PPE story is a great example. Now India is ready to export. The ventilator, car manufacturers coming in and making ventilators. Pharma companies now taking the API, remdesivir. We're even in a small little nursing home or a district hospital, they're talking about it. They know that the trio, the 3 medications when given early are impacting outcomes. And we are taking the outcomes within healthcare ecosystems and comparing it with like the best in class globally, working with groups of scientists to see how can we make outcomes better. So if you look at data, which all of you are such experts on, you will see that our outcome measurement data, our outcomes are far better than some of the so-called developed geographies. So India per se has done something tremendously well and superbly well. And that's because suddenly our brains have snapped and we said, let us work with a data-driven mindset. And I think that has changed, while we learned and we changed. and we made it real. And I think that to me has been extremely exciting. One of the learnings again was that we just do not have enough of manpower. We're just not able to cope with the reality of what the pandemic has brought on, with the fact that the NCDs now are going to come after us with a bang, because there is going to be some kind of pent-up demand. There is going to be a problem of the NCDs from level 1 and 2 to go to level 3 and 4. And we're just not able to cope with it. We do not have enough doctors, as Dr. Paul said. We do not have enough nursing. We do not have enough allied healthcare workforce. And on top of that, the rest of the world is now trying to draw from our Indian, skills. Our Indian doctors and our Indian nurses have become like rare commodities that the rest of the world is actually honestly luring them away from us. So how are we going to be present ready and future ready and have a sustainable flow of workforce? I think is a very intense debate, and which literally needs policy changes. And I'm saying policy changes because of late there have been some fantastic policy changes on super specialists, private hospitals being able to afford. Can we use our infrastructure better for it? And I think these are extremely important. Also, policy on digital. India suddenly has shown that digital learning has become the norm. We've got huge investments coming into all our digital learning companies. Can digital learning really transform? During COVID, we had an experiment where, our digital learning department, MedVarsity, brought for the rest of the world, and it hit 50 different countries and covered 10 lakh people who wanted to learn on how to do ventilator management. So to me, there was a learning in that can we really transform the way some skilling is being taught, while the ASHA workers and the government employees, the government healthcare workers, can we maximize the potential of digital learning and skilling is what I think is possible, and it is a learning. Again, we need to fund and build. There is no going away from the fact that healthcare infrastructure has to be there. Our PHCs, have to be manned, and they have to really cope with the kind of demand. Can we find a way to fund and build quickly? Can we move healthcare GDP spending to 2.5%? I think we can really do it, because if we've done so much and if we've achieved so much, why can't we find ways to fund and build? And I strongly believe that, we do not have to say that we do not have money for Ayushman Bharat. We do not have money to fund it. Because if people are spelling our cell phone penetration is 80% in our country. No other country has it. No other country has such a large, educated English-speaking population. Can we take just 1 rupee a day from that and put it towards healthcare for funding and building? I think it's possible, and I think we have to do the math, we have to do the planning, and we have to be able to do it. And I can see that happening. I can visualize that happening. Digital, we really have to complement the Niti Aayog, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, because I have never seen such a focus and a digital transformation happening so quickly. We've literally leapfrogged with the thought process of it. And I think, to me, that would be singularly path-breaking. And there is some data, in a 3-month period between March and May, this is the data which we had, that 67% decline in in-person doctor visits, a 500% increase in online doctor consultation, and a 50 million people accessed e-healthcare. Where else in the world would that have happened? 80% of telemedicine users were first-time users. So people have learned and people have realized that they can use digital pathways to really access healthcare. which means that we have it quicker, we have it faster, and we can act at a point where there is no disaster. If you intervene at the right point, and we all know that, we can avert disasters. So to me, I think the single most exciting learning, transformational learning, and something which is going to make us future ready, sustainable, and resilient is our focus on digital. And there are multiple examples. I mean, we've done it privately. Government has done it because they know we have to do it. So to me, that would be a great thing. My last point is that, we need to collaborate. We as a country, we need to collaborate together to see how can outcomes be better. Can we really capture data and share it? Only with the point that we will collaborate to make it better. Can we collaborate when the vaccine comes to really implement good active logistics and giving people the vaccine? Can we really collaborate on research even more to see that we are quicker and faster in production? I think this is the way the future looks to me from the learnings of the present. The value of the past, the learnings of the present, and being resilient in future is the way I look at it. Thank you all for asking me to speak with this August gathering, and it is thoroughly a learning for me. Thank you, Dr. Puri.
Thank you, Preeta. Harsh, anything to add to what has been said so far?
Yes, given the opportunity, I've heard Dr. Paul, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Mr. Sukumar, and Preeta. And I think the learning for me really has been one word: Atmanirbharta. We have to be self-reliant. We realized that early on in the game, especially when there was hardly any testing that was available. We were able to do just a few hundred tests when we talked about it in February. And then the Niti Aayog, the Ministry of Health, ICMR, some of the private players all got together as to how to scale up. That was the time when there were very few testing kits available globally. And definitely the richer countries could afford to pay more to buy those kits. And that's when I think the scaling up of the labs to be able to do the number of tests that we are doing today, and also the indigenous manufacturing of these testing kits, which is so essential, as we've realized now, as we did more and more, that without that, we wouldn't have had the testing kits even to do maybe 10% of what we are doing today. And today we've reached a stage where the entrepreneurs and the companies here indigenously are able to export testing kits for RT-PCR. What we learned that RT-PCR is the gold standard. We keep repeating it, as Sukumar has alluded to the increasing use of rapid antigen tests. Maybe that may be a black hole unless it is used in the right context and it is followed up where it comes, where we feel it's false negative, with the molecular test. From one lab, today we have 1,837 labs, over 1,000 in the government sector and over 800 in the private sector. It's a learning also that when we get together, we can do it. Also, we realized how to do testing very, very in a logistically efficient manner. We are doing in our own lab maybe 6 times the number of tests using the same equipment, increasing manpower, than what we thought we'll be able to when we started. We learned over time that NABL did a wonderful job which could be done online. And they were accrediting labs online, and that's something which we felt, having gone through the process pre-COVID and post-COVID, that maybe the latter is a better, more exhaustive way of doing the accreditation. We also learned with radiology that so many times when repeat RT-PCR tests were coming negative, and the patient had symptoms which were of COVID-19, that if we did a CT scan, we may be able to pick up. Of course, we don't want to overuse that modality, but in the given clinical context, a low dose CT scan was able to make the diagnosis because we realized that there are typical lesions of COVID-19. And based on that, we also learned how to make artificial intelligence algorithms, make them more robustly. And as we go forward, we possibly will be able to apply these in the non-served or deficiently served areas of our country and of the globe. So the learnings have been many. I know, Dr. Puri, you're looking at the watch because the editor of the Lancet is to speak at 5:30. But if we are self-reliant and if we work together, government, private, public, private, all together, then we can do it. And the pandemic is not over. We are seeing a little slowing down, but we have to be ready for the future. And this can only happen if we've used the learnings of the last 8 months and utilize them in the future. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. Although I'm flooded with questions, but I really feel very, very constrained because I don't have time left. Therefore, I'm going to ask each of the speaker to make their concluding remarks, 1 minute each, please. May I start this time with Mr. Bhushan?
Dr. Puri, going forward, I think we need to not only strengthen the public health care system involving both the public and the private sector, we need to also ensure that our focus should not be infrastructure heavy, but should also be focused at the HR requirements and the skilling and reskilling of the human resource. So that is one broad area. The second broad area is to strengthen domestic capabilities, whether they are in manufacturing or in startups or our science and technology R&D. So that should be the second broad area going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Paul, your concluding remarks, sir.
Well, I think, as I said, I think this is truly not doing justice to the full discussion that we should have. We need a much deeper dive, hopefully face-to-face, hopefully in a structured way, because these learnings should lead to a strategy to do what the gaps are, and before that, perhaps very importantly, to celebrate what the resilience that has been shown. And can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you for a second.
Okay, let me just brief. I have two requests. One, that you please think about joining the Jan Andolan in a very big way. So FICCI, you have to show that, look, we can contribute to behavior change of lots and lots of people, particularly the young. Is to bridge the public-private connect even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sukumar, last thoughts?
We have very little time. I think all decisions we take in all areas, but especially when it comes to public health, have to be based on data and science. And that's the only thing we need to do.
Preeta?
I think, we can't go away from the fact that the next 100 days are totally crucial. We've learned we need to do whatever we have to do and implement some of the learnings. I think, much has been said, but again, data is very, very important. Decisions have to be taken. And if we can intervene as quickly as we can, if we can be agile, that itself would solve a lot of the problems.
Harsh?
Research, analysis, and data. And two, we need to nuance further our use of our testing so that RT-PCR, the gold standard test, is used where necessary and the antigen test is used where it is useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan, Dr. Vinod Paul, Sukumar, Harsh, and Preetaji. Thank you very much for being with us. This session, as Dr. Paul rightly pointed out, needs to go further. We need to do a deep dive, and we'll certainly be very much a part of the Jan Andolan, because it's not just for you, for me, it is for the entire country, it is for humanity. So let us all pull together all our oars in the same direction, and that is towards safety. So ladies and gentlemen, stay safe. Mask up, India. Thank you.
So he comes full screen. Another session did that, or we keep our videos on. What do you want?
They will project him as on speaker, this thing.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
And we have been joined by Dr. Puri. He's also here.
Hi, Dr. Puri, and congratulations.
To you, President
I didn't
FICCI.
do
Dr.
anything.
Lal is also here. Richard, Dr. Puri is our advisor, and he's also advisor to the Fortis Healthcare for their medical operations.
Very good to meet you.
We also
pleasure.
have Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal. He is the promoter of Dr. Lal Path Labs. So.
Very good to meet you.
Hi,
too.
hi, Dr. Horton. Nice to see you. And
Professor Horton, he is the biggest success. He's a stock market blockbuster. Dr.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shubha ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Yeah.
You're going
Yes,
live?
ma'am.
Okay. You can say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then
3, 2, 1, live.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We finally come to the most awaited valedictory session of the conference on the theme, How the World Will Prepare for Post-COVID. The valedictory address today, and we are delighted that he's joining us this afternoon in India, is Professor Richard Horton, Editor-in-Chief, The Lancet. With great pleasure, on behalf of the entire FICCI leadership, we welcome Professor Horton to the FICCI's annual healthcare conference, and thank you very much for joining us. On the panel today, we have Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI and Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals, Dr. Alok Roy, Chair, FICCI Health Services Committee and Chairman, Medica Group of Hospitals, Dr. Natharottam Puri, Advisor, FICCI Health Services Committee, former Chairman, NABH and Advisor, Medical Operations and Chairman, Fortis Medical Council, Fortis Healthcare Limited, and Shobha Mishra Ghosh, Assistant Secretary General, FICCI. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an interesting and exciting 3 days of conference and deliberations on the related issues to COVID and post-COVID. The Honorable Vice President Shri Venkaiah Naidu, in his inaugural speech, emphasized the need for universal healthcare and the importance of public-private partnerships. Friends, as you know that the Vice President has tested COVID positive, we wish him a speedy recovery. We had over 17,000 logins from over 30 countries over the last 3 days. And I think we heard luminaries such as Professor Arvind Panagre, Mr. Mohandas Pai talk about the impact of COVID, and really experts talked about the impact on the healthcare sector, treatment, diagnostics, drug, vaccine discovery, etc. The short-term implications of the global pandemic are apparent, but the long-term consequences of how it will reshape the global healthcare system is still not clear. We are really privileged and we are expectantly waiting to hear the perspective and vision of Professor Horton on the learnings that COVID-19 will bring in for the entire world. Professor Richard Horton, now Editor-in-Chief, joined the Lancet, the renowned weekly peer-reviewed general medical journal in 1990. Under his leadership, the Lancet has created a coronavirus resource center available free of cost to help assist healthcare workers and researchers working under the challenging conditions to bring this outbreak, not only to contain it, but also bring it to close. He is also an honorary professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, the University College London, and the University of Oslo. He was the first president of the World Association of Medical Editors, and he is a past president of the US Council of Science Editors. He is a council member of both the UK's Academy of Medical Sciences and the University of Birmingham, and is a senior associate of the UK health policy think tank, the Nuffield Trust. Professor Horton is qualified in physiology and medicine from the University of Birmingham and received honorary doctorates in medicine from the University of Birmingham, UK, and the University of Umeå in Sweden. I have great pleasure in now inviting Professor Richard Horton to give his keynote address.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that warm welcome. I appreciate the invitation greatly, and I wish I could be with you in person in India, which is a wonderful, beautiful country. and I hope it won't be too long before I can be there in person. The title of this session is How the World Will Prepare for Post-COVID, and I want to address that title with 5 questions. What is the current situation? What are the lessons so far? What could we have done better? What is the end game? And what must governments do now? Now, let me say right at the start that the answers to those 5 questions may seem pessimistic. So let me immediately say that I'm actually quite optimistic about the future. And the reason why I'm optimistic about the future is history. Because we have learned from pandemics in the past is that they change societies, they change governments, and they change the public. They change societies because one society is erased, giving birth to another society. And out of tragedy of the pandemic, there are new societal beginnings. They change governments, and those governments do eventually learn the lessons of the pandemic. And they change the public in society. Health is taken more seriously, it's more valued. We protect our communities better. And those who normally live at the margins of society, who are often invisible and unheard, they are moved to the center of the political stage. Indeed, after the 1918 influenza pandemic, that actually accelerated the pace of political and social change and laid the path for universal health coverage and improved public health in many, many countries. There was a renewal of artistic creativity, and indeed the conditions for global regeneration, multilateralism, and even the World Health Organization were laid in the aftermath of the 1918 influenza pandemic. So, whatever I'm now about to say, please remember that I have that optimistic frame at the beginning. Now let's look at what is the current situation. You know it well. We have 33.5 million cases so far diagnosed worldwide. That is well understand, a huge underestimate. Over 1 million deaths. And there are 3 particular hotspots, the United States, India, and Brazil. And so the pandemic is still raging through the world. It's precipitated not only a health crisis in many countries, but also an economic, indeed a political crisis in many countries. And there still remains the risk of a breakdown in public order in many settings. The economic costs are massive. The World Bank estimates that over 100 million people will be tipped into extreme poverty by the pandemic. With worsening inequality, the pandemic has disproportionately affected the very poorest people in our society, and especially women and children. 80 million children in the world today are missing essential vaccinations. Over 1 billion young children and young people are out of school. And The Lancet has a commission on COVID-19 that's led by the economist Jeff Sachs. And we met earlier this week and agreed that the situation for children is now an international emergency, because we truly risk losing a generation. I think we have not yet faced up to the scale of the transformation of our society that COVID-19 has wrought. The political language that our leaders often use invokes war metaphors, the idea that we are fighting an invisible enemy and we must defeat the virus. But this is an conventional war, and the virus will not be defeated in the way that one side might defeat the other side in a war. Instead, we are currently renegotiating our relationship with this virus to try and achieve a place of peaceful coexistence. But how we do that is a source of great dispute. Broadly, there are two approaches that are being argued in the world today. First, what has been called zero COVID, that local lockdowns will suppress the virus as much as possible, versus an alternative proposition, which some propose, where we return more to a normal life in our society, trying to protect our freedoms, trying to protect our economy, and accepting that the virus will circulate in our societies. So what became originally a health challenge with technical solutions now become a political challenge with divisions along often ideological lines between those who are more libertarian in their approach to politics and the pandemic, and those who would prefer a more solidarity-led response where we try and protect our communities by suppressing the virus. And at present, we don't know how this is going to evolve. So we are living in a state of radical uncertainty. That being said, we can learn lessons. So what are the lessons we've learned so far? Well, let me identify what I think are some of the most important. First of all, we've learned that our society is very brittle, perhaps more brittle than we once thought. And the vulnerable groups in our society have been revealed. Those who are older members of our society, those living with chronic illness. In Western countries, Black and Asian minority ethnic populations have been particularly vulnerable. The poor, as I mentioned earlier, and key workers on the front lines of the pandemic, people who work in health, education, transportation, and food. A second lesson, and this is very important, a second lesson is that COVID-19 is not a pandemic. Now that may seem paradoxical for you to hear me say that. Let me explain. Because COVID-19 is actually a combination of two epidemics. An epidemic of a new virus, SARS-CoV-2, but also an epidemic of non-communicable diseases. There is a synthesis between COVID-19 and non-communicable disease. And when those two intersect, when they combine, that is what is causing the mortality. People with pre-existing disease who get this virus, who contract this virus, are particularly at risk on a background of poverty and inequality, because this virus exploits, exacerbates, and accentuates disparity, inequalities in our society. COVID-19 is not a pandemic, it's what we call a syndemic, a synthesis of epidemics. And that's an important distinction, because the solution to this condition, the solution to COVID-19, will not lie in addressing the virus alone. It will lie in addressing the virus and chronic diseases in our society and inequality and poverty in our society. This is a very, very different challenge than the one that has so far been laid out. And a third lesson, which is also very, very important, is that science has been absolutely central, critically important to not just understanding this syndemic, but also in guiding our response. It was on January the 24th that the Lancet first published the very first paper describing COVID-19. And although much remains to be learned, we now know so much about the transmission of the disease, the virus itself, the complications of the disease, its spread, its control, the risks, diagnosis, treatments, and how we prevent it. And what is now so important to understand is that as our economies are hit, that is going to hit also science. It's going to hit our universities and colleges. And the projections are that science will be very severely damaged by this syndemic. So it's very important that as we move forward, governments do all they possibly can to protect their ability to generate new knowledge, because it's that knowledge that will act as a protector for those societies in the future. Now, I think we also have to be very honest with ourselves. And this is the third question I want to try and answer. What could we have done better? We need to be ruthlessly honest and self-critical, because clearly many countries, perhaps most countries in the world, were sadly not prepared for this pandemic. So what should we have had in place to protect ourselves from the pandemic? We need good surveillance systems to be able to pick up new disease threats. We need people. We need a health workforce, nurses, physicians, pharmacists, across a range of different areas that can actually make sure that we are protected, both in terms of our health system, but also our public health system. We need laboratories where the results of testing for this new infection can be carried out. We need policymakers who can act as a conduit of new knowledge to those in government charged with the responsibility for decision making. And we need strong communities, because our communities have been under attack by this virus. But worse, we didn't take the signal coming out of China or the signal that came from the World Health Organization at the end of January, when Dr. Tedros declared a public health emergency of international concern. We didn't take those signals seriously. We were too slow to respond. A second area where we could have done better is that there has been and remains no global coordination to the response. This is a global syndemic. It demands a global response. And yet there has still not been an occasion when nations have been able to come together to share their understanding, to share their experiences, so that we can learn from one another and forge a more constructive, coordinated response for the future. And thirdly, I think we've underestimated the importance of communication, especially in an era with a radically changed media landscape. We have social media, we have preprints, so scientific papers that are published on websites but which haven't been peer reviewed. And all of this altered media landscape has created the conditions for what is now called an infodemic. We don't just have a pandemic or a syndemic, we have an infodemic. In other words, an epidemic of information. Information, a huge avalanche of information, some of which is good, but some of which is disinformation or misinformation. And so for governments, it's been absolutely vital to have clear messages and clear leadership over those messages. And the countries that have often been most successful at managing their syndemic have been those countries where they've been able to get very clear lines of communication. Now let me move on to my fourth question. What is the end game? Because we are all desperate for this to end. The end game that we're putting our trust, our hope, our faith in is the discovery of a vaccine. The current state of play is that there are 9 vaccines in phase 3 randomized trials. These 9 vaccines are slightly different to one another. They're based on, in some cases, messenger RNA, in other cases using an adenovirus vector, or in a third case using an inactivated virus as a way to stimulate immunity. Some of these vaccines, which are in phase 3 trials, are actually used already, despite the fact that the phase 3 trials have not been completed. That's the Russian vaccine and a Chinese vaccine. In total, there are around 140 vaccines that are in various stages of preclinical and early clinical development, in addition to those 9 that are in phase 3 trials. But these vaccines are facing really stiff opposition. And that is because an anti-vaccination movement, which has been in existence for some time, is now regrouping and is working very hard to destroy public confidence in these vaccines. And so when you look at opinion poll surveys, unfortunately, it's becoming clear that public confidence is waning in vaccines. It's vital that those of us who work in healthcare do all we can to encourage trust in these vaccines. We also know that we have treatments coming through, we have better diagnostics coming through, but I think if I'm trying to answer that question about the end game, I have to conclude that in truth, as of today, there is no end game at present because the virus is with us, it's endemic, and the goal can only be to cut community transmission, to keep the R value less than 1. A vaccine, when it comes, will help, but it will not erase from our communities 100%. And why is that? Because a vaccine cannot be a magic bullet. No vaccine is 100% effective or 100% safe or 100% used by everybody in the world. And so we have a balance. We have to navigate this balance, this renegotiating the relationship, as I said earlier. So let me turn to my last question. What should governments do now? Well, first, I've redefined this pandemic as a syndemic, and so governments must manage this pandemic as a syndemic, focusing on the virus, but focusing on the general health of their populations and addressing inequality. This pandemic has been a moral provocation to us. We've held a mirror up to our society, and we've seen what our society is like, and we've seen that it's brittle, and we've seen that it's vulnerable, and we've seen who those vulnerable groups are. And so we now have a moral and ethical responsibility to do all we can to protect those vulnerable groups in our society. Second, what governments must do is to build public health capacities, systems for surveillance, the public health workforce, a strong health system, laboratories, and science policy are vital elements to help protect our societies, our nations, our economies in the future. And a third area where governments must act is that we must find a way of remembering what has been taking place this year in 2020. We need to remember the over 1 million people who have died, and we need to keep their memories alive. Because the way we have described this pandemic in terms of numbers, statistics, league tables, and graphs, this has radically dehumanized the impact of this virus. And we need to rehumanize this crisis in order to truly learn the lessons of it. It's his fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, as well as family who have died. It is our obligation to them to remember that sacrifice. So to close, I begin optimistically and I want to end optimistically. I have edited The Lancet for 25 years now, and I have never experienced the kind of cooperation and solidarity and unity of purpose that I have seen from the international medical and scientific community these past 10 months. It has been inspiring for me to observe this level of collaboration. It's true that COVID-19 has challenged us all, but it has revealed the best of us too. COVID-19 is not our destiny or our fate. It was an Indian writer, Arundhati Roy, who said early on in this crisis that the pandemic is a portal from one world to another world. And so this is our moment to rewrite a different future for our families, our friends, and our communities, and mostly perhaps for the generations that are still to come. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Houghton, for that very, very incisive and thought-provoking valedictory address. Let me straight away jump in and ask our President FICCI, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, to come in with her question.
Professor Houghton, it would not be appropriate to jump to a question without a genuine appreciation. That was a fantastic lecture. Beyond thought-provoking, I love the paradigm shift in the whole positioning. To have the courage to say this is not a pandemic, and then to prove to us, and now we completely agree with you. We have for a very long time spoken about the dreaded problem of non-communicable disease. I'm going to actually try and sneak in two questions, and one is, how do you feel that India's response to COVID was any different from others? And more significantly, how do we tackle the bigger approaching tsunami of non-communicable disease?
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, for your kind words and for your questions. First of all, on India's response, of course, India is a single nation, but it's like a collection of nations with your states, and so much of your governance is devolved, decentralized to states. I think it would be very presumptuous of me to pass a comment on India's response. What I know from the statistics is that some states have done very well and other states have found it more challenging. And it's very tough for a federal government to manage a country of the size, geographically and internally. I think some things have gone very well in India, around some areas around testing. But I think there are other areas where it's been really tough. You know, you have migrant populations, and of course, social mixing is one of the issues that drives the epidemic. And it's very difficult where you have migrant populations who are then moving because the risk of spread is so great. So I think the verdict on India's response will be, just as it is for most countries, mixed. On NCDs, the truth is that although rates of mortality for pretty much all non-communicable diseases are going down, because our population is growing, the total burden of non-communicable disease is actually going up. And so, so we are not on top of this challenge by any means. And particularly countries like India that are going through a huge demographic change with rapid economic growth, unfortunately, are creating the conditions for the burden of non-communicable diseases to rise even higher. So this is a clear and present danger to our societies. And this is not just a health issue. This is an issue that threatens the very foundation of our societies. It threatens the security of our societies. So it's vitally important that one lesson of this syndemic is that we take non-communicable diseases more seriously and prioritize them, because it's what leaves us vulnerable to attack by this virus. But thank you for your questions.
And thank you for that outstanding answer. We completely agree with you. And I would love to, at some point of time, connect with you to discuss, you know, the country and the world's response to this.
Thank you.
Handing over to you, Shubha.
So may I request Dr. Alok Roy to maybe make a comment and ask a question?
Oh, thanks, Shubha. Thanks, Professor. It was a very, very good eye-opener. Whatever you said, that we heard it, we believed it, that non-communicable diseases do play an important role in final mortality. but the way you put synthesize both together and coin multiple words, syndemic, infodemic. I read your Twitter where you talked about twindemic and criticized it's not really a twindemic. What I want to ask you is that you said that the virus, we must learn to be in peaceful coexistence with that, which eventually will happen. Can you just throw some light on the timelines when it will truly be a peaceful coexistence?
Oh, that's a very tough question, but it's a good question. Well, look, here's the thing. I know that that several vaccine trials are going to be completed before the end of this year. Let us be hopeful that one of those vaccine trials is successful. It's then going to require that vaccine goes through regulatory approval. That will take some time, several months. Then you have to scale up production, and then you have to have procurement mechanisms. Now, this is one of the other threats, and the threat of vaccine nationalism, that rich countries with a lot of money buy up the supplies of the vaccine, leaving poorer countries unable to get access to the vaccine. Now, WHO, working with the Gavi Alliance and CEPI, have created this facility called COVAX, where something like 160 or 70 countries have come together, rich and poorer countries coming together to make sure that if and when a vaccine is available, it will be fairly distributed to countries and to those at particular risk in those countries. Sadly, some countries, such as the United States, have not signed up to COVAX, and that is a threat to the fair and equitable access to a vaccine. But let us say that by the spring of next year, middle of next year, there is a vaccine that's widely available, and we use the rest of 2021 to scale up distribution of that vaccine. Then I think that if everything goes well, we could have peaceful coexistence with the vaccine by the end of 2021.
So you mean to say that next 1.5 years, we will be going all over the places with syndemic, not pandemic?
Well, I know this is not a welcome message, and it's not a message that makes me happy either. But I have to look at the way the virus operates in human populations. As soon as you squash it down, and then you release the pressure, and there's more social mixing, and we don't operate physical distancing, and so on, then the virus jumps back. So, we are going to go, I think, through this cycle of suppression, release, suppression, release, until either so many people in the population have been infected that there is a degree of population immunity, herd immunity, or we have a vaccine and we can get immunity that way. But that's the only way we can do it. The only way is through a cycle of short-term lockdowns or mandates to reduce social mixing, or a vaccine. There's no other way out.
That saddens our heart, because in next 1.5 years, we'll not only lose the patients because of the syndemic, we'll also lose all those vulnerable societies, children, adults, other non-COVID diseases, which we'll lose big time.
But absolutely, and this is as a literally a world, and we need global coordination, because we can't allow these sacrifices to continue. And it is going to mean that those countries with more resources need to be working together with those countries with less resources so that we coordinate our response. And it saddens my heart that we have not been able to work together. Indeed, I think you may agree with me, that in fact, some of the divisions between countries have actually got worse, not better. The political rhetoric has got sharper and not softer. And that is a source of deep regret to me.
Thank you. For want of time, I want to ask you 20 more questions, but for fun of time, I'll get some
Call
other
him
time.
back again. Thank you, Alok. May I request Dr. Puri for his say?
Thank you, Professor Horton. It's a wonderful discourse that we received from you. Like Alok and like Sangeeta, it's been a pleasure to have you with us. But there are two questions that come to my mind. One which pertains to you as a doctor, and the second that pertains to you as the editor-in-chief of Lancet. You mentioned about the vaccine as the possibility of finally finding a solution. Why is it that nobody is talking about research in a medication which is antiviral to kill this particular virus, like we found the medication for HIV? So there is simply no talk. One doesn't hear much about the research that's going on, and neither is your journal publishing anything that I can really recall offhand. The second question that I really wanted to ask you, which pertains to your editorial policy, really, or the philosophy, is that how has the editorial philosophy changed post-COVID? And is it likely to change in the future? Or this particular epidemic going to affect your editorial policy going forward? From the perspective, you mentioned about this endemic, and this is a term I read in your editorial about Merrill Singer's article in the 1990s. And now 30 years later, you revived that term. So from these two questions, perhaps you could throw some light on.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Puri, and thank you for being such a careful reader of the journal. I appreciate that very much. Now, you're absolutely right about the lack of work on antiviral medicines. There have been and are ongoing trials looking at older antivirals against this SARS virus. We know that remdesivir has an effect. It's not a very powerful effect. It's certainly not a cure. And we know that some other antivirals don't work at all. Yeah, exactly. What is interesting, though, is that there is a new therapeutic possibility, which is not going to be widely applicable, but would be very important, could be very important for patients who had severe disease, and that's using monoclonal antibodies. So these biological treatments could actually be very powerful in ways to neutralize the virus before the cytokine storm in the body and causes multi-organ failure. So I don't think we're going to have an antiviral that's going to be available for everybody in our population. But I think that I know that there is work on monoclonals, which could be very important for patients who are admitted to hospital, who have some of the risk factors that we know about. And you could use the monoclonal early in their decompensation in order to prevent the cytokine storm. And so I'm actually quite hopeful that those monoclonals will come through. We don't have them at the moment, but there are several that are being studied. Now, in terms of our editorial philosophy, that's a very, very, very thoughtful question, which is one that I need to reflect upon. I mean, I tell you what it has done. It's made us passionately, redoubled our passionate commitment to working together with countries to take a more global approach. It's made me much more concerned about the role of science and medicine as a diplomatic tool. Let me explain that briefly. One of the things that we've seen in this situation is the heads of state of some countries, I'm thinking of President Trump, put the blame on China and talk about this as a China virus or a China plague. Now, that upsets me because I know Chinese doctors and Chinese scientists who were in Wuhan and Beijing and managed this outbreak in December and January. And I have the highest respect and regard for them. And I have gone on record as saying that we owe a debt of gratitude to those doctors and scientists in China for that early work that they did. And so what I have been so impressed with is the international collaboration and cooperation between countries. So I think in terms of how has COVID-19 changed our editorial philosophy, I think I would put my emphasis on the importance of fostering collaboration between countries, between peoples, and not being so judgmental about countries. You know, no country. But I tell you, the doctors and health workers and scientists who've been on the front lines of this pandemic, they've been saints, and I think that we owe them so much. So thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? President, would you like to have a last word? Professor, please go ahead.
So, Professor Horton, I think you're so right in so many things that you said. The learning process, the underlying disease pattern and how that exacerbated the entire situation. The fact that we must think of this as another opportunity to create a new and better world. Your entire, the correlation to 1908 and multilateralism and creativity and innovation, which happened then. And I think there are some of these happening. You're absolutely right about, the global collaboration. I know that for us at Apollo in our hospital, the API team, the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, and the BAPIO have guided our protocol continuously and brought the latest knowledge and been open to learn. So this is one of the most powerful things about clinicians, their ability to network and learn together. I hope that this and the great strides we have taken in digital health and telemedicine, things like this remain with us post-pandemic as we emerge re-energized to keeping a population healthy and to individual health, which I think has been, again, one of the big victories of this period, either during lockdown or because of the fear of the increased mortality due to comorbidities. People just enhanced or moved into high gear their entire fitness regimes. And I think that's been powerful as well. But as they say, all good things must come to an end. And this has been one of the most outstanding sessions that we have had. 3 days have been an intellectual treat. And this was truly, in that parlance, intellectual dessert. So thank you. And dessert is everyone's favorite. But coming back to this thing, I also want to use this opportunity that Shobha gave me, which I was not expecting, to quickly thank, congratulate, and acknowledge the tremendous team at FICCI who's put this together. Our chair, co-chair, Dr. Alok, of course, our advisor, Dr. Puri, but Shobha, Sarita, your entire team, and Santosh and the technology team, thank you all so much for this. Professor Horton, I have already quickly messaged them that I want the recording of your speech because I'm going to share this with everybody. And I'm sure many of the people in the audience want a similar. So let me state that with Professor's permission, we will be editing and reposting this on our FICCI platforms, FICCI Fast Forward, as well as on FICCI YouTube. So we'll reach out to you formally, get your permission, send you the edited version, and seek your consent to share that, because much of this has been learning that we will encapsulate and relook at as we design strategies for a post-COVID world. But one thing is definite, we will ensure that science, innovation, and humanitarianism combined with foresight and technology to build a better world. Thank you so much, and all the very best, and namaste to you.
Thank you. Thank
and
you.
we look forward to seeing you in person.
Absolutely.
All our doors are open. Our invitations are with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congrats, Dr. Alok.
Thank you, President.
Bye-bye.
Maybe now, if I'm permitted 5 minutes, I will formally close the session.
You should. We're waiting to hear from you, Shobha.
So, as Dr. Reddy mentioned, I think this was a befitting end to the 3-day, very enriching deliberations that we had. And a very big thank you to you, Professor Houghton, for joining us and giving us this valedictory. I think you showed us not only showed us the paradigm shift that is taking place in the entire world and society, but particularly for the healthcare system, and how you have also shown us the solutions, that the governments and society at large needs to do. So thank you so much for that. As we come to this end of our 3-day annual healthcare conference, this is the time when I would like to thank Shri M. Venkataya Naidu, Honorable Vice President of India, who inaugurated the conference, and we wish him a very speedy recovery and good health. We also are very thankful to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, for supporting this conference. We would also like to thank all our eminent speakers, stalwarts, and the government and the industry experts for sharing their knowledge and wisdom throughout the sessions that will help us creating a roadmap for future. We also thank all the participants of the boot camp for sharing their innovations and ideas to combat the pandemic. And, we've had about 1,700 unique logins, but more than 8,000, logins through the 3 days, and a number of about 4,000 plus exchange of cards. So I think the digital era has completely transformed the way we do, conferencing these days. We had participation from 30 countries, and essentially, FICCI Heal has always been very India-centric, and very rarely we have foreign speakers coming in. But this time we had a galaxy of international speakers as well as galaxy of participants coming from 30 countries. And this would not have been possible, if we didn't have a solid team, the Health Services Committee, led by Dr. Alok Roy, of course, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy as a president of FICCI, and we are lucky that she also is from the health sector. So, our committee got all the attention that we desired. And of course, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, who is the co-chair of FICCI Health Services Committee, and also very gallantly agreed to be the chair of the organizing committee. And he did a fantastic job of getting key luminaries to come and speak at our session. Mr. Gautam Khanna, the other co-chair of the FICCI Health Services Committee, Dr. Narottam Puri, for his immense guidance and advisory support. This entire conference theme was something which came from his idea, and we developed upon it. So a very big thank you, Dr. Puri. You've been always there for us for a decade and more, and we look forward to your continued support. We also have with us Honorary Brigadier Dr. Arvind Lal, who was our past chair, immediate past chair of the Health Services Committee, and he continues to advise us as the honorary advisor to the committee. Dr. Subramaniam for co-convening the scientific sessions with Dr. Aarti Verma, who was the convener of the scientific sessions, and Dr. Y.P. Bhatia and Dr. Ravi Gaur for FICCI, for guiding us and chairing the FICCI Healthcare Excellence Awards, which was very ably, translated from a physical awards to a digital award. And Mr. Shashi Kumar and Mr. Shyam Vasudev Rao for guiding us to conduct the MedTech boot camp, which was, again, we had some 12 innovations in medical technology, mostly for COVID treatment, which were showcased by these young startups. We are also very happy to share that we have received more than 4,000 registrations and a wide range of audience, from healthcare providers to clinicians to nurses, representatives of diagnostics, medical devices and pharma companies, government institutions, embassies, students and faculty from educational institutions. But last and not the least, I have to thank all our partners and sponsors, without whose support we would have not been able to organize this fantastic conference. Our platinum sponsors, Elsevier; gold sponsors, Wipro, GE Healthcare and Medica Hospitals; silver sponsor, Dr. Lal Path Labs; associate sponsors, Abbott Healthcare, Mahajan Imaging and Apollo Hospitals; knowledge partner, BCG; session sponsors, Fortis Healthcare, Newburgh Diagnostics, Onquist Labs, PD Hinduja Hospitals; and corporate sponsor, BD, Aster DM Healthcare, Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital; media partner, Kaizen PR Services, Astron Healthcare and EY for support for FICCI Healthcare Excellence Awards. With this, we formally come to the close of FICCI Heal 2020. We look forward to seeing you in 2021 with another FICCI Heal conference. And hopefully that will be a hybrid conference, physical and digital. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Thank you, Professor Horton.
So thank you, Shobha and team, Sarita, Shilpa, all the entire team for you. Great job done.